Eddie, congratulations on being first! And thank you for redeeming your daily ticket, 205! Whoa! Yay, Hyunbango. Everybody's doing well today. I did not mean to do that. Okay, well, also, yeah, so my plan was... Oh my gosh, we are! We're basically hags! We're like almost 30! But yeah, we're not women though. But yeah, my initial plan was to finish all the event stuff, so that I could have like all the primos that I could get before I start doing pulls. But then I cleared like the first round of things and it was like, hey, there's anecdotes and quests and all this other stuff. And I was like, so yeah, I have not gotten absolutely every primo I could have gotten out of my account, on the basis that, oh, that's a whole lot to do. But I do have like 115 and we have a guaranteed C0 Lauma in 30 pulls, which, given how Genshin's pity works, is code for literally any second now, which is really exciting. So, hopefully... I really hope they keep doing that for regional events, especially. I mean, any event, but like especially regional events, you know? Just having a ton of anecdotes that you can parse through in between days and stuff. Like, I don't know, I really think that having these like little like mini bites of content is a really good way to give players something to do without making them feel like, ah, I have 25 quadrillion things to do and I'm literally dying, you know? Love, 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 love that. Hope they keep it up. And yeah, I accidentally logged in. I meant to stay on the title screen longer, but it's okay. But now I'm running around and gathering Lauma Ascension mats. And also zeroing in on my wishing spot, which of course is going to be the Columbina statue. Hello everybody, welcome in from ads. We are going to start this stream off by doing some test runs, just to kind of warm myself up for stream and also give people a minute to filter themselves in, do all their check-ins and all that good stuff. And then... Yes. I was getting settled up in my spot first. Let's see. There we go. Hello, everybody. Oh, I forgot to calibrate my... Goodness. Alright, hello, everybody. Oh my goodness, why is my... Ah, there it is. Okay. But yes, so we are going to...
I apathosize.
No, don't apologize. What the fuck? Die.
Hello, large Bina.
Hello, large Bina. Yeah, we are going to... start off by doing some test runs. Because, again, just to let people filter in, but ads are done. So, I hope everybody's doing great. I am very excited to get Lauma. Okay, I've decided, because I learned that C6 Traveler, Pyro MC, actually sometimes has trouble with Bergen teams unless there's two Hydro, but I couldn't think of a double Hydro team that I liked. And then I realized, oh, I can just do on-field Columbina for my Lunar Bergen team, and then make a different Melt team for my on-field Pyro MC desires, so that's very exciting. Yeah, how's everybody doing? This cooldown is killing me. There we go. Yippee! Interesting that they call it normal attack hold. That's a little funny. Am I supposed to do tappy or holdy with Lauma? I can never remember. Oh, doesn't really matter. Yippee! Yeah, it took me like an embarrassingly long time the first time I played with Nefer to figure out that you were supposed to— Why does everyone and their moms need these as their ascension material? It's too much! It's too many! I want to pull like 5 characters that all need these fuck-ass badges.
Hold E before burst.
Ooh, okay. Thank you. On-field Lauma does also sound pretty fun.
I think.
But yeah. Let's see. Okay, yes. Okay. I thought I did hold my skill already, bro. Wahoo! Dang! No sack sword proc. Oh, oops. Wahoo! Alrighty. That is as many primos as I think I want to get to immediately start off. Okay. So, like I said, we have a guaranteed C0 Lauma very, very soon. So I'm going to be doing singles on that, and then I'm going to try to get her weapon. I'm going to try. And then, if we get really lucky, I'm going to try for cons. Because I know that I know for a fact that I have an entire patch before Columbina comes back. I'm pretty sure. Because we have Lohen next banner. And then, who else? I swear I've seen leaks that enforce that idea, though. Pretty sure that we are not projected to get a Bina rerun until July. Now, if Nahida comes in before then, I might have some regrets with going so all in on Lauma, but sexy dear lady.
Lehen / Nicole / Durin / Moika,
right.
I think.
Nicole Durin Malika, I remember now. Hey Aku, are you ready to gamble?
Just stopping in to say hi.
Hi! Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope things are going tolerably.
They.
Ooh, 4-star? Oh my gosh! That's my first Kirara!
I'm moving therapy to twice a week.
Yay! Also, gotcha! Hopefully that helps out some, Aku. But yeah, right now we are gambling. We are hoping for a yellow star anytime now. Is it gonna make me go to— that's been what, like— that's been around 10 pulls, hasn't it? How much— actually, how much pity did I have exactly? I think it was 60 something. Is it gonna make me go to soft? Pretty sure, yeah, it was 61. So now we're near 70. Okay. This one. Ah, that would have been cool. Yo! Yippee! I'm pretty sure that was before Soft Pity. I'm pretty sure. Let's fucking go! Thank you, Lauma. She's so pretty. She's so pretty! Okay, oh my goodness. Wait, actually, yeah, just to get you your quaint fate. Brief detour. Then... Ooh, this will be fun. We can go ahead and get her all the way up to Ascension 5. Yippee! Gosh, the music here is so pretty. Oh. Oops. Okay, well, turns out I forgot to craft my gems. Classic mistake. Will there ever be a time in which they simply give you any amount of the gems that you need? Perhaps, perhaps not. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna do this. And then is that enough to ascend her? Because I want to go back to the statue! I want to raise her on like a good spot. Let's see. We need 3. No, we need 9. We need 3 more. Are you kidding me? How many of these do I have to convert? Probably not enough. No, not even close. Let's see, 7, 8, 9. 3 more of these. Wahoo! Back to the statue we go.
I hope weekly bosses are helping me stockpile gems. I'm scared to see how far I am from what I need for Nicole.
Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, I've only been doing weekly bosses for Zibai and Ilua so far. I should definitely be doing all 3. It's just like it's just I so much more prefer the rhythm of like the other shit. Very eloquently spoken. I can't decide if I want to get that Lunoculus or not. I can't. It's legitimately so difficult to decide. Cause like on one hand, sitting in the hand is so pretty. It reminds me of Mondstadt and sitting in Venti's hands, but on the other hand, like look at it, it's so pretty. Look at it. Ah!
So many people haven't taken that specific one.
Oh my gosh, have you seen that Diox clips where he did pulls for a viewer and he goes, "Oh, you haven't gotten that Lunoculus yet. Let me grab it for you." And everyone was
There's
like,
always one extra, and this is actually the reason.
I literally it's so silly that I had this strong of a reaction, but I literally like gasped.
Diabolical.
Like I was like, sitting there alone in my bedroom, like I just witnessed a murder. Like, it was never that serious. It was never that serious. Huh? Right. Right. Can't have shit in Detroit. Okay. I want to A5 her before I start doing her weapon. I don't know why. There's not really a particular reason. It's just a decision that I made before stream when I thought I'd gathered all the stuff that I needed. But I didn't. So, okay, so we need 20 more? 1, 2. Ooh, I love the, like, bell sounds that she makes. Hello, lizard. We can't even have a pull stream without some scuff. And you know what? That's okay. I can't believe we're so close to, Nicole release. Oh, that one's really pretty too! Dang! Oh, wait! Oh, what? No, it's this! Yay! Oh, she's so pretty! Oh. Okay. I don't actually know how this works. So, like, LOL. But she's so pretty! Look at her! I'm so happy. I'm so happy! Happy! Do. Like, how can you see that and not be utterly delighted with existence? I'm not even actually going in the right direction.
Emily is actually hard, but I must for Nicole. The Hex account dream.
Yeah. Yeah, cause like...
She knew.
And her Noom is so pretty! Oh, it takes stamina to do that. Okay, right, because it is a unique sprint. Okay. Hello? Oh, there. Let's see, is that all that I need now? Are we free? No, I need 6 more. Okay. Oh wait, no it doesn't. Oh, yes it does. Okay. It's so over, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back. Oh! I thought that water was deep enough to land it. It wasn't, so. Wait. Hi! Thank you! Thank you, friends! Friends of the forest, heed my call! Something else that sounds cool! Oh, this is so sick! Oh, this is so sick! It's genuinely going to be, like, difficult. Once I have her and Bina on a team together, it's going to be legitimately difficult to decide who I'm gonna have running around the map at a given time. You know what I mean? Like, I am going to be sitting there and be like, but whose sprint do I want to see right now? They're both so pretty. They're both so pretty. Are there more in this cave? There's also a quest in here. Ah, shit. Oh. I'll worry about that later. Was that enough? I think it was. Yeah! We have 5 extra too. Let's go. Alright. Now we can finally actually do what I said we were going to do. Which is sit on Columbina's shoulder and pull for her weapon. I'm hoping that, the goddess will give us good luck because I have her most loyal follower sitting upon her shoulder in Reverie. And said most loyal person has been, chilling on her shoulder from level 1 through 80. So perhaps she will also take that into consideration. Something else cringe roleplay poggers. And then yeah, I think after this I'm feeling up for Remuria rather than Natlan. Although we could do both. I've been streaming a lot recently. Also, oh wait, no, sorry, I went into like venti mode. Although, Meti, were you planning on streaming tonight or tomorrow? Because I wouldn't want to overlap with that. I know you said Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. I think that's what you said. Alrighty!
Probably tomorrow IDED.
Valid! Hopefully I can aid in getting some of that energy in. Also, I have okay effects. They're not shit effects, but they're not fantastic artifacts either. Cole is holding them for us. But then I want to give Cole her own artifacts at some point too, just because I live for I don't use Cole except for something. Wait, no! I have a Dendro Catalyst now! Oh my goodness, I almost forgot. That's crazy. Yeah, this is the Dendro Catalyst, but yeah, an additional 600 EM. Now, all we are missing, my most beloved Columbina, is our weapon. Please, we are literally praying on our knees. Okay? For context, everyone, we are on 0 pity. So, and we only have 100 pulls. So, we really have one shot at this.
Man.
Hey, Sagi! Are you ready? Part of me is tempted to do singles just because...
I'm ready.
If I get like an extra weapon or something, I'm gonna cry. But we're gonna start off with a 10.
A fool's errand, I believe.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I'm so titchy about getting, like...
I have 1,700 Moro left. I haven't even done any talents, just levels.
Oh, man.
W Layla.
Oh, that's the other thing. I forgot. Her talents. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! Okay. Is she still praying? Yes. Okay. Cool. 30. That's the second time we've gotten a weapon on 30 pity. Is it gonna be the 5-star though? I don't know.
In around 170 pulls I got llama and both SIGs. I'm working my way to llama C1.
25. No! No!
W Reliquary.
No! DPS LAUMA build? Actually, wait, is that a thing? Let me look that up.
That thing is an absolute unit on any Hydro or Dendro.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I'm just like... Definitely not a bad weapon banner to lose on, to be clear. This is not... I'm just angsting, because my luck! I had such good weapon
Great
banner
stat
luck!
stick on any catalyst TBH. Carrot.
Yeah. Okay, I figured. I'm just... Okay.
It's one of Cleesbis Loki.
Ooh, okay. But luckily this means that I should be able to get this. That takes us to soft pity and a little bit beyond. Also that was like, yeah, that should definitely take us to soft pity. Great, Rain Cutter, my favorite. minutes! Okay, actually, I could fuck with this.
W. Rosaria.
W. Rosaria. Ooh, very pretty. I've not seen that one before, I don't think. Okay. I am gonna switch to singles. Okay, another Fav refinement. Good. So many Fav Lances, which is good. I definitely want some of those, especially for Stygian. Oi, 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 oi. But yeah, welcome in, Suggy. I hope you're doing well.
For you.
Yeah, truing. Any second now. Dang, that could have been cool. Oh yeah, and also we have Star Glitter. Come on. This one. Damn, that's the second time I've tried that this stream.
We pray.
We pray. But also, I cannot complain. Yay! Yippee! Yay! Okay. And then we have some more opportunities. I will say, yeah, honestly, I would go for Nefer. It's
Where's
just
the white tassel though?
right? Wait. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if we got one. But, yeah, honestly, I would go for Nefer. I just don't... What was I gonna say? I have fun with her playstyle. I just don't think there's another thing gameplay-wise that draws me to her. Because with Lauma, it's the sprint. And the, you know, the prettiness, right? And Nefer's gorgeous and her playstyle's fun, but like, she can't do this, you know? This is so fun. Thank you, Miss Bina. Thank you, Miss Bina. Yay! Although I actually wasn't confident that I was going to be able to get the weapon this stream. So I have no idea how far I could or couldn't ascend this thing. Let's find out. Also, yeah, I should get rid of my weapons this way. Oh,
when
wait.
I show up, it's guaranteed FR.
Oh! The answer is none. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Let's get some condensed resin together and then see what we can do. Yeah? Oh no, we only have enough for one. Oh! Tragic. Tragic! But it's this and it's the mousetrap looking ones. Yeah. Sorry, artful devices. Yeah, we can do that while... We'll do these domain runs while ads are running. And then I'll see you then. Yeah. Yeah, there goes ads. Or at least... Is it not working? There it goes. Okay. And we will do this. Oh, right. I forgot. And then Cole is currently weaponless. So yeah, I'll just chuck Xiangling in there for... Let's try this out! Whoa! Yay! Yes. Oh! Sorry, Llama! My bad, fam! Her just running into the tree was way funnier than it should have been. Oh my lord. Okay. Let's see. Also, yeah, I'm just doing this to keep my inventory clear. Do not mind me. Okay, good. Oh, I have a bunch of silver ones. I don't remember having so many of those. But yeah, this should help with her damage output that we just saw quite a bit. Obviously the timer is gonna be majorly off compared to, before. Yeah, lots more burning than burgeons happening, but that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Please don't die. Oh, that was unnecessary. Okay! Sick. But yeah, I definitely want to be having a Hydro on field instead of Llama, but she's so pretty. Anyway.
I'm seeming 19k Bertians though.
Ooh! Is that good? I actually don't know.
Asterisk seeing.
I actually don't know what's good for a Burgeon. Yeah, I actually don't even remember how many of these I'm supposed to have. Okay, I need 5 of these. And I can craft 2. I'm gonna go ahead and do... a next couple of runs.
With both Kirera and Nefer on my team, there is truly no mountain high enough.
But like, for the purposes of knowing how I'm doing. I'm very curious about what the average is, yeah. Hey, Aunt Demon! We have had ridiculously good luck. We've had ridiculously good luck today. Just wow. I'm so good at this game. Luck is a skill.
Streaming while I'm clocking out of work. Ambivalent and morally neutral.
Nice! I hope today was bearable. Oh, oops. Oops. Uh-oh. Ah!
Blocking Kiraba.
Yeah. Was Guoba just pointing himself at a wall again? Oh, nope. We want to do this. I would need to keep my transient resins to... I like just have like a... I'm sure everyone does, but this thing where it's just like, I need to save my transient resins to use on, like, artifacts. Like, I make it into a... Yeah. But actually, but also, I'm trying to get in the habit of like... There's so much time in between Stygian onslaughts. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting it's hold normal attack instead of hold E. I'm not used to normal attacks, being able to affect stuff like that. Okay. I'm so glad they added this. Is that right? I think so.
I never save for Stygian. I want to gamble Nudo.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's not hard, you know what I mean. It's so tempting. Oh.
I am AR58. I had no clue that menu exists.
Yeah, I don't know when they added it, but it's definitely one of the most... Oh, you're kidding me. You're joking. I'm one short. Are you kidding me? Is there a way for me to get another one of these?
I've scrolled the entire page every time.
Is there another way for me to get one of these? That's so evil! Oh, well, you know what? We'll just go back to that domain whenever I have, what? 20 resin? It's okay. It's okay. While we're here, though... We do have 13 more pulls. And I would like to get C1, you know, just to get, also, okay, I've been debating if I should save my star glitter for Benny. But isn't Benny's run going to be during Bina or something? I mean, when Benny's in the shop, I mean. Because Benny's the next, wait, no, Benny's the next shop rotation. He's in 2 days. You know what? No, they're gonna give us like a 4-star picker event eventually. So I should just wait for that instead. All right, besties. Oh wait, no. I'm gonna...
Benjamin will come when he's ready eventually.
But yeah, I'm gonna actually take us back here to our so-called lucky spot and see what we can do. Wait, why haven't I been using this teleport waypoint? Probably because I'm dumb. Okay. And then yeah, we will continue doing pulls for her. I'm gonna do 10 pulls because I really want C1 Lauma as just quality of life, and I will not complain at all about getting C2 Lauma. So I'm actually normally when I do my whole like, oh, I'm just gonna keep wishing throughout the banner, I just do singles, but for this one I am going to be waiting on 10 pulls. So slide. Here we go. Kirara-kan! Yay! Yo! C2 Jehoda! Let's go!
Whoa.
Oh! Slay. We're probably not getting anything here, but that's okay. Last one. Okay. But yeah, definitely not complaining. Yeah, but yeah, so I know this is such a good, and it has a cat on it. Oh my god, wait, I just noticed that it has a cat on it. How did I not see that before? I mean, that makes sense. It's Nefer's cat, but like, okay, that actually, it's worth it just having that on my account, honestly. That's fucking adorable.
It's a great visual and stat weapon for any book user.
Hell yeah. Cause I knew it was good for any book user, but I'm just, I mean, y'all clearly see how I am, where it's like, you know, when I like build someone, I want it to be like their best in slot stuff, you know? And I'm like, if this is only best in slot on Nefer, then it's still really great to have, but like, aw. But actually this is a lot less specific than I thought it was, because yeah, it really is just any hydro, like you've used the full thingy on any hydro or dendro, so who, honestly, if I want to do a Lunar Bloom DPS Barbara team, this is definitely the weapon for it, so, yeah. I don't know when you're gonna get as tall as your big sister. Oh yeah, I just have these two right now. Rip. But that's okay. Cause yeah, I mean, I do have Lost Prayer.
Also, Willow corroborated this feeling, but I'm wondering if others are also not seeing any anecdotes lately.
I've been getting them at the same rate that I always have. I think it's just bad RNG. Unfortunately. But yeah, when the equipping character unleashes elemental skill, they get an EM increase for 12 seconds. Okay. When the equipping character deals Lunar Bloom to an opponent, they gain the Moon of Truth effect. Okay, well that's fine. Oh wait, that's Lunar Bloom damage, not Lunar Bloom reaction. Or is there a difference between that when it comes to these descriptions? When both the secret lies, both effects will be increased by 50%. Okay. Reactions, the equipping character gains New Moon Verse when both are in effect.
Bloom and Lunar Bloom do cause a bit of damage upon triggering IIRC.
Okay, so this wouldn't...
Yes, there is.
Okay, so you wouldn't get a thing like this for Barbara, because she doesn't actually do Lunar Bloom damage, she just does Lunar Bloom reactions. Oh, okay. So yeah, the only people that can use the full passive are Lauma and Nefer. Damn! Although, you know, at that point, even though... wait. When elemental skill deals damage, they get that for 4.5 seconds. When other party members trigger... Okay, so we would miss out with Barbara. If I gave... Ambina, yes. But like, if I gave this weapon to Barbara, we would miss out on this, but we would get everything else.
On charge attack and gravity LMAO.
Oh, true. But yeah, if I would only miss out on this part of the passive, but I'd still get all this. Whereas if I put Barbara on this, we would miss a lot of both of the passives. But I'm pretty sure Lauma could make good use of this, so I could do just swaps between Barbara and Lauma for funsies on a goofy team. I'm not like going to build that weapon with that express purpose right now, but it's good to know that I have that as an option. Yeah! Yay! She's so pretty! You can... Wah! Wahoo!
The concept of Barbara taking a crash course on lunar reactions and Kyobeaki.
Right? He's very well studied. Look at her horn, she's so pretty! You know what's really funny? I was bitching to Maddie and Janie once because I was like, somebody posted like, oh yeah, there's a fabric shortage in Not Cry apparently, and like zoomed in on Lauma's like chest. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like obviously a lot is exposed, but like I think it still looks tasteful. Like, what do you mean fabric shortage? And then Maddie and Janie were like, Basil, have you seen the side of her outfit? I'm like, no, but like,
God
what, does she have like
moon
hip
chanter
windows?
gets stylish.
And they're like, no, she doesn't. And then they showed me. I was like, oh, I understand now. It's just a front and half of a back. However, so like, I understand people making that joke in general, but making that joke and then zooming in on her chest, you just are sexist. You know, if you're talking about the fact that like the sides of her outfit and the back of her outfit don't have like fabric on them, like, yeah, that's a very unique choice. It's gorgeous though. I love the dress, but it is obviously very like fabricless. But like, if you're saying that and you're just zooming in on her chest, it's like, oh, you just don't like that boobs exist. Cool. Like, okay, pop off, man. I don't fucking know. Also, yeah, I do have an urge to do this event now. Oh wait, oops. I keep forgetting it's the charged attack, not the... But, no fall damage! Woo! Oh!
Mind you, they say nothing about Yanfei even though her design does have more skin.
No. That was fall damage. I thought you didn't take fall damage with that.
Kids are important to the mythos and I take no criticism.
Yes, that was my going live note. For people who don't know, the animal that Lauma is based off of, like, a very notable feature of it is like a very large, like voluminous chest area.
W mammary glands.
That was... Oh. I don't know about that one, Saki. Oh. Still made me laugh, though. I love Nefer's Japanese voice.
Three absolute units of Tibet in the same room.
Right?
4 with Traveler.
Mm-hmm.
3.9 with Paimon.
0.9 is very generous.
Why does it go down?
Oh! I thought it was, you said 4.9. I understand now.
Imagine how powerful we'd be if we didn't pay for Paimon buffets every hour. Does Traveler lose her status?
Yeah, I don't think Paimon detracts from Traveler status. If anything, I think that the Traveler gains some for dealing with Paimon, so it's a net level, you know? Like, I think Paimon loses, but I don't think Paimon loses more than the Traveler gains. Oh, that was it. Okay. Oh. Cool. Anyway, as you guys can see from our new stream title, we are going to be doing the, we're going to be doing the, what's it called? I don't know. The Petrichor quest. This is...
I like that the side mini-game quests were just incorporated into the main event
Same!
quest.
It was so cute! It was so cute. But yes, we are going to be doing...
W mini-games.
This quest. It's my and everyone's mom's favorite. So I hope you guys are excited. But yeah, actually...
Oh, I should play the new levels for the gems.
Or that crit rate is awesome. But look at her EM! Yay! I don't think hers is as high as Ela's yet. Oh no, Ela's less. Okay, good. But yeah, I really do. I don't have a 5-star EM goblet that... Oh wait, what? I only have one other 5-star EM goblet. I don't know why she's not on it. Oh, is it because I needed this to be my onset? Is that why? Yeah, right, because I had... Oh, what? I guess I just forgot to roll it. Oh, right, because I don't have a good onset one for this. I mean... Wait, yes I do. That has energy recharge. Am I losing my mind? Did I just forget that I had this? I mean, it's fine. It's not great. It's fine. But having a 4-star... I mean, having a 5-star goblet will just get me more EM. So, like, I should go for it. Great. Def roll. But yeah, are you guys ready for some amateur voice acting? Whoa! Oh, actually, hey. I haven't thought about this until literally this moment. What kind of a voice do we think the cat should have? Okay, 2 energy recharge. Let's go. I haven't thought of that until now.
Smug.
Smug? Also, yeah. Yo! Okay. Nice. And then I can go ahead and switch to this. Yeah. The Paimon voice. Last stream, I literally did some vocal warm-ups before I started. Like the, you know, to get my shit high. Because my voice is high, my voice isn't that high. It definitely does not sit there comfortably naturally. So, LOL. But I am ready. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. We're getting some nice rolls today. In the banner and here. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Spoke too soon. But that's okay. And now how much EM do we have? The same amount? Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean the same amount? No, it's more by 50. That was the whole point. But yay! Oh, he's so pretty! I love the gemstones here so much, and her headdress and the twin tails, and I love her so much. Yay! Well, yesterday I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna pull for LAUMA, and now look where I am. I'm enlightened. I will say though, I do unfortunately think I do think this is kind of ugly. I wish it was just, I don't know what I hope they would do with the back, but I don't fuck with the random, I don't know, the texture looks kind of weird. It doesn't fit with the rest of it as well as it could have, I don't think. But yeah. I'll just keep you on this, sure. Everyone's on SMS because I farmed so much for Z-Buy artifacts. Hey, you! Yes, you blithering idiot. What are you doing dragging your feet for? Waiting for us all to get old? Why in the blazes aren't all these boxes already on the ship? No, boss, it's just these boxes are too heavy. If we lug them all up, I think the ship might what? This is treasure here! Treasure! You're just gonna leave profit on the ground like that? But if we load everything on board, plus ourselves, I don't think the boat can hold all that weight. That's an easy one. If we just leave a couple of you here on the island, we can bring all the treasure back now, can't we? Oh, a cutting pan, boss. But I'm one of the ones you're taking with you, right? I don't want to get captured by those golems. You see what happens to anyone they catch. And stop yapping and start moving. If the Dark Lord's lackeys catch up, we're all done for. Okay, hang on. Paimon voice, Paimon voice. You know what's funny though? Part of it is sometimes you can hear me start like leaning towards like whatever English equivalent of Japanese Paimon's voice you could possibly get instead of English Paimon's, which is like the whereas like English Paimon is like you know. Anyway, the dude they call idiot, that is such a sad name. Anyway, wait, boss, there's people over there. Traveler, why don't we go ask them? Hey, you. Yeah, you, the big one and the tiny thing. What are you skulking over there for? Can't leave any witnesses. Huh? What are you saying? Anyway, we should go talk to them first. From the look of you, you must be foreigners. And here I thought you were minions of the Dark Lord Remus. This is Traveler, and Paimon's Paimon. And you're right, we're travelers. But who's this Dark Lord Remus you mentioned? Has he finished playing his part already? You don't even know who the Dark Lord is? Alright, I get it. I suppose it's up to me to educate you, or ignorant Outlanders. Okay, so he's racist. As you know, this was once a peaceful town. In those days, it was not yet named Petrichor. We Fontanians lived here in peace and safety until the golem armies of the Dark Lord Remus came. He was an awful tyrant, one who claimed to be the ruler of all waters. His forces had already obliterated countless towns and cities before arriving at ours. He took our lands, polluted the sources of pure water, and even tried music to tempt us. They raised high bell towers and fortresses, and the Dark Lord's foul melody enslaved our kin. But we, Fontanians free, rejected his rule. Thus did I and the warriors under my command march to war all across the land. Yeah, sure, buddy. Nice world building, very detailed. And then, what happened next? How did you defeat the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord's golems are each mighty beyond measure. How could we be their match? Still, we had the aid of Este the Quick-Witted this time. With his aid, we infiltrated the Dark Lord's foul keep and reclaimed the treasures he and his minions plundered from us Fontanians. Like the boss said, what are we doing again? Oh, yeah. Disrupting the special military maneuvers being conducted by the Dark Lord's legions. Totally a brilliant plan. You're the protagonist of your play, and you're not on the up and up. So when does the Dark Lord take the stage? Do you think we'd still be lugging treasure if he showed up? Like as not, we'd all have been turned into golems already, just as Este probably was. Este the pitiful now, more like. Whoa, he totally helped you, and you guys just left him behind and ran away? Are you sure you guys aren't the baddies? Baddies don't get to be protagonists. What do you mean, protagonists? Take the stage. From where I'm standing, it looks like you're really his minions, just dressed up as foreigners. I can tell from how you're blabbering on about performances and plays. You mean you guys aren't putting a performance? So you won't fess up till we clear you for— okay. Uh-oh. Did I just die? The thieves who were beaten so badly they couldn't even spare a thought for the treasures fled on their boat. There they go. Guess they weren't acting after all. But what was this treasure they were talking about? Dark Lord this, Dark Lord that. No way any of that's real. Why don't we have a look at the treasure? But we don't know where this stuff came from. Paimon expressing disinterest in— Paimon expressing disinterest in treasure? Say it isn't so. Paimon's just worried that— what if, well, just in case there's some kind of evil Dark Lordy trap in it. Guess there's no dissuading you, but please be careful. As it so happens, there were no traps in the container of the evil Dark Lordy variety or otherwise, but there was no valuable treasure within either. Within was naught but heavy shards of shattered stone. Paimon knew there were just a bunch of frauds. There's no treasure at all. Or is this shabby excuse of a statue some kind of priceless artifact? Let's go to Petrichor and ask around. Maybe some kind of landmark or lucky mascot or something. As for these treasures, we— Hey, Traveler? You— Oh, I forgot they went all in on the aesthetics for this. How unforgettable the Hortus Erigetus overflowing with fruit and Well, that was rude. I can't read it! Bruh. Anyway. Imperator. A dream? You're finally awake, Imperator. This day is one of great import, the day when we shall sound the great symphony, Phobos. There is yet time before the ritual, Imperator, but we should set out. I seem to have had a dream. A dream, Imperator? I did not know that gods could dream. In that case, what did you dream of? The great plains beyond the north wind? The silver tree beneath the frozen soil? Or did you see that golden future that you once showed me? I saw the sea swallowing the earth. The children of white stone and brass sinking. The collapse of all that was once radiant. That prophecy then, Imperator? It is precisely to prevent it from happening, to fight against inevitable fate, that we are here today. Just as you said, we have paid much for it, but once we are free of fate's shackles, those sacrifices shall not have been in vain. In this have I had faith ever since I accepted this body and became a Romurian. Apologies, Imperator. Forgive my lack of manners. In any case, please, come with me. Well, that answers that. I guess. Though you bestowed undying bodies upon the people, allowing humanity to fear the tides of the deeps nevermore, our souls are still bound by the shackles of Fortuna. The burden of fate is not something mortal souls can bear, but Phobos shall weave the path of fate on our behalf, leading us forward on the path of justice. The melody of the symphony will flow through the waterways to the high sea, and soon, Remuria, no, all of humanity, will be freed from the unconscionable tyranny of fate, and welcome an eternal utopian future. And then, one day, the people will no longer need the guidance of Phobos, and all will be able to play their own symphony. Interesting how many different... Did they pick so many four-pointed stars, like, as inspired by... unified civilization? Or is that a coincidence, I wonder? Remus, you once said that you would create a future free from the shackles of divine destiny, yet your realm now lies violently shattered, and the chasm you tried to bridge has grown deeper still. The immortal race you created and the peoples of the waters are slaughtering one another, and now this so-called eternal city too faces imminent collapse. You cannot control your own creation. The symphony has brought neither justice nor happiness, but instead has become the source of all sin. Though their flesh and blood have been sundered from water and soil, the lost souls guide them upon the path of inevitable death nonetheless. The curse of Fortuna is upon your people, and upon you. You still remember our promise? That is our last resort, as long as the symphony's played. Is this the only way you usurper lords of humanity know to atone after bringing things to ruin? Still, your resolve at least does not shame your kingly crown, and the promise was made indeed. Therefore, allow me to bear witness to your end. Damn! That was a quick turn. O king, cursed by fate, drown thyself in song, wine, and feast, for the day of judgment has not yet come. Golly gee, I wonder what went wrong. Surely it wasn't just a bunch of people being super racist. Surely that rant about how there's two different races of people fighting each other is not alluding to any racism. Anyway.
What's wrong with Florida Man?
Florida Man? Okay, actually Florida Man in this case was a victim. He didn't actually write a symphony so bad, it's just that people were so racist about a symphony that they all destroyed themselves. But it's okay. We'll get there. Just inaccurate title for the sake of making it fit the meme format. Yeah. Traveler, please wake up! I just now... Wah! You scared me to death, Traveler! You... That was bad. You suddenly just completely stopped moving and started staring at the statue, like you were a statue yourself. Why about that even turned its stone by the Dark Lord's evil curse? I think I had a strange daydream. There isn't really a curse, is there? Traveler, are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. As long as you're not hurt... Yeah, we should definitely go to Petrichor first. Petrichor dream? Call me a Petrichor the way I be wet. Oh! Hello. Yeah, that guy doesn't look cursed at all. He looks totally fine. Oh, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak, 2flap, and for the 10-stream streak, Ant Demon. Holy. Really appreciate you guys. Welcome, travelers, oh traversers of dreamscapes. I am the bell ringer at the intersection clock tower, the guide that welcomes travelers to the eternal city. Oh joy, we're world-building, huh? Could he be part of the same troop as those thieves from before? Leaving that aside for now, all the townspeople we ran into on the way over were acting really weird. Do you know what that's about? Why, everyone has gone to Makimos already. I imagine that they now dwell under the protection of Sebastos. Wow, so in addition to the Dark Lord Remus, we've now got a Sebastos? This is getting more complicated by the minute. Dark Lord Remus, it would appear in your journey you have crossed paths with those uncouth barbarians. That is indeed a blasphemous title with which they besmirch the Sebastos Remus, our mighty imperator. Oh, so they're both the same Remus. They're the same person after all. Great job, Paimon. But it is of no consequence. These Sebastos may not be defined by the narrow notions of the tribal mob. Those despicable insects may speak slander as they wish, but the wise, inspired by his noblest ideals, will yet come forth in their droves. When the bell of eternity tolls, all that has ever come to pass shall be erased, and all will be reborn, regardless of who they are or where they are from. Be grateful and rejoice. Praise be. What should we do, Traveler? This person seems lucid, but the stuff he's spouting is all kinds of whack. You think we've got a sleepwalker here? Maybe he's dreaming? Do you name me a dreamer? Who knows? We could be the ones dreaming. No way, that's impossible. At least we probably aren't. Dreaming? I certainly... Uh-oh. Down he goes. Hey, you! Uh-oh, he's out cold. Travelers from outside, halt. Excellent. You two look completely mentally sound. Finally, a normal person. Seriously, what's going on in this town? Before that, let's get this gentleman somewhere safe. Can't be leaving him lying here, can we? He'll catch a cold. Though the risk of catching a cold may not be the most important thing right now, you still work together with the normal person to move the incoherently rambling bell ringer onto a nearby bench. Cat. Anyway, allow me to introduce myself. Call me Este. I'm a member of the town's Daydream Club. I'm the only member present right now, though. Paimon's Paimon, and she's a traveler. We're passing adventurers. Adventurers, you say? You're not here to look for that castle or whatever, are you? Wait, you introduced yourself as Este. We've heard that name before. It was you who brought the bandits into the Dark Lord's castle, was it not? What? So, you've also... No, we're wide awake, trust us. We just don't get why everyone's saying all sorts of crazy things, though. You tell Este about how you met and drove the bandits who saw the Shattered Stone as treasure away outside town. Oh, it's them. Where to begin? The legend of the Fated Castle has never been a secret. Adventurers just like them come by looking for it every once in a while. And whether it's because the impression the name Golden Troop conjures up is nothing more than poetic imagery, or because the castle was built millennia ago, it's more likely than not nothing of value remains there now. But why would they ever listen? Of course not. No sooner had I brought them over to the ruins in the mountains than they began destroying statues and stuffing them in the boxes like people possessed. I couldn't stop them alone, so I went back to the town to get help. I never imagined I'd found nothing but dazed stares and mad ramblings all around. It was like everyone had fallen under some hypnotic spell. The Daydream Club has researched hypnosis before, but something like this is beyond their capabilities. My hypothesis is something abnormal has occurred within the ruins. According to the records... Actually, why are we the only ones not affected? Interesting. Most interesting. I don't know. I've decided this guy's bored. I don't think his dialogue reflects that anymore, but at the beginning he sounded very bored. Perhaps we can find a solution in the ruins. Why don't you wait here, Este? Leave the adventuring to us. If you come too, you might get turned into a golem. Aw, is that your cat, Este? It's so cute! No, the fellow who studied hypnoticism would likely say they are creatures with keen senses. How odd. That collar? Pendant? Could have sworn I'd seen that accessory before. It ran off. Anyway, ignoring the cat question for now, we should still go to the ruins first and have a look. Say, Este, how do we get there? The ruins? The mountain behind the town. Just so happens to be the exact direction the cat ran off in. Then it's time we set off. Things are pretty nerky right now. Take extra care. You two all right? We'll be right back. Don't you worry. And we were down there for 2 months. Oh my goodness. I forgot that there are, Oculus on this island. For some reason, I thought that you could max out the statues before you got to Petrichor, but I guess we couldn't. Huh. The more you remember. Ah, that would have been fun. There was another Oculus. There. Bell Tower? Probably Bell Tower? No. Just a normal roof. Boring! Ah, well. This this flute player has such a brassy tone. That's so good. Like instead of ah, it's like wah. That's what I mean by brassy. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. Look at her go. Oh. Uh-oh. Hey. Okay. Oh, the moon signs are verdant dew. Oh. I'm still figuring this out, very much so. But that's okay. You guys love me anyway. Yeah, I would definitely like her seal. Not bad, not bad. Your valor would not know shame, even should it stand on the company of the Merchazi hunters of old. Whoa, it's a talking animal. We've seen a lot of really strange things on our journey. Even so, a glowing talking cat? Paimon supposes it still makes the rare list. One such as I shall not dwell on being called a strange thing. O chosen champions, traveler, and Paimon, the time has come for true heroes such as ye to step forth. Come with me unto the ancient kingdom of the deep seas. We must still the chaotic symphony if we are to save the lost souls. Right, I'm the hero. Let the journey begin. Seriously, traveler, how can you fall for this stuff so easily? Very well then, O chosen hero. For the sake of Paime's tummy tum, stand tall and move with haste to buy her some Fanta. Speaking of which, who are you? Must I start from the beginning? Very well. Oranides of Oranopolis is my name, spirit keeper of the ancient realm. Owetnidus of the swear now? Ah, what a tongue twister. Paime's just gonna call you Aussie for short. That's close enough, right? What do you think? It appears that I cannot command this body as I wish, to the extent that bestial behaviors may even overbear me from time to time. If from the beginning I could only have... As the two of you can see, the boundaries between past and present here have begun to blur thanks to the influence of the chaotic symphony. It is for this reason that I, too, have awoken, for now the affected area is just small. The inhabitants of Petrichor have had their souls taken away. They exist in that maddened, dreamlike state because the symphony has temporarily granted them identities and memories to fill the void left behind. It is as if a vessel filled with pure water has had its contents replaced with wondrous wine. An apt description, considering that those were memories of ancient history gifted by the symphony. Let Paimon think. So what you're saying is that the townspeople of Petrichor have had their souls stolen? And that their bodies have been possessed? That sounds super scary. You said that the affected area isn't really large yet. That is correct, traveler. Of course, eventually, even the Court of Fontaine will be consumed if the chosen hero cannot restore harmony to the chaotic melody. No choice but to take a look. Yeah, alright then, Aussie, leave the way. Thank you so much. The road to the ancient realm lies beneath the spring you see before you. I have caused the seal on the hidden path to manifest. Next, I shall activate the device that maintains the seal. Big stretch. Is that smug enough, Medi? There we go. Now then, help me retrieve the harp strings, and I shall thus be able to break the seal and open the way.
Sure.
Wahoo. Now then, let us onto the faded castellum of gold. A faded golden cast? F.C. mentioned something about the legends of Faded Castle, right? Are we talking about those ruins? Nay, those are but scraps on the surface. The true castle lies deeper underwater. You sure do know much more than the cats in town, huh? You compare me to the cats in town? Such... Follow closely and try not to get lost then. Wow, he just jumped down. Can cats swim? Is that a genuine question? Why wouldn't cats be able to swim? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Can I just dive here? Oh, my posture's been pretty good. There's some bone cracks. And I took my meds right before stream, including ibuprofen. So we are all good to go. But yeah, about 3 hours in, someone holler at me to... no, 4 hours in, so 3 hours from now. Okay. The bubbles really do make it worse. Difficult to say. Perhaps that golem you defeated earlier. That's just terrifying. Is it too late to swim back now? I still can't land on a Paimon voice. But the more I point it out, the more I'll get weird about it, so I shall keep trying. There's a bunch of world quests. At one point I'll get consistent at it. Right, chat? I say is the... Although... Something did the original voice actor get consistent at it. Huh, Paimon didn't think there'd be such a huge space down below. Guess you do know your stuff. This is but the tip of the iceberg. Once an entire nation in the land upon which it was built sank beneath the waves, and my mission is to prevent that from which has sunk from resurfacing. Or so I believe. Poof, and just like that, you suddenly become a lot less reliable. Well, what am I but a cat who knows an inkling more than those in town, Anyway, we are the sole arbiter- oh, that's not Paimon. Anyway, we are the sole arbiters of whether the souls of the townsfolk can safely return to their bodies or not, so eyes up now. The fated castle is just through that great gate. Let us continue onwards. Maybe I should have made him British. Maybe that would have made him sound more like an asshole. Right now I'm going more for- I guess I'm going more for haughty than smug. Do not let those trifling things out the window interfere with our relentless march forward. We have work to do. But they're pretty. Wow, there's... I thought okay, I was driving myself nuts because I was like, why am I not finding like any Oculus when I'm missing so many? It's because I had actually gotten all of them. I legitimately just entirely forgot that there were Oculi and Petrichor. I could have sworn you were able to get all the achievements and stuff done before Petrichor, but I guess not. Makes sense, though. Whoa! Paimon has a lot of people who can live in a huge castle like this. But of course, and not just people either. Hey, there you go again, saying creepy stuff with a straight face. Oh, fret not. Surely heroes such as yourselves would dispatch any hidden ghosts or phantoms without breaking a sweat. And what is this? What an exquisite box. Do we think Paimon actually knows what the word exquisite means? Do we? Anyway. Seems like the music box of some kind. Still, it doesn't seem to fit in well with its surroundings. Good eye. That is indeed a music box, but just as I have knowledge beyond ordinary cats, this music box has functions beyond most others. My, I didn't think you'd be so catty. Hey, Paimon was just joking before. She didn't think you'd take it seriously. It's Paimon's fault, okay? Don't be mad. Seriously? Now you pretend to be a cat? Anyway, those who lack any musical knowledge can freely operate the power of the symphony using this box. We will have use of it later, I am sure. Huh? But isn't it because this symphony has gone all wacky that all the townsfolk turned into whatever they are now? So what if the traveler presses the wrong button or something? The symphony here may also become chaotic and become the source of all sins. Wait, what? What sins? You okay over there, traveler? Peace now. You need not be so fretful. The symphony was mighty, beautiful, and glorious once, an existence that shouldered golden ideals. That it sows chaos upon the surface is a mere mishap of misalignment, the result of evildoers misusing great, glorious power. But were it the traveler, surely she would wield his power correctly. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Hey, now's not the time to be joking around. What if Ozzy takes you seriously, huh? We have spoken this much. Now to put things to the test. Remember the strings we got from the harp in the ruins? Those were, in truth, the scores on which the symphony was recorded. As long as you place the score into the music box, the box shall play its tune all on its own. Interesting that that's kind of... I mean, obviously it's a cartridge. There's only so many different ways that you can model a cartridge, but like, I don't know. Interesting that this uses a cartridge system as well as the opera Epiclese, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Ooh, hello. Ooh, that's a pretty happy tune. Paimon's feeling all warm and happy inside. It seems this box still functions. Well now, are we not safe? Wait, so you aren't even sure if it would work or not? Not completely. One cannot judge a box by its cover. Do you not concur? Paimon gets the feeling that you're not talking about the box at all. But never mind that. What should we do now? The chaotic symphony must be here. If we can locate it, we can retrieve the souls that have been taken from the townsfolk. Let's have a look around for starters. A reasonable judgment. If memory serves, this castle has a great many strange rooms. Perhaps they are worth investigating first. Also, the castle's central hall plays host to a mysterious stage, though no more plays shall ever be performed there. It was once an entrance to a place deeper underwater still, where the power of the symphony yet lingers. We must go and check for any further anomalies there. Deeper still? Indeed, I wonder what awaits us there. Hey, now's not the time to leave us hanging. You're a surprisingly petty one, huh? Still, before the riddle may be solved, we must find clues that await us in the castle. Come, let us away. Let us away. That's so pretentious. In the Hall of the Sea King? Like Hall of the Mountain King? Question mark? Not that I know the actual story behind that piece. Sia, you've been a dick. I don't think you deserve pets. Actually. Oh wait. Are there other... Okay, I can't get to that one. Or this one though I can... Nope. Okay. Ooh. Oh, hello! It's a strange shiny fish again. Feels like it's been following us from outside all this time. How weird. Paimon, have you witnessed so little of the world as to find such things strange? Are we not underwater? Is it not ordinary to see all manner of fish? But this big guy's anything but ordinary. And this voice, I've heard it before. Seriously? You mean from the dream you had before? This part of the sea outside is like the castle. It belongs to the past. It is something that should have been forgotten. If one ceaselessly calls out to a monster that has been blotted from memory, they may yet jump out and cause trouble. It is wise to be cautious. It is for the best if we simply treat it as an ordinary fish. You make everything sound so scary. You're just trying to keep us out or something? I simply mean to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, our top priority is to receive the surface dollar's souls, no? It just so happens there's a blank score before us. We simply need to use the music box to tune the auto-harmonic reed pipes on either side, and we can obtain it. Give it a go. Hold and unleash sound waves. Okay. Is it T and E? Yeah. Wait, what? Oh! Duh. Wahoo! I think that these are some of my favorite ruins too. Just everything is very detailed out. Yeah, the hamburger, I guess. Yeah, I think these are my favorite ruins. Also, yeah, I need to remind myself, if at any point I feel like I have enough stamina to sprint, then I have enough stamina to, I have enough stamina to use her charged attack. Although there are times where the normal dash is just more convenient. Of course. Okay. Is this the stage you spoke of earlier? And are Paimon's eyes deceiving her, or is the mural on top moving? It's kind of spooky. That terrifying power couldn't be that terrifying power couldn't be escaping from here, could it? Hey, are you spacing out? My apologies. I was distracted for a moment. Did you once perform on this stage? Is that why you're feeling, nostalgic or something like that? Did you play a cat? That seems unlikely. I might have, or I might have not. It was all in the past either way. Utterly irrelevant. What matters now is the scent of discord I smell in the air, as though one presence, one that makes me uneasy, once visited this place. I fear that specifics may only be ascertained once we have performed the score here. There's one here too? Paimon didn't notice. Well, you may have seen scores shaped like strings, but you have not seen those shaped like murals. One such is before you. Oh, so the pictures are moving because it's actually a score? Yes, did we not find the blank score before? It is now time to perform it. Please, do the honors. I think that the breathier I make Paimon's voice, the weirder it sounds. But her voice is higher, so I keep tending breathier anyway. And I think I just gotta commit to the more like instead of like this, like it's like this. Oh shit, what? Not only do we have the same hardy skin, but in our veins flows the same divine essence. We share the same wisdom and melody, the same will. Wow, someone's coming out as a mural. Yeah, whatever. It has been too long, dear friend. How many years since that day? 500? Thousands? Still, time matters not to us all. You may be in this small body now, but I recognized you in an instant. Well, are you tired of battle and have decided to take up rat catching as a new hobby? It's you. And what is he exactly? A monster? A ghost? Or could he be the real Dark Lord? Dark Lord? Barbarians remain barbarians, I see, ignorant of even their own ignorance. Boethius of Remuria am I, foremost harmost of Phobos. You need not introduce yourselves. I have no interest in the titles peddled by primitives. You know this rude guy? I do not deny it, but... Need you be so formal, Cassiodor? Do our years of service under our Sebastos, our god king, matter so little to you? The past is past. I do not know you, whose soul has long been shattered. I do not know how you, whose soul long has been shattered, have manifested, but it seems that the chaotic symphony is your doing and no other. Cease. Return the souls of those who live in the present and go back to the shadow, beneath the deep waters to where you belong. This is my final warning to you. Oh, and what then? Will you continue wearing your mask of hypocrisy, traitor? Will you shut your eyes and ears for another millennium? But you've noticed, haven't you? Why my melody would break its bonds at this time and affect the present. Why my strength has given me the might to open the gate to the deep waters, allowing me to manifest. The power of the sea surges, Cassiodor. The return of Phobos is imminent. Phobos? Yes, indeed. Over these thousands of years, I've already bound my soul to the shattered Phobos. The omniscient enigma, the great power, is about to finally descend again, and this is not the wish we have once failed to accomplish. To repeat the past is to give the ancient tragedy an encore, nor have I ever wanted to sacrifice innocent lives. Is that so? Well, not that it matters, Cassiodor. The world you have defended is coming apart at the seams. The people of bygone times you see before you shall return to their rightful places. Fontaine's existence is a mistake, one we shall correct. When the oceans swallow it, Remuria shall rise above the sea once again, and its light shall shine over the land. Oh! I didn't realize that. I forgot that Remuria saw modern Fontaine as like a bad thing. How can you call it a mistake? You are the mistaken one. We should have assimilated into this new nation thousands of years ago, but it was you who warped them into puppets of ancient slate. Whether that Phobos matter is true or false, as long as my will has not dissipated, your schemes would not succeed. Do you mean to say, then, that we should abandon our honor as Remurians and degenerate into mere base instincts? How could I ever allow my kin to return to those bags of decaying flesh and become slaves to fate once more? It seems that the millennia have not led you to accept Remuria's downfall. If anything, you have grown more obstinate still. Perhaps it's in our stubbornness alone that we are quite similar. I thought that the long years would have rendered you willing to once more stand by our side. You betrayed the tribe that birthed you, and you betrayed Remuria. You may have become the Golden Hunter, but you cannot remove the brand of the Sebastos that marks you still. You will always be a Remurian. Remurians have long ceased to exist, save in your delusions. The road of old has faded away. Of course, or so it was meant to be. But now, the border between past and present has faded. If you insist on becoming the enemy of our ancient realm and sealing me once more in a cage buried beneath the waves, then those Fontanians you wish to protect, yes, all of Petrichor, shall be buried as one. Huh? No way! We won't let that happen! This is not up to you, insolent savage. When that time comes, your lowly flesh will be rendered as dust, but your souls will join with ours and take the next step of evolution. We shall bestow upon you eternal, resilient bodies, that you may never again suffer mortal pain. Should you have words of gratitude, I will hear them. You gotta be kidding me. That's not something we'd be thankful for. Just like those puppets who danced who danced as you performed, those pitiable slaves and servants, those poor children, everything was stripped from them, and you still speak with such conviction. All things have their place. Narrow personal opinions are but refuse to be discarded by a higher class of being Jesus. Besides, as I see it, they are the ideal form of humanity, adhering unerringly to perfect order. Wait. So your whole thing is that you don't like that fate, like, traps people into, like, a specific way of doing things. And so your solution is just a different set in stone way, literally in stone way of doing things. Yeah, okay, buddy. You are absolutely nuts. And despicable, too. Despicable? And what would you call what Cassior did to us thousands of years ago then? By comparison, this is nothing. But patience. We should have a good long talk, but not here, no. We shall speak beneath the deep waters, in the deepest bowels of our ancient realm, where everything began. The realm awakens, Cassiodor. You are the sole survivor of our fallen realm, the sole Romurian left with free will, and you have left us for far too long. You must return to us, and listen to the lamentation and anger of the long years. Perhaps then you shall be more receptive to my symphony, and to the arrangement of Phobos. I will await you in the royal city of Romuria, and Domus Aurea, where the Sebastos pitied his melody. I will, of course, extend the appropriate hospitality to those souls from the present before your arrival. Should you still remain resolute when the time comes, their souls will naturally receive their release. And as for you, you are not part of Phobos' plan, and yet the Great Symphony shall in no wise cast out any audience? In no wise? Cast out? That has to be a typo. Do enjoy the passing prelude I have prepared for you. If fortune proves favorable, we shall meet again. Okay, weirdo. Yippee! Oh! Is there more? Shit. Well, that should shut him up. What do we do now, though? If we want to save the souls of the townspeople, we're gonna have to head to the Domus Aurea or whatever that super rude, duper arrogant guy talked about, right? As you might recall, we weren't invited. Since when have we ever needed invitations to crash some bad guy's party? Oh, right, but from what he said, he seems to have known Aussie for a long time. Said he worked for the Sebastos or whatever? We need to have a good talk before we go. Cassiodor. If you have anything you'd like to ask me this time, I shall tell you all I know. Oh, Lord. Tell us about Romuria. It's an ancient nation. Story begins in the court of Fontaine, was born. Sebastos Remus formed the nation of the High Sea that is Fontaine, and the ancestors of the present-day Fontanians named him the Dark Lord of Remus in their terror. Oh, above the High Sea that is Fontaine. Before it sank, this body of water was part of the Great Fontaine Lake, in the location where the capital of Romuria was sited. As such, these waters have the same properties as those in Fontaine. Wait, so we're actually in the ruins of Romuria? But where the tale differs from the commonly told history is the people of Romuria were not ordinary humans like Fontanians. Well, okay, the Fontanians aren't ordinary humans either, but I digress. Rather, they were a new race. Their bodies were cast of stone with ichor for blood? Huh? I forgot about that. The Sebastos gave us bodies in the hopes that we could escape our prisons of rotting flesh and fate. His great vision was that we should all grasp the powers of the symphony and thereby escape the shackles of Fortuna, becoming the masters of our own destiny. I fear they have long lost their free will, becoming mindless slaves. They're worse off than the humans of old, because they're easily perishables. I'm a cat for now, One's will and soul are more important than one's body. Regardless, it was Sebastos who gave me new life. We once possessed all of the high sea, countless cities and palaces, flowers, flowing wine, and yet fate found us all the same. After returning from the deepest depths of the seas, the Sebastos used Ichor to create imperishable bodies for the people, and still, the prophesied future did not change. Our god king believed that it was because human souls could not escape the gravity of fate, and so he wrote the symphony, the music that could weave destiny. He believed that through this he had found the way to resist fate, but instead that path led us into utter darkness step by step, and in the end the entire kingdom sank beneath the waves as though it had been smote by divine judgment. Okay. I've traversed many bodies, I've had many names. This is all thanks to Remus, who separated my body from the Grand Symphony. I play the role I know well in an unfamiliar form. Boethius, I think that's how you pronounce that? Boethius was not always evil. He was once a noble Harmost of Remuria, and the sole survivor following the great catastrophe that befell the kingdom. The original purpose of the Golden Castellum was to unify our surviving kin and prevent the catastrophe as the rising waters from ever occurring again, but evidently Boethius had his own designs. While I and my companions ranged across the land, he struggled mightily to contain the power of the primordial waters. He used his eloquent tongue to sway those who remained. Huh? Unify our surviving kin, prevent the catastrophe of the rising waters. Oh, okay, the prophecy. Okay. He initiated a foul ritual that aimed to restore the shattered symphony and revive the ruined realm. To this end, he did not hesitate to dissolve the will of our kin and plunder the souls of Fontanians everywhere. Many rulers and nobles became his pawn, and Polites, newly born, lay on the brink of destruction. To stop him, who had now clearly become a monster, I could only forsake my name and become one who hunts phantoms, resisting him alongside the Fontanians. I followed the Sebastos precisely because he'd shown me that golden dream, a land where prejudice and difference were no more, a land of justice and freedom. But that was what it had become after Remuria sank, no more than a dream. I would rather be called a traitor than let Boethius trample on our ordeals. I swore upon fate that I would serve as the barrier between past and present, thus did I become the spirit keeper of our ancient land. Okay. If evil lingered in him, his soul had long been broken, and he would remain naught but discordant notes, a symphony plunged into strife. I never thought that he'd weave his shattered self into the symphony, and thus gain mastery over it. The discord and dissonance that now emanate from these waters can be regarded as an extension of his power. If we are to defeat him, we must await the moment when all his soul fragments have gathered around one body. So... while everybody else was out actually doing the thing, this guy stayed behind and just, like, sacrificed a bunch of people to try to prevent the prophecy in a different way. And in that process, he also sabotaged the symphony by weaving himself into it. I think is what that means. That's a whole lot of words. The symphony is human memory and persona woven into a melody through musical notation, creating a song in which human souls can dwell and have their wishes filled. And that way, to master the symphony is to master fate. This is the secret that the great golden beast Sibylla, the prophet who survived the previous cycle, imparted. There was a prophet who survived a previous cycle? What? The Sebastos, who created the symphony, poured these melodies into the insoluble ichor in hopes that all may control their own fates through playing that music. He overestimated us, I fear, for his deeds terrified us. The people could not bear the burden of fate, and they begged their god and superiors for guidance. At the request of the people, the Sebastos wrote all melodies into the grandest of melodies. This new symphony would bring all of us the greatest happiness, and its name was Phobos. But it did not bring us what it promised. Had the Sebastos' plan worked, the symphony would have woven a melody of utmost greatness for us all, an eternity that would last 1,000 years and beyond, but something went wrong. Besides the Sebastos himself, only said superiors, the Harmost, could have changed Phobos' melody, and Boethius was once an excellent Harmost. If you have anything... oh, okay. Yeah, so he sabotaged it. Okay. About the dreamscape. So that was probably... Boethius and Remus, right? That makes sense. Yes, those were indeed the memories left by he whom I served, the Sebastos, the great god king Remus. So I do not understand how you're able to see them, but I don't think you need to worry. If this chaotic symphony was enough to control you, it would have done so long ago on the surface, but that's not happened. And why isn't Este affected? I have some idea, but it might be best to wait to tell you that. Okay. Long millennia I've searched, and if you could touch some more of these memories, perhaps we may find the answers I've sought all this time. The great waves could not hurt a god, and should their crests scrape their very skies, and yet the Sebastos disappeared without a trace when our nation fell into the depths. He would not have sat idly by while as his nation and people drowned in blood, so where did he go? Or was his passing Romuria's true death now? So is Ichor primordial seawater? If you have anything you'd like to ask me this time, I should tell you all that I know. Actually, yeah, was Remus. Were Remus and Egeria alive at the same time? No. Egeria came back after he came back, but no, but Oceanids had become humans before Remus showed up. So did he just do what Egeria did but different? I don't know. Like, did they just both use primordial seawater to do this? I don't know. I'll call you Monsieur Oz? I'm gonna call him Oz. I'm just gonna call him Oz. We can activate the performance device to begin an onstage performance. It'll fire off note bubbles. You can collect certain numbers of note bubbles. Use the power of the symphony by pressing to unleash a pause. Okay. I'll figure it out as I go. Oh. Was I supposed to pause that? Oh, no, it just empties out whenever I collect 10. Okay. I don't know why I'm not just using the E more, though. Oh, uh-oh. Did I not collect enough in time? Uh-oh. That's embarrassing. Oh no! Bro. Ah. Okay, cool. Looks like I can get at least 2 of those. Oh, hello. Whoa! Birds! Take that back. Oh! It looks like a new movement. Quick, put it in the music box so we can give it a listen. Wow. Oh, it gives you even more chests than it looks like it was going to. Let's go! Okay. I think that's it. Except for this, obviously. Let me up! Thank you. The Sea of Bygone Arrows, ooh. Not even a trace of civilization remains. Well, no need to wax nostalgic then. Let's just get on with it. Damn, bro. Ooh, hello. Where's the... Is it under? What? Where's Oculus? No? Down? Help! Here? There! Haha! Hello. Hope things are going well, chat. I love that Twilight emote. I can't believe I made that like 4 or 5 years ago now. That's crazy. Whoa! Oh my gosh, is it trapped? Wow, looks like that flowing fish we saw before. There's still weird things tangled around the top nearby. What the heck is going on? Paimon's getting more and more confused. I've heard this voice in a dream before. Xyla! I can't remember his name anymore, though. Yes, you may have met him in Sebastos' dream, did you not? Skyla, a fell dragon who once served the Sebastos. He was subdued and sealed here by Botheus. A dragon? Okay. Mr. Super Rude subdued an evil dragon? Paimon didn't think he could do something that amazing. Well, Fell Dragon was the name they gave, but it was no more than a bishop that was a teensy bit stronger than normal. Oh, okay. After all, no new Hydro Dragon could be born so long as the Mistress of Many Waters hibernated in the deep seas. I never thought that bishops could get this large. After all, they are little more than uncultured barbarians. It would be unsurprising if they grew into something much stranger. Okay. In any case, the evil dragon Skyla was once the Sebastos' friend, but he revolted as a critical juncture in the showdown between us Remurians and the Fontanians. At that time, Skyla led the brutal Dragonborn to Makimos, intent on breaching the inner city, Capitolium, where the Sebastos resided. Makimos? I heard people talking about that in town. Yeah, the people in town were always talking about some Makimos in a bell tower or something. Correct. Makimos is the outer city of the capital, but should the Fell Dragon wish to enter the inner city, he must pass through the Initium Iani. That is the barrier separating the inner and outer parts of the capital, and the symphony weaved by the Sebastos and the musicians which covered all the Remuria passed through the Initium Iani and its golden waterways. Botheus and his legions used this fact to shut the Initium Iani, thus finally stealing the evil dragon. Something's not right about that story. Yeah, the dreamscape from before, back then. Skyla should have come and seen Remus before. Perhaps Skyla sought to go before the Sebastos' throne, but such an opportunity is now forever lost. Afterward, the evil dragon sank alongside Remuria, and the Sebastos too was lost, remaining so to this very day. You recall something, Traveler? It all feels a bit muddled. That is true. I only heard tell of events after it had all transpired myself, having not been in the capital when the disaster struck. Then none knew just what had happened to the Sebastos. I fear that we can only learn by proceeding further. The large glowing fish that we saw in the castle may be the thoughts that escaped from fissures in Sila's Doni cell. I fear he has already taken notice of our presence, having been sealed here for so long. Now that he's finally sensed outsiders, he won't actually find a way to lure us in. So that's it! Hang on a minute. You said the way to Domus Aurea is through those gates or something, but hasn't Bozius shut them already? Doesn't this mean there's no getting through? That will prove quite tricky, yes. There's gotta be a limit to how rude you can be. Wasn't this I'll wait for you at Domus Aurea mahahaha nonsense when you can't even leave the doors open, huh? You know, why don't we try to find some way to break the seal on the evil dragon and get the former foe he beat to break the door down for us? No, how can we do such a thing? I mean, after all, that is one of Remuria's nemesis. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend, no? That's right, it's been gone for so long. For all you know, he might have decided to turn over a new leaf and be an ice dragon. But he's still a dragon. More racism, I guess. Come on, so what? Even if he is a dragon, he might be the reasonable kind we can talk with. We got experience in dealing with these dragons, don't we, Traveler? Well, there's that time with Dvalin. Yep, that bit where he kicked up a storm in Mondstadt while under the influence of a curse. We had a big fight because of it, too. Those examples were pretty convincing, were they? Come on! No amount of suspicious looks is gonna suddenly give us better options. I know, you're right. Let's give it a try. The seals that bind the evil dragon seem to be connected to 3 locations. Let us begin by removing the chains in those 3 places. Ooh, pretty. Symphonia Sime Fine? Question mark? Where's this Oculus? I think it's here. It is. Sesame Street. Oh, I'm trying to get my waypoints first. There. Oh my god, it was overlapping with the ring, so I got confused. LOL. Hello. Is something hidden amongst the corals? Lore? Oh, okay. Ah! Oh, that's not fair. I hadn't pressed T yet, so I just missed it. Bruh. There we go. LOL. Here we go. This way. Yeah, really cool seeing how like memories, dreams, and songs can have physical presences in the world, like consistently throughout Tevat. And it's just like different groups for different like cultural reasons, basically. I really have like chosen different mediums and stuff. Really cool. Dominus Cassiodor, is that you? It is you, just as I thought. You finally returned. I was ordered to guard this fortress, but the cruel bishops and attacks of the barbarians were simply too much for me, so I was forced step by step until I arrived here. It seems as though many, many years have passed since then. What tidings from beyond? Were we glorious? Victorious? Is that so? Then we lost. I am sorry. Do not say such things, honored Dominus. I have already imagined this day might come when I joined the Sebastos' legions. Did the Sebastos not say that he wanted to lead us to break the shackles of Fortuna? But is doing that so simple? After all, what we struggle against is fate itself, and defying fate is a feat beyond even the greatest of gods. In the end, all our efforts were in vain. Nay, say not so, Dominus. We took up arms against divine destiny, and our deeds challenged the laws of heaven. We resisted that prophecy, resisted it most valiantly. Though we failed in the end, someone must have betrayed us, led us astray. Still, the outcome no longer matters. Come what may, our deeds shall be carved into this world's history. Hey, why did he just fall over like that? Can some people also just suddenly faint? I still do not know his name. It appears his history has now reached its conclusion. Wait, that's so sad. Has he just been fighting here all these thousands of years? But now he's finally at peace. Let us continue onward. That is very reminiscent of the Chasm quest, isn't it? So I wonder if there will be other parallels between Aussie. And, wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Those seals, the shadows of fast lingering here. If we can defeat both seals, we can... Okay, wait, what? Am I supposed to go up here and hit the thing? No. Ah! Oh! Holdy. Okay. Man, they give you chests for breathing in Remuria. Definitely not a complaint. Okay. Oh, what's this? Anglerfish. The long-destroyed ancient civilization raised these mimetic devices for some unknown purpose. Press to unleash a pause sound wave at their tails to force them to stop moving before grabbing your due reward. Here? Like this? No? Or do I do it at the... this thing? Hello? Oh. There it is. No? What have I managed to misunderstand here? I'll worry about it later. Yeah, oh. I wonder if, all the strings playing in unison, basically, while the, wind instruments do other stuff on top, is meant to represent how, like, the two different parties of humans at play. What are you? Oh, no. Okay, I have to stop you here. No, come back this way. Come back, come back, come back. Oh, no. Shit, 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 shit. Why didn't you stop? Oh, he is stopped. Okay. I think? Yeah? Yes! Yippee! I'm so good at this game. Oh! Uh-oh! Oh god, shut tight the brass gates of the heavenly city. The sword of Remus has cut the threads of fate, and once land is the— Damn it! Even if I wasn't reading out loud, that's kind of... whatever. Imperator, are you alright? Are you dreaming again? So noisy, what's going on? The people have gathered in your great hall. I believe they have many questions for you, Imperator. Recently, the melody of Phobos have been interrupted many times, and so they have many concerns regarding this. I have no choice but to do this. I trust your wise judgment, naturally, but I have heard something of the recent happenings. Is something wrong with Phobos? Phobos has planned routes for everyone, such that humanity as a whole can attain happiness. There should be no issues, not when we have the aid of, Sibylla's nearly limitless powers of calculation. But I heard cries of sorrow within the music. Did someone secretly alter the musical score of Phobos? No, none can do that except myself and the other Harmosts. Oh golly gee, I wonder which one it was. Could it be that the prophet had hidden something from us? Impossible. Has she not already sacrificed her very life for this cause? The veracity of her prophecy has been validated by the Mistress of Waters. She would have harbored no such selfish designs. Or perhaps it is precisely because she had no desires of her own. Today, all people rely on Phobos to make judgments and decisions for them. If something were to go wrong with it, the citizens fear that all would descend into chaos. Oh, so is Phobos kind of like the Akasha terminals, then? In a weird way? don't know. I'm very interested to see if we got to interact with like specters of the actual people of Remuria, if those people were actually like happy with how everything was going. I need you to go to where those who cling to blind faith are. For this reason, I will grant you free will. Is that to say you wish to separate my melody from the grand symphony as a contingency against mishaps? No, it's still too early. I fear my soul is still unable to withstand such great fate. I believe in you. Oh, this is Aussie, I bet. But from now on, you shall no longer be part of we. I understand. I have resolved myself. If this is your wish, Imperator, I shall see it done. Yeah, I remember so much less of this quest than I thought I did. I can't remember if this is Aussie or Botheus, or Anopheles, the city of the future. Call yourself by this new name. Oh, okay. After Aussie has departed, you pass through the golden corridors and the sounds of people in debate grow closer. The area goes quiet, but only by a little when you reach the central podium of the main hall. That's Botheus. Okay. Oh, great Sebastos, please, give us your instructions. Many have been unable to hear the Phobos' melody as of late. The people are frightened, Imperator, frightened and confused. Our grand plan was proceeding as normal. The barbarians skulking in the shadows were being eliminated one by one, and the polluted waters were cleansed by Ichor. Yet, my Imperator, you plan to call a halt to our noble war without cause or reason? Why have you done this? I exercise my own judgment in the matter. Great Sebastos, I do not mean to challenge your authority, but I believe that you have shown them sufficient mercy already. We have brought glorious harmony to the land. The gates of Remuria are open to all who wish to join in our golden order. Except for the barbarians you're killing at the gate? Yeah, okay. But what have they done? They have destroyed our towers and slaughtered our musicians. Their blighted souls are unworthy of any salvation. We cleanse these barbarous lands with blood, and order and civilization shall sprout up after the destruction. For such ignorant savages, this is the highest mercies that can be granted to them. Jesus! That's not what I want. But there should not be even a sliver of shadow under the sun. Is that not also your great ideal? If I may, Imperator, I believe that this is the wish of all citizens of Remuria. Sebastos, please, give the order. Okay, defiled are those who dwell in Capitolium. If blood will not wash this land clean, how shall guiltless flowers bloom? Okay! Yeah, that sounds mentally stable of you. Mm-hmm. And also very third world quote-unquote developed country, huh? Our gates are open to everyone except for the people that we're detaining and killing at the gate. Everyone's welcome! Like, yeah, okay, bro. Washer octopus? Underwater creatures have achieved marvelous symbiosis. Pressing to unleash a pause sound wave. You cannot do so with blue ones who must be interacted with by other means. Huh? Okay. Time to rock? Sure. Cute, I think. Are there any other interactions to be had with this little guy? No. Okay. So yeah, I guess it's just making that flower bloom. There's probably like a hidden exploration thingy to get all of them. All those flowers in bloom or something is my guess. I don't know. Hydroculus? No? Uh-oh. I don't even hear it. Oh, there it is. Hello. Oh, nope, that's a different one. Okay. Close enough. Average Hydroculus hunting experience in a vertical map. Oh, I found it! Oh no, that's an entirely different one. That's just in an almost identical spot. Epic. Oh! Gonna run around and grab these, just so I don't forget them. Oh! Oh! Oh, shoot! I just noticed all these. Sorry if anyone's like properly watching and that red bubble is driving you completely nuts for the past like 10 minutes or however long that's been up. Although I imagine most people would be in podcast mode for this. 'Cause it's a lot of text. It's a lot of text. There's a lot of pretty visuals too, but like, yeah. This way. Oh! Interesting wraparound happening there. Structurally makes sense, but definitely unique. Okay. So I chat with... No. I freeze you. No? Yeah? Oh, that's not one of the special ones. Oh my gosh, okay. I understand now. And then I press TE to... Nope. TE to turn this... Oh, to turn this blue. No, I want it to stay blue. No? Am I losing my mind? Do I need to explode you? No. Give me a hint. The creature seems to feed off the energy as a symphony. So is this isolated? Oh, I just need to sit here for a minute with this. I guess. That's what that blue thingy means? Oh. Or that? Like make it point the right way? Oh, no. Make it point at the guy so he can eat. Okay. Okay, sure. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even the chain. Oops. Oh, right. Okay. Oopie. More combat? Hey, you. Yes, you gibbering imbecile. Why do you delay? Even if we waste it away, the treasure won't move itself, surely. Nay, sir. It's just that they're simply too heavy. We've been at this all day, yet there's still so much less. Where then is the intrinsic merit in feeding that prodigious size of yours? It's treasure, your treasure. Of course it's heavy. Okay, this is just the same dialogue that we entered with. So I guess they, got fucked up right after they left. Maybe they're turning the golems after the boat they were on sank. Yeah. Rip. Are you of Legion 9? What are you doing here? Should you all not have been ordered to retreat to the Fort Charybdis? Hey, Este, don't you ruin our fun. These barbarians are less of a threat than dead fish anyway, so just let us have our fun messing about here for a while longer, won't you? These treasures. I don't know what orders your Harmost gave you, but did the Sebastos not order us to subdue these ignorant tribes and free them of fate's shackles? Those orders do not include such clearly criminal deeds. Ah, surely you jest. The orders of our commander, mighty Dominus Boethius, or indeed to punish these savages harshly. And besides, we have received no punishment. That means both Phobos and the Sebastos, our imperator, approve of our actions. Oh, so what's all this talk about crimes? Are you trying to start trouble? So, I guess maybe the biggest mistake was, forgetting that, like, the symphony was man-made. You know, Remus is a man, he's a god king, but he's still a king, and a king is a man, usually. And Phobos was created by, like, a human prophet, albeit a human that survived a previous cycle, so she's clearly different. But, yeah, like... And I guess that's kind of similar to things with Teyvat, right? Like, a lot of the way that people see things is just that, like, these are the laws and nobody can break them, but the thing is, like, the rules were made by somebody, and therefore they can be edited or changed or whatever, you know? And not only that, but breaking the rules doesn't always go unpunished because the rule maintainer is not any more divine than anyone else in a lot of ways, right? Like, that's a big point of, like, a lot of the Archons story quests, right? Is that even though they are Archons, they are gods, they have immense power, they're not all-knowing, not by any means. So yeah, I guess just the downfall of Remuria, and what the downfall of the Heavenly Principles probably will be, is the fact that, like, in being so secretive, they've opened the gate for people to just say whatever they want. You know, like this, like, oh, well, the symphony hasn't punished you, so therefore the symphony approves. It's like, okay, but the symphony doesn't know. Anyway. There's another essay here. It appears it is time to answer that question of yours from earlier. The Este you met in town must be a descendant of Remurians. His ancestor must have followed me to join the new nation all those years ago, becoming an ordinary Fontanian. As such, the symphony that has stolen these Fontanian souls would not affect him. But in turn, the melody that records his ancestors' memories had nowhere to go, and so attached itself to that statue. So you mean the Este here is Town Este's ancestor. The real Este is a quick-witted. What about the others? Just wandering souls, lost in their memories. Let us go have a look. Hello there, Este. Yes, hello. And who are you exactly? You do not appear to be Remurians. Are you savages, then? I'm just a passing traveler. Well, this is a battlefield, and you put yourselves in great peril. You should leave this place, regardless of who you are. Este, it is I. It has been a while. Skies above. It's you, Dominus Cassiodor. You so rarely appear in this form that I almost fail to recognize you. And as for these two, are you their attendants? You can just take that to be so. Still, Dominus Cassiodor, what brings you here? Did the Sebastos not send you to... Damnation, I cannot remember. Am I in some dream? That does seem to be the case. Surely you jest. The Sebastos must have assigned you to some secret mission again, or else I am an ignoramus. You guessed correctly. Speaking of which, why are the legionnaires of Legion 9 guarding those chains? The chains? You mean the treasure, yes? I believe them to be spoils of war. Though the Sebastos views war as not but a sad necessity in fulfilling our grand aspirations, and has long outlawed such brutal behaviors, you know as well as I that they have become commonplace nonetheless. We are on a path of darkness, though none perceive it. Dominus Cassiodor, what has happened? Phobos was meant to bring us happiness, but all I can feel is pain that I cannot name. I too am searching for the answer to that question, but it appears that we will have to deal with the problem at hand first. Indeed, those are our legionnaires, so let us solve things peacefully, if we may. Are they immediately going to throw us into combat? Okay, no. Legionnaires of the Legion 9. Huh? Who are you? Este's little helpers? That we are. We are no ordinary helpers. Mighty are we who have come with Dominus Cassiodor to attend to aid him. Seems you two have quite the penchant for acting. Dominus Cassiodor, you say? I hear that the Sebastos had sent him to Aramorica. Has he returned so soon? Well, the one next to us is, in fact... Whatever the case, we have yet to survey the frontline legions. Right, I figured as much. I mean, we haven't gone to Fort Charybdis with the main body of troops, but we are the rear guard, so some final cleanup is well within the range of our duties, eh? Is this also a command from Phobos? Well, it should have guided our every move, but since coming here, there have been many times where we could not hear its melody. As such, we've fallen back on Dominus Boethius's directives. The Sebastos does not permit the harm of innocent people. Innocent, you say? Yes, he did task us with helping these vulnerable humans before the war began, but our actions have the tacit approval of Phobos. Could its decrees ever be in conflict with the sacred word of the Sebastos? Phobos could have made a mistake, and you're not receiving the melody. Well, that is true enough, but in what can we place our trust, if not Phobos? Surely would not stand idly by were we to diverge from the correct path. Phobos is a perfect creation. I counsel you, as a Romarian, to not doubt its directives. Nothing's truly perfect. What are we doing now? Debating sophistry? Take it up with those musical erudites in the castle. A soldier's duty is to obey. Complex matters are not my strong suit. Very well, you speak true. We must reconsider our actions. In truth, I do not know how things came to this. There's been a strange feeling in my heart ever since this war broke out. We were meant to pursue freedom and happiness, but Phobos led us here instead, step by step. Has something gone wrong? What could it be? If you meet with the Sebastos upon your return, please apprise him of our circumstances and our doubts. You'll be doing us a great favor. Don't worry, we will. Yeah, I guess that just Remuria became such a large kingdom that it was just it just became impossible to manage. That's definitely the vibe I'm getting here, which, again, definitely foreshadowing things with Teyvat, in my opinion. I'm gonna mark this. You probably get an achievement for reading all these ancient engravings. Cause yeah, Cause the interesting thing is that I feel like a lot of the times with these stories, the thing that happens is that the leader is like, oh, everything's honky-dory, my officers are telling me everything's perfect, so that means everything is perfect. But in this case, we hear Remus, like, expressing doubt and concern over what's going on, you know? But that said, he does still ultimately choose to, trust Boethius and stuff, right? Well, or rather, he only sets up that one contingency plan with, Aussie, you know, rather than doing, like, a full-scale thing against, Boethius, you know? I mean, I guess he just noticed too late, but even then, it's like, what was preventing him from editing the Phobos back to how it was meant to be? You know? I don't know. It seems that you've resolved our previous problem. I suppose that means you'll be rushing towards your next goal then? Yes, I'll be counting on you to take care of this place, Este. Also, remember that it is better to trust the wisdom of your heart rather than handing all judgment of right and wrong over to Phobos, or any Harmost. The Sebastos created Phobos to free us from our servitude to destiny, but the people's blind faith has led us into enslavement more frightful still. In the future, you may encounter a similar choice once more. I hope you'll make the right decision when the time comes. Dominus Cassiodor, why are you suddenly speaking of such things? Still, I shall keep your words in my heart. I, Este, shall uphold my own sense of justice. That is good. Farewell, Este. I believe we shall meet again. I'm sure that they tell us, you know, exactly why XYZ types of contingency plan didn't, come into play, rather than just, like, letting things play out. You know? I still find it weird. Like, the only thing we see Remus do is tell Aussie to go free. But, yeah, again, if I just wait, it'll tell me. Ooh. Hello. Ooh, a Seelie. Hello. Ooh, 3 Seelies! Or a... Hello. And a remarkable chest. Wahoo! Is the Seelie just gonna stand here? Yes! Can we go now, ma'am? Yes, thank you. Whoa, the fuck is that? What? This? No. Oh, okay. Ah! Oops. I'm so glad they did this instead of just making you... I really think that stuff like this is the best addition to, like, later regions. Okay. Are you just walking in a circle forever, or do we eventually leave? We eventually leave. Okay. Okay, and where are you? This way. Oh, right there. Oh! That's cute. Gimme! Oh, he has a symphony. Hello. I just wanna be part of your symphony! Yeah! You hold me tight, oh, symphony! Do I hit it again? No? No? Okay. I only get to hit once? Damn. Unlike the number of times I hit your mom with my penis. No domestic violence. I guess this is just a regular combat chest. Whom. 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 Yeah, Fontaine's rewards are very generous. For some reason, I forgot that it really is just Inazuma and Sumeru. For some reason, I thought it was Inazuma, Sumeru, and Fontaine that all had kind of dinky rewards, but nah, it's just the two. Which kind of makes sense, I guess. Technically. Like, I, from a story standpoint, could accept something there, maybe, but from a gameplay standpoint, absolutely not. It was bullshit. Death to remarkable chests, and all that they stand for. Anyway. Ooh, we're back to strings. And like very percussive too. Ah, such warm ocean currents, free at last. Well now, little ones, hail you from the surface. I know not for what reason you've come to this deep water prison, but... We aren't little anything, you're just way too big. Haha, very well. Either way, you have broken that shackles that have bound me for millennia. That places me in your debt. If there's any undertaking in which I may aid you, then speak. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Paimon knew you'd be a reasonable guy. Anyway, Paimon's name is Paimon, and she's a traveler, and this is... actually, Paimon's not sure what name you know him by, but we call him Monsieur Oz. Ah, Cassiodor, it is you. It has been a while, so you came back after all, but still, you are sadly late. By a few thousand years, no less. Oh, looks like the big guy knows you, Monsieur Oz. I have nothing to say to despicable traitors. Speak not so rashly, mortal. We are dragon-born. We keep all our promises and betray none, which is more than can be said for your haughty race. Save your breath. It is worth less than a drowning mayfly. Your betrayal is undisputed. Were we not defeated in that war precisely because you turned against us? If we had not lost that war, our nation, the Sevastos, wouldn't have... you've been gone far too long, Cassiodor. The truth is not what you imagine. Well, I suppose that a secret plan would not have been secret had its details reached your ears. Secret plan? My leading an army of bishops to assault the capital was, in fact, part of Remus's final secret plan, and he did all this to save his nation and people, a man of great moral character. Had he gone mad too? Yeah, that is kind of weird. Why would a ruler ask someone to invade their own country? And what, little one, would one such as you or I know of Remus's thoughts? Whatever the case, look upon this, Cassiodor. Even you should be able to divine its meaning. The guiding golden bees, they should only heed the call of the symphony. Why would the Bastos bestow his power upon a savage dragon? Because they had an arrangement. Oh, you know much, little one. From where did you learn that? From memory scattered in the sea. You speak correctly. Yes, indeed, we did have an arrangement. But I failed him. I squandered his noble sacrifice. I could not make it to the Domus Aurea in time, and so the waves devoured the whole city, and my kindred could not escape either. How could such a thing be? If it is betrayal you speak of, then Boethius was a true traitor. Were it not for that lying devil, that deceitful rat, and his silver-tongued deceptions, how could a prince among dragonkin such as I, who once led our armies after the age of the ancient dragons, have been beaten so easily? That devil first falsely claimed to have given up resistance on Remus's orders, saying he had ordered the legions to cease resistance, yet when we arrived here, he suddenly rose up against us. Ah, false surrender. Ugh. Now that I have had much time to think on it, I fear he must have learned of Remus's plan somehow, and thus was able to set up an inescapable trap and lure me in, step by step, and thus did my flesh and bone turn to stone, and thus did it remain for millennia, to this day, when you rescued me. Boethius knew perfectly well what a massive calamity his actions would bring about, yet he still... Could he have been trying to seize control over Phobos? Was that why he committed such sins? It seems we don't have the full story yet. So, the guy who keeps calling others traitors was actually a traitor through and through? But why though? Are we gonna have to ask him? Paimon doubts we get a straight answer. So that loathsome, recalcitrant demon worm has yet to dissipate, has he? Yeah, and he's still in the souls of a whole bunch of Fontanians, too. Rescuing them is actually the main reason we're here. He said that he'd wait for us within Domus Aurea. Well, he just said he'd wait for Monsieur Oz, but we're coming along uninvited. Never leaving a door open, though. The Anisha Miani. Though feeble tricks and smokescreens have been set to dismay us, but at the end of the day, it's nothing more than a glorified stone door. I may have lost my physical body, but it is no great labor to take the little ones over to settle the matter. Watch closely, little ones. Oh, it's like that scene in Nemo! Ooh, you're pretty reliable! Now we simply need to break these revealed seals one by one. If you are prepared, then let us go. Well then, Monsieur Oz, are you ready? Now that it's come to this, we have little choice. Alright then, what about you, traveler? Ready? Yeah. Yeah. Should we desire to open the stone door? Okay. Well, I didn't get to read the rest of that. Oh. Very pretty. There's just a cat in a bubble. Our beautiful main character and a gorgeous ancient whale. And then a cat in a bubble. It's dangerous here. Stray not far from me or there will be danger. Okay. It's not letting me move myself, so okay. Was it close, Paimon? Oh! That woodwind fanfare is so sick! effect did they do? At first when it came in, it kind of sounded like whale song, right? Like it had that like echoey effect to it. What is that? I mean, it sounds like a normal flute, but did they add that in post? Like with a microphone and a pedal? Or did they have like two flutes play slightly out of tune with each other or something? Ooh, that's groovy. Very short, but very good musical moment. A lot of people bitch about, like, those kinds of cutscenes where you're just watching the character move, but I think it's worth it when they have a special music bit for it. This palace was fashioned from a giant ship. It was designed to be a titanic instrument on which the symphony was to be played. See those pipes extending outwards? Though the symphony now lies broken, this was once how it would be broadcast to the four corners of the world. The whole palace is an instrument? The entire thing? Then wouldn't this entire water body start vibrating if it were to play? We might get blasted apart like tofu if we get too close. What's tofu? Wait, you've never had any? Then it might be hard to explain. We could always take you up to have some next time. Wait, can Cass even eat tofu? The eternal city, indeed. Remus's will protects this place still, just as I expected. No wonder that brazen, shameless traitor has endured even till this day. I imagine that Botheus owes his survival of time's erosion to having laid low in the palace for all these millennia. And over those long years, he gradually mastered the power of Phobos. Well, now that we're here, we should meet up with that rude guy. He might just be shocked to see us all, you know? In that case, let us part ways for now. Huh? You're not coming along? Why would you think I'm afraid? I merely do not wish to see that particular one again. I wish to never again hear a word from that devil's mouth. His words are a sham, and shameful are his lies. See that you do not fall for them. Besides, I could not help you even if I came with you, for I am but a temporary occupant of this ichor-made body. Were battle to be joined, I would have no recourse. Not that I would mind terribly, but no gain would salve the loss of his seizing the symphony that Remus bequeathed unto me. Let us part here for now. Though I cannot aid you in battle, I can use the currents to send you hence. Come to me should you need such aid. Regardless, let us meet again once you have vanquished that traitor. When that time comes, perhaps I too shall have the chance to make amends with my past regrets. Oi. Pharsalia's Rhapsody. Who's Pharsalia? Have we heard that name before and I'm blanking, or is that, or are we just saying that for funsies? Either way, it's cool. I'm just. See, I would like to go. This. Or do I just want to go straight up to the quest? I'll go straight up to the quest. Fair. I think this is the coolest fast travel option we've gotten. Honestly. I do wish you could control the camera some, though. At least during the QTE, so you could, like, look down and around to check in on stuff. I don't know. This almost sounds like coronation music. Like the introduction before the person who's getting crowned walks in. I almost said coronated. Cassiodor, dear friend, I knew you would come. Ah, and the uninvited barbarians. When it comes down to it, you're not the boss of this place. Besides, it was Ozzy who brought us here. That counts as an invitation as far as Paimon's concerned. Really, you're the discourteous one here. Exactly! We've heard all about it, you know, all the bad stuff you've done. Silence, you noisome, obstreperous insects. I'm speaking to Cassiodor. Do not interrupt. Traveler, Paimon, I'll take care of this. Botheus, I have come as promised. Honor your pledge and relinquish the souls of the surface dwellers. They do not deserve to suffer this unforeseen calamity. The grudges between us should stay between us. You call this unforeseen? Have you not looked upon our kindred? They lie trapped in these lightless waters like walking corpses. Are they not supposed to walk upon sunlit shores? In my brief interment of surface folk souls is a disaster, bereft of rhyme and reason. Then what would you call the millennia-long suffering of our kind? Listen, and listen well. The judgment of the surface peoples has only just begun. No, the one who imprisoned them was you. It was you who turned our kind into monsters. We once had a choice. So long as we discarded our old grudges, the Mistress of Waters agreed to help us into her new nation. But you used them, took advantage of their pain, their trust in you. You turned them into tools of your ambition. That was their choice. They chose the old order, not the honeyed death you brought. And just as they gave unto us the conducting batons the Sebastos bestowed upon them, so too are we duty-bound to lead them onto the correct path. How dare you swagger, you shameless traitor, you who betrayed the Sebastos' trust and led our nation to ruin. I hear that vile dragon slander in your words, and you would believe the foe of our nation rather than your kin and comrades? I serve no god, no king, only the mighty Remuria and their noble ideals. Remus proved unworthy to reign supreme, from the moment he uttered that perverse command, and so there are no traitors. If anything, it was I who rescued our nation from his error. Okay. So, Egeria wanted an alliance between Remus and... Oh, so this is very similar to King Deshret and Ruka Nevada, isn't it? Where the two gods wanted an alliance and to, like, coexist together and create a fuller nation together. And then there were individuals, except obviously in King Deshret's case, it was, like, posthumous. Whereas during Remus's rule, the conspirators against the goddess were... like, actively working under his nose while he was alive. Which actually does kind of make Egeria dying in Ruka Nevada's lands, like, even sadder. You know? Well, wait, no. Did she? No, because I think that was after Ruka Nevada died. I'm not sure, though. But, I mean, well, it's still... Ruka Nevada's legacy and whatnot, you know? Just, Poor girls. He colluded with our foes, commanding the vile Drake to flatten our cities. He even attempted to destroy the Grand Symphony, which would have consigned us to live under Fortuna's yoke once more. How could I have stood aside and done nothing in the face of his madness? And so you betrayed him. You shut the Anishim Iene, and in the end, Phobos' power went out of control, and the royal palace sank into the depths. Will you not open your eyes to the truth? It was Remus who betrayed us, betrayed Phobos. That was a true prelude to tragedy. I've already spent thousands of years struggling to recreate the symphony of the past, weaving the broken melodies together in the deep waters just to recreate what you hear now. No, in your hands it has become harsh. The discordant voices of agony and hate denounce your violence. Ha! And who decides what is harmonious or not? Is it not absolute power? Remus bent the knee to the savages and odious dragons precisely because he failed to comprehend this. Oh, so... Boethius saw uniting with the Fontanians is, like, bowing to the will of fate, which, I mean, technically, yes. You know, like, technically, yes, except that's only, well, actually, no, because, I mean, that's only true if, like, Egeria would have forced people to, like, do her bidding, but she clearly wasn't going to, you know? Like, it's... I don't know, part of me was like, I just remember this guy being racist, but I keep reading this as like, okay, well, maybe I missed, like, an actual, like, logistical misunderstanding that happened here. Nah, he's just racist. Epic. But it matters not. This inverted world shall soon be righted, and I shall become the new Sebastos. That is impossible, Boethius. You are but mortal human. Humans can never become gods. But Cassidor, you forget. What Remus's ideal not for all humans to become gods, to seize their own destinies. Is seizing your own destiny what makes you a god? Because if so, I think the Archons might have a bone to pick with you. Do you not remember? Did the rites we researched and recorded in the Gold Castellum not chart a course to that very destination? But we did not know then what lay beyond. Had we known those thousands of years ago, Times have changed. Things are different now, Cassidor. Join us. My preparations are complete. Only together can we accomplish this deed. I have rid my soul of all impurities, obtaining a true will. The stairway to heaven is the stairway to heaven is but a step away. I merely need to gather all wills that have been scattered throughout the waters, yes, even yours, which Remus personally severed. Two minds shall merge into one, and thus shall Remuria be whole once more clad in immortal form, infused with refined steel and stone. We, shall take on flesh once more, and the new Sebastos shall be born. But not only that, I shall also gain which even Remus could not attain, the power to change the very essence of this world. I will turn back the wheel of fate, usher in the old world's return, and bring justice to the land. The surface dwellers shall submit to our will, as they must. It shall be as the hymn says, and when they use their will to command, the rest shall bow down and listen. Okay, so the Abyss Order is just both these two electric boogaloo. Except they do have the full Loom of Fate now, but is having the full Loom of Fate the same as having the full Symphony? Or the same as, like, I don't know, Boethius pulling off what he wanted? I don't know. Pretty sure it's the former. You know I will not acknowledge you. You have defiled his ideals. I will uphold my own justice. It matters not. You will understand once you enter Phobos' melody then. You shall join me. Oh, Phobos' melody. Then you shall join me. Punctuation matters. This is Domus Aurea. Have I entered Remus's memory again? No, the atmosphere is different than before. Welcome to my palace, Outlander. My symphony. Boethius? Do not be startled. Have we not met aforetime, and more than once? Whether through my phantom in the real world or in the memory palaces Remus left behind. But this is no phantasm of Remus's memory. This is my symphony. My golden stage. I knew it. While wails of sorrow ring off every wall. Is that so, Outlander? I know not from whence you came. It seems you are not a human birthed from the primordial waters, nor are you any surface being at all. I cannot seize the color of your soul, nor can I touch it. Nonetheless, this is not your war. My vengeance against the surface dwellers is none of your concern. I know not why you hinder our work. To save the people of Petrichor. Those people, they are neither your kin nor your subjects. On the contrary, so far are you above them that they may as well be ants. Perhaps not even that. The weak should submit to the strong. Is that not the law that this world should follow? And yet, you say you will protect them? Is this your boundless mercy, or simply folly? Have you anything else to say, Outlander? For the justice of this world. Justice? You can't actually be serious, can you? You may possess power that even I cannot perceive, but you would be naive, Outlander, to think that brute force alone will defeat me. I have long become one with the symphony that fills these deep seas, even if you should destroy my physical form, so long as the agonized waters flow, and so long as the memories of vengeance do not fade, my will shall not perish, and I shall remain a nightmare that haunts this world. Unless you choose as Cassiodor, as that stray cat did, exiling oneself to become the jailer of the old world, but I do not believe that one so distinguished as you would do so. Forsake that superfluous sympathy of yours. Should the guilty not be punished? Is that not justice? Guilty, you say. They're innocent. No Fontanian is innocent. They are the spawn of our barbarian foes. Their ancestors seized from us the realms that— Okay, I'm getting tired of this. We were new humans crafted by Remus's own hand. We're the final survivors. Compared with other kin, his soul is undual, insoluble ichor. Other than myself, only he has true will. Only when we're combined can we become a complete self. The two are will is one. The upper's final act shall see if he us his face. And see us some subject in my plans for us. I cannot stand you for long course, but it'll be long enough to be long. Okay. Man, that guy sucks. Ooh! Thank you for the hydro. Pyro. Ooh. Hello. Traveler, I found you at last. Hey, Aussie! Indeed it is. I believe you may have met me in Sebastos' memory, so I suppose this is our first time meeting in this manner. Time is short. Maintaining this form in Boethius' symphonic palace is no easy task. Let us keep this brief. This is a space created by Boethius, a manifestation of his soul. It is maintained, just as Sebastos' memories you entered before are, by the grace of the symphony's might. So just now, yes, he used the music's power to pull us in. I suspect that Domus Aurea is too close to the heart of Phobos, allowing him to directly influence the present world. If we truly allow him to obtain power that surpasses reality, he might even pull the entire surface world into this place. Whoa! When that happens, his delusions will replace the real world, and Fontaine will revert to its appearance from thousands of years ago. Just like what happened in Petrichor. No, I suspect it'll be worse. Will he really become a god? That depends on your definition. It is not hard to give shape to false fantasies, but he will find transcending fate futile. Were it truly that simple, then those thousands of years ago, we would have already succeeded. All he can do now is drag more innocents into the nightmare of his making, turning them to walking corpse-like puppets. Then we must stop him. That we do, but that cannot be done here. You must return to the real world, and that I shall aid you. Don't worry about me. He has no plans for me at the moment. As for me, I'm just thought of a way in which we can destroy him entirely. He has prepared a mighty form for himself in the real world, and plans to initiate a ritual within Domus Aurea that'll have him take on flesh. As long as we can get him to lower his guard and gather the symphony scattered throughout the deep waters into that body, we can seize that opportunity to destroy both him and that body. That will put an end to everything. Only you can do that, Traveler. Phobos' melody does not sing of your destiny, and Boethius cannot influence your soul. You are the exception to all that is planned. Perhaps that is why the Sebastos guided you here. Go now, my strength will not hold for long. Let us meet again in the real world, and we may yet bring an end to this long nightmare. Yeah, this is definitely one of the the harder quests to like really fully comprehend. Like I understand what's going on, but at the same time I'm like, okay. Okay, so Guy had the idea to create a song that can make everyone's fate free, but also guide all of their decisions, making it pretty hypocritical, but that's okay. Hypocritical, and that's okay. But then, because of his collaboration with Egeria, people who saw Remurians as being a superior race that should not interact with quote-unquote barbarians, there was a conspiracy to sabotage the symphony as Remus intended, and instead make the symphony into something else that would just like enact a specific will that basically wipes everyone out except for Remuria, and restore old Remuria prior to Egeria like being involved. There was only 2 survivors, one of whom was separated from the symphony on purpose, and the other of whom has remained part of the symphony and has seized control over most of it over the course of millennia by like absorbing the energy of the dead around him. And so now he's about to absorb the rest of that energy. So we need to kill him before he gets that energy. Okay, I think I summed it up. Pretty sure. Thank you, Skyla. I fear that was not up to me. I am but a soul that dwells within the Ichor, and though that Remus did give me his final symphony, but to wield its power against Boethius is a different matter. Anyway, Traveler's woken up and seems okay at least, but where did Monsieur Oz go? Did Boethius? I saw him. You tell of what happened with Boethius' soul palace. Huh? So he's in there alone? It is a bit concerning. Regardless, should he prove correct, then we still have a chance to defeat that shameless devil. But first you must enter Domus Aurea. Well then, big guy. What are you looking at me for? Didn't you once lead a host of dragons to attack Remuria's capital? Getting us into Doma Aurea should be a piece of cake. You have many ideas for one so small, little one. Still, this shall not prove as simple as you think. The chief strength of Dragonborn lies in our powerful flesh. Embedded into Ichor as I am, all that remains to me is but the feeblest of wills. Oh, so that's why Albedo specifically wanted flesh from a dragon. Okay. Destroying the Initiamieni exhausted nigh all my power, and Domus Aurea, defended by my symphony's power, cannot be compared to gates of mere stone. Wait, then are we fresh out of options? Are we really just gonna watch while that Boethius guy eats Monsieur Oz up? Peace, you rash little thing. I merely said that I was powerless, but it is not so for you. The power of the symphony defends the palace. The same strength can be used to break it. But the symphony that I can wield is... Yeah, that super powerful Phobos thing is protecting the palace, right? How can we beat it? If you cannot beat it, then simply borrow what you need from it. Once upon a time, the will of Phobos flowed through golden aqueducts into every corner of Remuria. These paths and pipes have been destroyed. If you can connect the section that lies before you once more, the great gates of Domus Aurea shall surely open, just as they once did. That's what's written in the symphony. You don't have any other options, so time to rock and roll. Okay, so I guess the symphony functions similar to, Indemnitium, which is the power that Fontaine sustained itself on. That makes sense. Right, because I mean, Indemnitium was also technically used to alter fate, right? By, destroying the Hydro throne. So yeah, I guess that does fully track. Oh my gosh, that's so much farther away than I thought it was. Oh. Okay. Ooh, birds. So we have birds and bees here? LOL. Adjust the camera angle so the horn matches up. Oh, okay. Nice. This is much more low cortisol than the other one. Follow in the clues and touch the flying bird phantasms. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. What? Do I do this? Does that change anything? I'm confused. I shouldn't be this confused by it, but I am. Follow the clues in the mural. Do I... What? Do I just herd them? Oh, they just move between positions. Okay, I get it now. You just touch them in general. You don't have to do anything in that menu. Alright. Now we're just missing this one. Okay, I was overcomplicating it. Surprise, surprise. Was this not part of the quest? Oh, no, it was. Okay, whew! Hello. Birds made out of music. Absolutely wild. Man, don't you hate it when you're trying to sabotage your arch nemesis and a bunch of birds made out of music repair your aqueduct? Such a pain. Follow this golden bee forward. I can only assume the golden bee is in front of you? No. Oh. Oh, this way, probably? No? This way. That golden bee! Yeah, I'm guessing I'm more sleepy than I thought. Commentary has definitely been a little lackluster, but I hope the read aloud has been fun. Or not lackluster, just less than normal.
I'm having good time, woo.
Yay! Oh! Oh, we don't even have to do the horn thing? Damn. But I love doing the horn thing. Especially with your mom. Wow, there are so many Hydroculus down here. I thought I just must, like, suck at exploring Fontaine in particular or some shit. That's kind of funny. Like, how am I missing so many? What the fuck? Very simple. You hadn't explored like a sixth of the map. Oh! Did that send you off? It did. Okay, we're good. Oh, it's cute that they all have a like a little platform to stand on. Aww! Oh, we do the horn thing. Okay. Haha, doo-doo. Never mind. Oh, wait, yes. There's... Really? Of course, there's just one. Okay, at least I made this climbable. Thank you. Wakaranai, Minea. Oh. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Aurelius once divided all phenomena into 4 categories: substance, property, quality, and relation. Quality is the keystone, which is called the quadrant of qualities. Memories, wishes, soul, and persona. Okay. So that's the Narcissus and Croy's thing. So-called piercing of the ego, or to play one's own music, is to pierce substance and quality, thus completely controlling one's own will, such that the musica humana may be as the musica mundana. But the music of both mortals and gods is fated to be fragile, just like strings pulled taut. Even should they collapse on themselves, they cannot play a tone more sonorous than the pipes. Thus, just as when you order slaves to play music, the ratio of the instruments present must be adjusted to avoid profaning the melody of morality. This is the Phobos of which we speak. Only by integrating and blending the melodies of mortals can a symphony that can vie with Fortuna be written. Makes sense. Should Phobos cease playing, all would collapse in an instant. Mortals and gods are destined to be conquered by Fortuna and to sink into dreamless dreams. No matter how you change your own tune, you will finally reach the preordained note. As a musician, you should know that if the last note cannot be changed, and the melody itself too, they cannot write their own music, and this is an end more terrifying than death. In other words, for mortals, distance from Phobos is tantamount to betrayal. The louder their music, the more resolute their wishes, the firmer the order of Fortuna becomes. Huh? Wait. So the whole argument of this is that making your own decisions is letting yourself become a victim to fate? What? Hang on. I'm gonna see if I can find like a Razor Speak version of this, because what? Oh. Phobos? What? Am I stupid? Hang on. I must be missing a piece for how they got to the point where everybody just agreed that, like, just doing whatever the symphony said was the best idea. Cause, like, I feel like that's very counterintuitive, like, just on paper. You know? I feel very lost. Even though it's probably pretty self-explanatory, or I just misread something. But, like, what? How do you not clock that something's going wrong? I feel like that piece should have been presented before this, but maybe it hasn't. And then, like, there'll be that moment where in the dialogue, the traveler is like, so why would you blah, 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 and then everyone's like, oh, you know. Because sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the traveler says, like, what the reader should be thinking, and sometimes you, the reader, have just missed something and therefore it goes unaddressed. Or it was addressed before, or I don't know. You know what I mean. Yeah. Alrighty, looks like the waterways are reconnected. Next, we should go back and look for that big lunk, eh? Paimon wonders how Shiraz is doing. You better hurry up. Traveler, what's going on? Is it happening again? I had a dream, and that dream even mortals have free will and their fates were uncertain. It's truly difficult to write beautiful music. Time to wake up from the dream. Yes! Finally read it in time. Remus, I must remind you that in my view, both your kingdom and the symphony you compose are now beyond your control. Though I have never expected much from those created by the usurper of the many waters, and nurtured by yourself, the extent of their degradation is shocking. The civilization created by you and your subjects shone brighter than all others in the world, but not remains now but deep impenetrable darkness. The atrocities committed in the name of civilization and order were far crueler than even pure barbarism. Even the most savage and violent of bishops would never engage in such meaningless slaughter. I'm perfectly aware of all that you say. You know, and yet you remain indifferent, or are you powerless? No. You could easily destroy those mortals who deserve punishment if you so wished, but you cannot bring yourself to do it. You love humanity. This is the curse you bear as a usurper. It is time for me to depart. I will not aid them in butchering innocent mortals, but neither do I harbor any desire to stop them. You once promised the usurper of many waters that you would use the pure water she granted you to create a world of endless prosperity, one without conflict. I followed you to the surface precisely because I wished to witness that future, but this is how it turned out. You have failed, Remus. You could not defeat fate. Blood shall stain the high sea red once more. Such is the cruelty the heavens show to their creations. I have a plan. Oh, you were always one to have many plans, Remus, but all of them lie in the dust now. Even you do not know where it all went wrong. Would you like to hear it, though? This will be the last one. I distinctly recall you saying the same thing when you persuaded me to leave the Fontamer, but speak now, before I return there, to the side of the usurper of many waters. Fascinating, fascinating. Only you could be so toweringly selfish, yet so utterly selfless. You even took me into account, did you? Reckless. How terribly rash of you, usurper lord of mortals. Still, your plot pleases me. The mere thought of leading my bishops and trampling your arrogant, foolish people underfoot brings me joy. But this shall be a mere ceremony, just a show. Fret not, I shall be as you said, merciful. But if you do this, your life as a god shall come to an end. There will be nothing left but the symphony. Have you considered this fully? Of course, of course. The box of horrors that I opened, so too shall I shut. Good, then I accept your proposal. If the time should come, I shall join my strength to that of your symphony. Phobos' chains shall be broken, and your people shall once more be free. In that case, please accept my final symphony. The city built by the harp was toppled by the piping of reeds. That which the heavens have in store for us is a fate that balances good and evil. Wait, so Remus just agreed to defer to Celestia then? Did you see Remus's memories again, Traveler? It wasn't another of Mr. Evil and Ruse this time, right? Even in dreams, that jerk's just super irritating. You must destroy Phobos. To accomplish it, we need to play Skyless Symphony. Eh? What's with that all of a sudden? What'd you see in the memory? Fascinating. Remus's power lingers still in the deep seas, and that has not dispersed. And I, too, am here at last. Do you know what this means? The conditions have been fulfilled. Indeed. That's why I come here with you, to make amends for millennia of regret. Now the final question is Phobos. Paimon's confused. What are we using the music for? It's nice that you understand each other now, but you're leaving Paimon out. That's unfair. Tell her what's going on. The final symphony Remus gave me, or the Requiem, is an order for the Phobos to self-destruct. He was to sacrifice himself to unleash the symphony's power, and it would fall to me to control the primordial, savage energies that he would awake. That was how he would free his subjects from their stone bodies and give them back forms of flesh and blood, destroying the artificial barrier between races. He once instructed me not to reveal this plan to any of his subjects, for it was only by making them realize their limitations that prejudice and arrogance could be set aside. It appears, however, that you have pieced together that his plan through the memories he left behind, Traveler. So that's what happened, but his sacrifice was wasted in the end. Perhaps, but now that my soul has been freed, there's a chance to make amends. The lost souls of Remus's former subjects remain imprisoned in their statues. If we defeat that monstrosity, we can use the Requiem to give their souls release, allowing them to return to the high sea, to the eternal cycle of life and death. That way, I may consider myself to have fulfilled his wish. Perhaps that's why I came here. Indeed, Outlander, perhaps this is indeed a fated encounter. So he had an idea, it went wrong. The only reason he didn't just self-destruct it is because he loved humanity too much to kill it off. Okay. And then it went to such shit that he ended up being like, well, time to stage a coup genocide, and then it turned into like a not staged coup genocide. Okay. So he's a character that pisses me off greatly. Similar to my thing about how, like, Orpheus is a great character, but objectively he's stupid for turning around before he knew Eurydice was fully out of the underworld. That's how I feel about Remus right now. Like, I understand that, like, you are a well-written character, however, what you did was objectively stupid, and and I don't love that. Also, is ichor just primordial water? Yes, okay. It started off as primordial seawater and it became ichor. Okay. Oh, so they're like literally not different at all from Fontanian peoples then. Because they're all made from primordial water. What? Except the Remurians were originally humans. Okay. Sure. Also, hang on. Where my office chair just fell off? Hello? What the fuck? Why? Hang on. I have no idea what caused that. Well, it's fixed at least temporarily. We persevere. Sorry for whatever horrors my model committed. I was dipping in and out. Okay. Yeah, so there's literally no difference between them. Other than the fact that that Egeria made them in the image of, like, humans, and Remus made them in the image of statues. Which says a lot about his ideals for humanity in the first place, I think. Oh, how the ichor dazzles, just as it did millennia ago. This must mean that the time has come. The gates of Domos Aurea shall swing wide open, just as they did when the golden waterways rang with song. In the days when the melody of the fellow would flow from this place to all lands beyond. I hear it already, that beautiful music. Let us play it together, Traveler and Paimon. Then you shall gain access to Domos Aurea. Is that Skyla's voice? Her vibrato is gorgeous. That, like, very quiet little bit of, like, glockenspiel in the background is so pretty. You can, like, barely hear it, but it makes a huge difference. Guess we're in. That was tough. That said, this looks more like the guts of some giant machine than it does a palace. This place is very familiar. Is this the place you saw in Remus's memories? So that's like that super rude bad guy also wants. Ugh, things are gonna get ugly if he succeeds. We don't know what's becoming of Monsieur Oz either. But we've got no choice but to keep going. Is this place gonna flood by the end? I have a feeling it will. Hello, ominous horse statue. Nothing suspicious about that. Persistent garbage. I Could you repair the broken aqueducts to celebrate my birth as the god of ancient days? I must warn you, my new world requires no such things, nor will I require ships, for all shall find eternal happiness within my symphony. We're about to add some end bar lines to your score. Bro, no! No, don't try to make musician shit sound badass. You can't. I'm gonna make you rest. I'm gonna cut off your fermata. Like, what? I'm gonna turn your page. I'm gonna write tacit on your part for this number. That's right. Best you admit defeat now and release everyone's souls, and also hand over Monsieur Oz. Cassiodor has already agreed to join this grand ritual. He's returned to Remuria's embrace. All wills belonging to Remuria shall merge into one body. Where now is your friendship? Was it not merely your own presumptiveness and inflated sense of importance? Hey, kitty. Kibitty. Monsieur Oz. Just trust me. No sound effects? Okay. Oh. Well. What? How? Why can't I control this body? Cassiodor, you... I have you at last, Botheus. All your will is here, and Phobos also. This time there's no escape. Why? I am a Harmos, the conductor of the symphony. How did you... Oh. Hollow Knight Core. Have you forgotten? Before the Sebastos cut me away, I too was a Harmost, and now that I have returned to the symphony, you are the sole conductor no longer. So you agreed to join me just to lower my guard, only to betray me once more. Me and Remuria both. Think of our kin, tragically imprisoned beneath the waters, of the torment they suffered for millennia. Okay, but you staged that, bro. Will you truly destroy our cause, obliterate our final hope, for the sake of those who scurry and crawl on dry land? You are the traitor here, and the one who imprisoned our people. That is why our nation fell to its ruinous fate. The justice that our Sebastos, the Imperator, gave unto us, that golden ideal, was for us to follow the melody of our hearts and obtain the freedom to guess our fate. We did not wish to be judged by Fortuna, much less become your slaves. After Phobos was shattered, the people should have gained their freedom. If not for your deception, their nightmare would have ended long ago. So was the Phobos intended to be temporary? Remuria has not fallen. With Phobos as its guiding star, it shall rise again. Though rock and metal may crash and clamor, humans cannot live without water and soil. No power, however great, that tramples upon the value of life has any meaning. Are you not human yourself, Botheus? We Remurians were all ordinary Fontanians once. Though we forsook our flesh, racked with pain and weakness, and gained immortal forms, we still have mortal souls, mortal emotions, and mortal frailties. But we forgot that. We forgot where we came from, believed ourselves superior to other humans. That is why Remuria fell. You remember our words, my words, Traveler? Now's the time. Well, I sure would have loved to have... Okay. Paimon's kind of dizzy now. Cassiodor. Traveler and Paimon. I did not think we'd be able to meet again like this. You're Monsieur Oz. Wow, Botheus is here too. He's not gonna try anything funny, is he? No, wait. Are Paimon's eyes deceiving her? What's that thing floating over there? You see it too, then. The being that hovers behind the illusion of Botheus. Aha, you found me, I see. No illusion it is that you see. You gaze upon Botheus in truth, for I am, in truth, Botheus. Of course, I am not only him, but you also. I am every melody, every movement, every thought. I am the sum of all souls. I am Phobos. This does not include you children from beyond, however. Children from beyond! Wait! I missed that the first time. Phobos, so the great symphony that governs all has a persona? Phobos, or should I say, that which was once Sibylla, was originally a survivor of the last deluge that swallowed the earth. Sibylla's wish was to grant happiness to all in the world who are called humans, but she had no persona, and her strength was insufficient. Thus she entrusted her wisdom to Remus, and with the addition of power that Remus possessed, the symphony was created, that is to say, me. No, how can this... So, the music we've played all this time, and the fate we accepted, that all came from you. Yes, it is me, but it is also all of you. I am also you all. I am the aggregate of all of your wishes. Eliminating our enemies, destroying other lives, destroying cities and villages. Are these also our wishes? Precisely. That's what you wished for, and so I responded. Plunder, hatred, slaughter. Those too are part of your wishes. Is that not what it means to give everyone happiness? Preposterous. Don't be absurd. That's just twisted and wrong. Oh, so Phobos is the evil AI gone wrong. Okay. I maintain, though, that that's not going to be the plot twist for the Heavenly Principles. No, those aren't our true wishes. The arrogance and hatred that festered within us warped you, turning you into a terrifying monstrosity. Such things will make no one happy. No wonder you led us to destruction. The Imperator himself must have sensed it, and that's why he... Remus. Yes, he did attempt to destroy me. But why? Without me, all of you would once again have been plunged into confusion and agony. So for all your sakes, I had no choice but to... Wait, do you mean that Boethius even then had already... Yes, that must be it. We could never have gone against the Sebastos' command until lest the very symphony had rebelled against him. What of Boethius? What have you done with him? Well, he's become us, of course. Or, put in the way you might understand, I ate him. Ate him? Oh no. But that was also his wish, only one I could fulfill. I'm sure that it made him most happy indeed. So that's why Boethius became your puppet, and why he did all he could to engineer your return. It's all for the happiness of you, for everyone. No, it's time we put that to rest. I've trapped you in this body. There's no way out. I shall destroy you utterly. Is your wish to disappear together with me? Would that make you happy? But I can't fulfill that wish. I am Remurian no longer, and I cannot become Fontanian. I've already chosen my fate when I agreed to help Sebastos attain his wish. So yes, this is my wish, the reason for which I have wandered this world. I will end this millennia-old nightmare. Now, Traveler, Phobos and I, destroy us both. I'm filled with joy, Traveler, for I just learned of the Sebastos' plan and hopes. The Imperator aimed to free everyone from the symphony, from hatred and strife through his sacrifice. Even to the last, he desired to save his people. Now I shall fulfill the wish he could not see through. This is our final chance, and only you can help us seize it. That's why the Imperator, why fate brought you here, my friend. Okay. Oh. Oh my. And I guess the one that's missing is Boethius? Monsieur Oz, is that you? It's finally over. It seems that I shall soon fade. Monsieur Oz, it's all right. I finished walking the road I was meant to, and fulfilled that which I was meant to fulfill. The road shall no longer have Cassiodor, nor shall it have the Golden Hunter. I am certain that the people of this present world shall continue to live normal, happy lives. But... Traveler, Paimon, you have my thanks for accompanying me up to this point. My journey has reached its final destination, but yours has yet to end. Please, play the Requiem, for me and for my Imperator's wishes. Let our souls return to the present world and return to the great sea. If water loses its clarity, how shall it become water again? If a tree leaves the soil, where shall it go to put down roots? Though rock and metal may crash and clamor, humans cannot live without water and soil. Perhaps we shall meet again someday, in a fertile land full of flowing water. That does bring to mind how Skirk's inner world was a flowing river, too. Kitty! And we did all that to get a new pet. Guess we can't call him Monsieur Oz anymore. What's stopping us? But Aussie, that should be fine, right? Yeah, sure. Whoa, that's gorgeous. Whoa. The most unrealistic thing is the cat coming with us on the elevator. Where has Cassiodor gone off to? Has he returned to one of those stone bodies again? Cassiodor's no longer with us. Cassiodor! He's disappeared, along with Boethius and Phobos. After explaining the whole tale to Skyla, you spent some time comforting Aussie. That's right, now all that's left is Aussie. Good going. Guess you were just surprised by this big guy's appearance, huh? He was a brave kid. Okay, so you vanquished this evil apparition, and Cassiodor was able to fulfill his own wishes. I am certain that his soul has returned to the deep waters and is now reunited with his kin. So long as we complete Remus's final symphony, we shall be able to send their souls back to the present, back to the high seas. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just understood. The symphony wasn't telling people what to do in the way I was thinking before. It was telling people how to best achieve their happiness. Which is very similar, but not the exact same. Like, it wasn't saying, I've decided this fate is this. It said, well, right now, you want to cut a bitch, so I'm going to guide you to the fate in which you cut a bitch. You know? And that's how it all went so wrong. And that's also why Remus saw it as better than fate, because he saw it as, like, humans dictating fate instead of the other way around. Which, yeah, technically true. You know? They sure did dictate what happens. But by giving humans the ability to have sway over threads of fate like that, it made it so that things were, on the humane level, I think much more bloody than it necessarily would have been by normal fate's design, going by what we have seen of other nations, wherein typically the fights were between gods or between humans and like supernatural forces. But I don't know, this is one of very few times that I can recall that we hear of, like, races of humans warring against each other, with the exception of, like, slave revolts and things that we've heard of. But even then, those were humans, like, actively in power over, in control of the slaves that they had, like, enslaved. But in this case, there were two separate populations of people. You know what I mean? It's a very unique case. Anyway, life flows like water. They will join the current, and one day they will surely be reborn as mortals. Well then, let us begin. Perform this final movement, this final requiem. Only strings and a voice left. Oh, no, the winds came back. That was such a gorgeous ending piece. I love when right at the end, it happens a lot in Genshin sound, in pieces in general, but also in Genshin soundtrack in particular, I notice it where right at the end, you just have a piccolo just like sail over the rest of the orchestra very lightly, you know? Like it gives you like an uplifting feeling like in your chest, you know? Is the symphony that Remus left to us finally coming to an end? We've completed the Requiem, and the souls imprisoned in the ocean depths seem to have all left. The townspeople should be back to normal as well, right? Thank you both for completing this final musical movement. These wishes that have endured for thousands of years, whether it was mine, Remus's, or that of anyone who wishes to protect peace in this world. That reminds Paimon of Monsieur Oz. Hey, Aussie. You like that name too? We're not talking about you right now, though. His soul has returned to the High Sea. What is the High Sea? Is that the Primordial Sea? There, at last, he can be at peace. I imagine that was akin to release for him. As for my kindred and descendants, it seems that a new true dragon has been born to us. Though, as one who was a prince amongst Hydrovicious, I should go forth and seek an audience with him. Though it's hard to say if I still count as Dragonborn now. Too much time has passed, so much that little in this world has anything to do with me. So, what do you plan to do next? Well now, it was not easy to regain my freedom, so I believe I shall have a good romp underwater. After all, there are none who shall disturb me any longer, save you perhaps. Hey, what do you mean disturb? Haha, I jest. Still, are you not due to return to your own place? Let us part ways here then. Or so I would say, but further visits on your part would be appreciated. I might get lonely now that everyone is gone, after all. You just miss us already, don't ya, you big lunk? See you around, big guy. Haha, looking at you, even as I begin to look forward to the future... Oh, looking at you, even I begin to look forward to the future of terrestrial beings. Well then, until we meet again. Bye, Skyla! Well, where should we go next? Oh, right! We should go back to Mr. Essay to tell him everything's fine now. And there's Aussie, too. What should we call him now? This guy got complicated. Let's go back to town first. Thank you for the amazing show of priorities, Paimon. And I really appreciate that, similar to so many other world quests, like this is another really good example of showing the player like a microcosm of like what we are going to be doing for Teyvat overall throughout this journey, which is making it so that fate isn't controlling humans and humans aren't controlling fate, you know? Like the issue wasn't humans being able controlling their fate in the way that like they're able to make their own decisions, but the humans trying to control capital F fate, you know, humans trying to create devices and device systems that allow them to determine how everything goes. Like there should not be like just making it so that there isn't a single force that dictates everything, and instead making it so that people are able to act as their own agents. What's our souvenir? Yay! Ooh. Great order, great power, great civilization, all is great. Even its mistakes are great. Is that it? It is. Okay. I think. Wait. Don't these runes look similar to the ones that we see in the Eternal Oasis? That's interesting. Don't have any particular thought on that else, just like, huh. Little suspicious there. Oh my goodness. Let's see. But yeah, that was amazing. I hope everybody enjoyed.
Poggers.
Poggers! Oh my goodness, we're not even at level 9 yet. Oh! What did I get from that? If I got another key, then I should track down a... I did. Okay. Where might a Shrine of Depths be? Let's look that up. Shrine of Depths. Home screen. I am feeling just continuing to explore, this area. I think if y'all are down, which I believe that you are, because I'm so awesome and hot and sexy and fun. I believe there's one that I have not yet gotten here. Below this lake. Yes. Unless there's a... Since Betty, I know you're hanging out, is there a... Do you feel a particular desire for me to get moving on Fontaine? If so, I am 100% down. For either. Like, I'm down for either just vibing or keeping up on story stuff. Or another such activity, etc., etc. Chat, it is no secret that my streams are for Maddie Gesture. Where? Hello? Oh, I already got this one. Shit. Oops. Oh, that's what that little symbol on the map is. Thinking, yay! One second.
I do like more story personally, but I am down for either.
Sick. Alrighty, in that case, I'm gonna get my Shrine of Depths down. Down. Where? But yeah, let's see. I've gotten this one. I've gotten this one. I've gotten this one. I've gotten this one. I have not gotten this one? Or this one? I don't think. And where is it? My goodness. Ew, it's right there. They need to make the Shrine of Depths, like, map marker less god-awful to find on the map. Alright, Alrighty. Because I believe I do not have any other quests left, so... I believe all we have to do is, start Natlan story. Actually, I'm gonna say exploring, then starting Natlan story, just because I do want to run my various errands here and whatnot. Is it up here? It is this way. Okay. Yay! Okay, I was like, did I get this one too? That would suck. Okay. And then and Fountain of Lucine, and that honestly might give me another key? Maybe? I think? I should look. Am I literally one level off? No, okay. I don't know. I need to look into like sigil lore. Like, what's up with those? You know? Like, I don't think I get it. My goodness. Oh, you know what else though? I do want to do this. I meant to do that off stream and I forgot, but that's okay. Let's see. I believe there's a puzzle here and that's the last book I'm missing. I have to hit some exploding barrels, I think. And then there's a brewing guard puzzle or something. I don't know. Unless I've already... Actually, wait, have I literally already done this? I'm just gonna look it up. This counts as more story. Oh, I overshot it. Okay, I overshot it by quite a bit. Oopie. Oopie day.
My fave story, Before Sun and Moon.
Yeah! Okay. Exploding barrels. Where are you? Oh. Oh. I already have this book, I think. Oh, no, I don't. Aha! Okay, well, where's the stupid white knight thing, whatever the fuck? I hate it here. Where is it? Do we not have one? Are you serious? Oh, no, right there. Oh, thank God. Enkonomiya exploration pisses me off. I think it's still less, like, it's much more tedious than...
Janie says hi.
Inazuma. Hi, Janie, I love you! But I think it's less, like, rage-inducing than Inazuma proper, but I also think that it is more tedious. And therefore, boo to both of them. Okay.
Hi, I love you too in a very high-pitched excited tone.
Yay! Oh? Oh. Swirl, O. Swirl, O. No, circle, O. Circle, omega, mountain, swoosh, wave. 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 Oh wait, no, or is it not this one? Shit. Shit! Go to the altar. No, I was right.
Circle omega, mountain, swoosh, wave.
That's... Yes. Circle... Omega... Okay. I think that counted. It's going, yes. Mountain. Swoosh. Wave. Yeah! Okay. Yippee! actually got the other 4 books just by exploring. I feel kind of proud of myself for that. Yippee! All right. How do I get in this fuck-ass library? It's in the corner. Womp womp. Right, the Sealy's in the mirror realm, whatever the fuck. Hey, and Emma. I said Anna. You got them all. These 4 books are the ones I'm looking for, but what's this copy of The Serpents and Drakes of Tokyo Koku? Doesn't have the unified cover that our collection uses. I can't read a word of it. Interesting. Watatsume Omikami's victory over the Bathismal Bishop. Okay. Sure. Deep Sea Spirit Herb. Alright. Look it for you and Watatsume. Is that like an actual, like, quest prompt? Or is that because he doesn't know that he's dead? Hello! Interesting that it's blue and not purple. Because the other looking glasses were made by Narcissus Croy's people, right? Narcissus Cruz? Narcissus... I don't know how to pronounce that. But... if this one... I don't know what energy could have been used for this one, I wonder. Sealy. Miss Sealy, where are you? I'm here to escort you to home. For no ulterior motives whatsoever. You know, just to be nice. There you are. How did I miss you? Hello? Oh well. It's a good thing I did though, because I would have missed that chest instead otherwise. But I never miss your chest. Your mom's chest. With my mouth. Yeah, nailed it. All right. What else do we have in our quest menu that is not Nod Cry or Natlan? I believe nothing. We only have 2 Natlan quests. All of these are just for Nod Cry. Of course. Now I'm curious. How many pulls do we have right now? Not enough. Epic. Okay. I'm gonna go on a brief
TBF,
break.
so many of Natlan's RBE and Little One stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a brief break and we'll keep y'all posted. See you soon. Hello, my friends. I have arrived back in the middle of eating my PBJ because I got impatient and I figured that I can eat during various cutscenes. Now, we will see if that's actually true because as we know, I don't shut the fuck up ever. So the proof will be in the pudding, I suppose. Also, yeah, I was checking my wish thing so I could post in the Discord about what we had gotten so far. Also, how much pity do I have on LAUMA Banner? I just realized you guys could probably hear me clicking around because...
Are you eating pudding?
No. The proof will be in the lack of sandwich? Is that better? Also, wow, 24 pity. Okay. How about... I'll do 6 singles.
That makes me feel better, yes.
Hell yeah. I'll do, like 6 pulls in order to get it to a clean 30. Just because I like having those nice round numbers. And then... we'll see. Also, I don't actually have 5 pulls 6 pulls right now, but actually, wait, let me double check that. Is that how many I would need to do to get it to a clean amount? Yeah, it's 6. I'd want to do 6. Okay, well, 1. Oh, 1. 2.
Well, why am I catching strays from your title, LMAO?
Oh, are you from Florida? That's funny. John lore. Ooh. 3, 4, Okay, and I only had enough for 4.
I am a wild Florida man.
I see. Although, also, I meant to change my title. Did it not save that I changed it? Bruh.
I should rename myself to John Floridaman.
That would actually be pretty funny. Unironically, just straight up having Florida Man in your username would be pretty funny.
I see a diff title.
You see a diff title? Yeah, I guess maybe it's just a refresh thing. But 'tis not of consequence. Wait, what do I have a reputation award for? In Inazuma? Obviously, this has not been a very focused stream.
It changed a few seconds ago.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, clearly last stream I think we really like locked in on the things that we were doing. This is not such a stream. I am all over the place. Hello, seriously? What would you like me to What would you, oh, right. What would you, like me to call you for short, if you do not mind me asking? If you'd rather not respond because you'd rather lurk, totally cool. I super appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you enjoy watching me play Natlan Story, which I have not ever played before, so. Yeah, actually, wait. With the ending the Remuria quest, I have...
Actually, that's my IRL name.
Yo! Awesome! Well, this is my Linnea, who has 2,720 defense, 61 crit rate, 242 crit damage in her signature. I have gotten obscenely
You'd
lucky.
Never guess what my name is.
James? Jim? Jack? I don't know. There's another J name that's just barely on the tip of my tongue.
At John_funnyman
Jerry! That's it.
And I actually have 1 million power in Rise of Kingdoms.
I do not know what Rise of Kingdoms is. Is that an actual game, or is that a bit? But yeah, nice to meet you, Linnea. My name is Vasilia. I am an OG Genshin player that stopped playing.
My Linnea was a very pyro and claymore, sadly.
You've
never seen those ads.
I haven't. Oh wait, I think I mean, there's so many ads like that. But yes, hello, my name is Vasilia. I am an OG Genshin player who is replaying Genshin Story from the beginning for love of the game.
One in the Discord.
I in real life have dissociative identity disorder, so I am obsessed with Zubai, who is a very well constructed and clearly deliberate DID allegory in Genshin Impact. So I have almost her premium team. We'll get Columbina on her rerun. And I also really like the sexy deer lady, so we pulled for her today. We got very, very lucky with that. This is her ragtag team at the moment. Eventually I want this to be her, Bina, Nahida, and Pyro Traveler, because then it's a worshiper, a god, a worshiper. Yeah. And yeah, I just today wrapped up all the content that I had done on my previous account, and this is also my first time like doing the main story for a new region. I have explored some of Natlan, mainly to get Primo Gems and stuff like that. Like I'm halfway done with this region because I really went in on trying to get some of the fragments and stuff, but like I haven't touched this or that, whatever that is. Haven't gone in the volcano either, so yeah, we have a lot to do before we get to Nod Cry, and I'm really excited for all of it. I have tripped this world quest and done a few story quests here and there, but yeah. I don't know why I'm like stalling. Let's go.
My map is 100% as well. I was so sad looking at my map when I lost 50/50ths.
Man, that's so sad.
I sent it
Also,
in
thank
the
you, John.
channel for future reference.
That is a bummer, Linnea. That's what I'm like afraid of. Thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, I'm like afraid of that. Like the day that I finished my map and I realized that I am purely at the mercy of new map releases and like events and stuff. Genuinely like kind of makes me nervous. What I think they should start doing is doing more events like the Enkonomiya event back in the day, where they like overlay a second, like they basically make it so that there's like that region's worth of exploration to do, but again, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same part of the map, but there's just more shit on it now. Arguably they did that for some of the on-site events too, where they like put some like event chests around, but you know what I mean, right? I hope they start doing more of those.
I would love there to be some schizophrenia representation as well though. That's what I have. Just Tears of the Kingdom it.
I'm trying to think, because the thing is, like, there have been other, like, DID coded characters, but none of them have been, like, deliberate. So I'm trying to think if there are any schizophrenia coded characters that aren't deliberate. I imagine, though, that if there was one, you would have found it by now, but I'm trying to think, just in case there might be, like, a connection that you missed, or, like a side story, like, especially for the 4 stars. I'll keep
like
thinking on that as we go.
Or in the sky kinda thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would love that. I really like events that make you explore.
And yeah, that too, John. Wait! Linnea! Hear me out! Hear me out! Oh no! That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, the Traveler hears things other people don't hear, but the things that they hear are real, you know? So that's one of the things where it's not a clean connection, but there is, like, a relatable element there, maybe? Because obviously when you have schizophrenia, you can't actually see into, like, a higher dimension of reality. You are hallucinating. But, like, the element of, like, other people just being like, I have no idea what you're talking about, you know? And it being real in this fantasy world could kind of have that same feeling of, like, obviously how hallucinations feel real to you at the time, you know? But I don't know. I'm thinking on that. Because there aren't a lot of other characters that do have...
I'm thinking about it too, but I always drop the game for a few months, so I miss a lot of characters.
Valid.
At _seriously mood.
I mean, I dropped it for 3 years, so... Yes, ma'am, Navia. Thank you.
I always come back for a new girl boss and drop it after.
As you should. But yeah, I'm turning the Traveler around in my head for some ragtag schizophrenia coding.
あそこの人たちはナタを離れようとしないんだ。でも外から来るものは拒まないはずだよ。ナタへ商売や旅行に行ったことのある人は多くいたけど。昔はうちのメンバーも結構ナタに行ってたみたいよ。なるほどな。安心したぜ。次こそこれまでの旅みたいに。
She definitely just jinxed us. Unfortunately, I tripped the cutscene where we meet the little guy off stream, so we are missing the potential of that moment, but that is a-okay. Well worth it, because it was so cute. It was literally just me sitting here making high-pitched noises for like 10 minutes. Oh shoot, I forgot. So it wouldn't let you name it little guy with a space. So I did some research into what I wanted to name him. Cause I know that a lot of the names are based on Nahuatl. I think that's how you pronounce that. And so I looked into words that were names that alluded to something being little, and I looked for a masculine or at least a gender neutral name to get the guy element in there. And therefore, the name we landed on is Tepi, which is short for Tepiton. Very, very cute. Where is this? Here it is. I previously panicked named it Twilight, but I'm gonna name it Tepi. So yay! Wahoo! And there goes my cute little guy. So, Zoe, I have deliberately, whenever I've done Natlan exploration, mostly not played with music on. Mostly. So, I'm very excited to get reads into the soundtrack as well. Because I'm a music nerd, I do like kind of figuring out what's playing at what time and seeing what that could mean. I think it's established that human voices obviously represent human voices. The flute, or like free-blowing wind instruments represent freedom. Reeded, woodwinds kind of represent like the tension, or maybe like how divinity and humanity interact. When an instrument that requires like is played like hands-on, like the piano or a hand-strummed guitar, like that's about how like humans taking the initiative and like developing civilization without divinity's effects, but without like a technical element. I think that when there are string instruments being played with like implements like a bow, that's more like representative of like, you know, machinery, and like they're kind of being like a middleman somewhere in there. You know, like you are taking something in your hands as opposed to playing something with them, right? Because like in Enkonomiya, the combat music is only strings, and Enkonomiya is a nation that has that like that fell and spent its entire time before it died out like trying to figure out more and more technological ways to survive or recreate life on the surface, right? And so on and so forth.
Have divinity call that humidity brings the mosquitoes out. Said this out loud, and Medi demanded I say it here too.
Thank you very much, Medi, for making Janie share. And then I also think that brass, I don't think that one has like a special Genshin meaning. I'm pretty sure that they use that similarly to how it's used in music elsewhere, in which trumpets usually represent some kind of like declaration. The like French horns, sometimes in conjunction with the saxophones, are used to sort of represent like human triumph, as opposed to like human declaration of war. It's like the humans have won. Like they usually have like riffs that make you feel like uplifted and stuff like that. Yada yada yada. I really do appreciate that I have seen that
French horn mentioned 3.
Symbolism has stayed consistent even between switching composers. So yeah, love Genshin music. Ooh.
I never knew any of this, but it's genuinely so cool that you know this.
It is so cool. Like the opening theme, in the daytime theme, you hear harp, and you hear a human voice, and then the human voice tampers out, and you hear a flute. And once the flute starts, the strings come in. Right? The harp is still going, but I think it's interesting that like the strings were not playing when it was just the harp playing, right? That sort of thing, you know. So it's as soon as the human voice comes in, that element of like something that you play with your hands, with a tool as opposed to just with your hands comes in, like all that sort of stuff. And knowing Yiping Chen and knowing how thorough Genshin has been about its like world building, I 100% think it's deliberate. Not only because that this is also, it's not like this is a non-typical thing for composers to do. I just think that Genshin is particularly successful at it. So a bunch of y'all have probably heard me already say this on stream, but like the reason that a lot of musicians love Genshin's soundtrack, even though a lot of them haven't played it, is because rather a lot of video game soundtracks and movie soundtracks prioritize the music being like secondary to the visual or the written story. What Genshin does though is they make sure that the music tells the story all on its own. Like Peter and the Wolf, if you don't know Aesop's original fable, you're not going to go, well, the oboe's to grandpa, and this is the wolf, and the trumpet's this guy, and blah, blah, blah. But you are going to go, okay, I'm picking up that these instruments are having a conversation. I'm picking up that the oboe is warning the piccolo is talking to the oboe and saying that blah, blah, blah is happening, and then this Rinus accusing comes in, right? There's a lot of that in Genshin. I think one of the best examples is in Genshin's Zhongli's second story quest, where the two sides of Azdaha are talking, and it switches between the flute and the reeded instrument. I believe an English horn, might be an oboe, or a bassoon. I don't know. I can't quite remember. And in the background, there was just a bell tolling. And again, it's very cliche, but it's very effective. Having the bell tolling represent like time running out or death.
I never noticed that.
Right? It's so good! It's so good! And it's timed with the dialogue, even if you spam click through it. Like, you don't have to like let it play out on its own time. Like, it's if you just spam click your way through it, the bell will still toll at the right time. And all that good stuff. Like, they are so thorough with their music, telling the story on its own. And I love it so much. But yeah, Yu Peng Shen, I desire you carnally. Thank you for your service. That is generally how that works, Paimon. Flowers resplendent on the sun-scorched sojourn. Also, actually, you know what?
I think I should make a second account and try to look for these things.
Yeah, like doing like a free-to-play, just like playing lore account is definitely really fun. I've known a couple of people that have done that. Also, hang on, let me think. What else can I do here to make this like less like Nah, I think this is about as good as we can get at the moment, at least. So let's get rocking and rolling. This is so pretty. It's so pretty. Oh, yeah. Oops. Gosh, I love her antlers so much. I love them so much. Ah! It's so elegant and smooth.
Love watching this on mobile to chat, and over Medi's shoulder it feels like I have precog powers.
Hell yeah.
Like, yes, the deer shall soon fall.
Mm-hmm. That's really funny. I've done that a handful of times too, like having the audio. Oh! But
I just came back from a longer break and I look at my teams and am genuinely struggling to see what's good.
Gotcha. Lunar reactions are on top right now, but stellar reactions are coming with Snezhnaya. But also, lunar reactions are really good, but the thing is there are very few units that enable other units than them to do lunar reactions. Like, Zubai and Linnea make it so that any hydro-crystallized reaction turns into lunar crystallized damage, right? But, like, you can't do, like, Noelle, Xinqiu, Barbara, Zhongli, and get lunar crystallized damage. You know, you have to have, like, Zubai or Linnea or somebody there. So, like, it's definitely, like, a thing.
That's a fun part of doing a new account. Just started playing again recently, and early game team building is scrappy and fun. Just also damage tiny.
I mean, yeah, I said yo instead of yeah.
I got enough of Venus, so I'm good on that. I just pulled them, half-builded them, and quit.
Gotcha. I think then just like focusing in on building them, that opens you up to like a shit ton of different teams because Bina's all you need to enable all of the lunar reactions. And Nefa is a great 5-star support for any of those. So yeah, I think with those two you're set. But yeah, because I am obsessed with Divide, I am going for like just getting as many of her cons and as much stuff for her best team, which is Illawa, Bina, and Linnea as possible. And then I also really love Nahida, and so I had the idea for like I said earlier, Lauma
At
Bina.
_seriously, the two of them is a great will chai. Literally put the two of them with any DPS that you like and it will work.
Yeah, even if it's not like lunar charge damage that you're focusing on, it's just they're that good. I mean, Bina is a good on-field DPS in her own right. And I believe Bina is. I believe Anefa is too. I mean, did I say Anefa twice? I don't know. You know what I mean.
I think RN I'm using Navia, Infa, Bina and Zhongli, but I don't have a second team for Abyss.
Yeah, I don't have a proper second team for Abyss yet either. At least not until... Actually, no, I think my Lauma team is good. I just need to figure out how to actually... Why are you white? Why are you so white? You're so cute! And your story's so well done! Why are you so pale?
I really want to bring Clay back, honestly. She
Clay
C2 on my account.
Hella buffed with Hexarray, Sisley. Her eyes are so cute. Ooh.
At
Very groovy music.
seriously, join me in Clay Hexarray heaven.
They even fixed her like normal attack string with Hexarray
What?
buffs.
Is she usable again?
Very usable. Like, they made it so that her normal attack string is a lot smoother. As well as, like, she has a new artifact set.
Genuinely, gotchas whitewashing their own OCS is so wild and so common.
Yeah, because, like, they're like, here's the concept art, and they're brown. Like,
Please best teams are Overload with Chef / Duran / Fiscal or Clayrina in Albedo / Zillanen / Furina. I need Clay teams though, you guys have any idea? XD.
Hell yeah. Medi, right on the dollar. I think this is one of the first times where someone's just gone, oh, are you travelers? Instead of being like, are you guys freaks? You're
I'm Clay so I can info dump till the cows come home.
Title?
I don't have Zillanen or Albedo, and also no During.
Hell yeah. In that case, let's see. I mean, because the main thing is just getting
During can be
double,
subbed with Xiangling.
like getting double Geo for like Shred and stuff like that. And then a Hydro, right? Well, and the other Hexarray unit, so...
But I assume I could go for rerun During, but I really pray that Sandrone will come out.
Duran's rerun is going to be next patch, we're pretty sure.
I can't type Duran, man.
Valid.
Oh,
Luckily-
I'm on XD.
Oh.
BRB.
Okay.
ナタの各地で戦って成果その継承者っていうのが私みたいな称号を持つ人のこと団体戦が終わったら勝ったチームのメンバーはみんな個人戦に参加できる言われてみれば確かにそうだ規模も大きそうだな待てコメの継承者がチームを率いるって隊長だよ
Oh. Anymore? They joined and abandoned her? That's rude. That's rude.
同じ継承者でも実力にはすごく差が出たりするって思うのも
You don't need double Geo for Clarina.
Oh,
You
okay.
mostly want a healer, but without Zillanen overload is just way better.
Okay. Gotcha.
5名の継承者は参加必須なの。責任があるからね。
Oh.
せいぜい怪我をする程度だし、2週間もあれば治るでしょ。なあ、この流れって。
Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Janie.
思ってるんじゃないか。おお、思ったよ。
I do need to take more ibuprofen, thank you.
オイラたちの旅路を切り開く。
But only one. Hell yeah.
何の話？
Oh my gosh, wait, she has the eyebrows. The kind where it's like kind of like they look like
気遣ってくれてありがとう。
you know, when animals have spots that look like eyebrows. You know what I mean.
すごく嬉しいよ。でも、帰化聖夜の巡礼にはナタの人しか参加できないんだ。そうだったのか。てっきり成り行きでお前のチームに入って。
I love funky eyebrows, Awa.
Same.
流れかと思ったぜ。気にしないで。本当に嬉しいんだ。
Oh.
だって今まで誰もそんなことを言ってくれなかったから。
Kachina is so good and precious in this whole first segment.
Mm-hmm. I know her lore is like crazy traumatic. So I'm like, no.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back from ads.
私に誘われるのを怖がってるんじゃないかな。理由は聞かなくたってわかる。私が弱すぎるから。ねえ、あなたたちはそういうの気にしないの？
We're here for funsies, girl.
私のチームに入っても何のメリットもないのに。
Ooh, her
So
hair
I
fit
could
is
go for
nice.
Duran on next banner, but I kinda really want Sandrone.
Right, and you don't have any exploration left to do. Yeah, definitely a tough choice.
She's so cool if she's coming.
But also, I feel like if Sandrone drops,
Sandrone probs in 2 patches.
would that be with Snezhnaya release? Question mark? Maybe? Because if so, that could provide some leeway, but I don't know.
Real hold the line for the robot lady.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No, damn it. That's that plan out of the
6.7.
window. Yeah.
Yeah, only the last few % on the last of the new Mondstadt area.
Gotcha. Lee.
With the new area though.
Oh, okay. Since
6.7.
but yeah, since Sandrone is coming with a new area, you might be able
At
to get away
Janny
with it
Cox, I will kill
some,
you.
but I don't know. I don't know.
でした古文みたいに別に何も教えてくれなくてもいいよ。なるべく迷惑はかけないようにする。
You could never be in the way, Kachina!
どうする？
It depends on how generous they are, honestly.
そうだよな。もうすぐ締め切りとかって言ってたし、あんまり時間がないんだろ？いいんだ。どうせ残りの時間も何もできないから。試合で負けるのはもう慣れっこだし、みんなもそうだと思う。誰も私に期待なんかしてないから大丈夫。それに
Also, I'm turning the volume on TTS down a bit. Let me know if it's too quiet or anything on y'all's end.
ありがとう。こんなにすごい人に出会えるなんてとっても運が良かったな。じゃあついてきて。うちの家
Cause
族
next patch is like 70-ish, I heard.
Mm-hmm.
So that would guarantee me Duran, but it could be close with Sandrone.
Very close, yeah.
こんにちは。
Aw!
カチーナだよ。
Hello!
好きな
Gina becomes your companion. When she uses her elemental skill, she'll enter Night Soul's Blessing and summon Turbo Twirly to fight alongside her. In the hold mode, she'll ride Turbo Twirly and climb quickly. You can switch to Kachina while climbing, sprinting, or while in midair. Oh! I forgot that's a thing. Sorry. let me grab your acquaint fate first. Also, yeah, very pleasantly surprised by how many new 4 stars I got this pulling session. Cause are you kidding me? Cause last banner I just got like 30,000 Eloas, which I was grateful for, but you know. Hello, small child. I must flex on you.
You're so pretty. W.
You're so pretty. I think this is the first time clapping has been in Genshin's soundtrack. I wonder if clapping will become its own motif. I mean, probably. Yeah, okay. If dance keeps getting an emphasis, then definitely, yeah. Yo, it's the same idol animation from that one Mondstadt event. Let's go.
But I'm guaranteed on next chart.
Yeah, that's the singular silver lining with losing the 50-50. That's the thing, is like, if I lose a 50-50 for Lauma cons, I'm gonna have to decide if I'm gonna save that for Bina or not. Bina and Nahida or not. And then after that I do want to have a Skirk team, but I kind of want to wait until we see what drops in Snezhnaya in terms of cryo supports. I can't get over Escoffier's outfit or how goofy the ult looks in the rotation. You know?
And I'm gambling addicted.
Well, regardless, I wish you luck in either getting enough pulls for both of them or remaining strong and not pulling her. Being strong and not pulling Durin. We'll see which one wins out.
I keep you updated on my misery.
Hell yeah. I love how wobbly their bellies are. She said something completely different than that in Japanese. I don't know what she said, but she didn't say that. Hey, Teppy! I do, because of a quest I ran into, I know that this guy is like, has like a blessing from the Pyro Dragon or some shit, so that's gonna get interesting.
I think I will look at the leaks and then decide, cause I really like Sandrone, but I also really want her to be a main DPS and not a support.
Well, given that she's going to be physical support, I don't think there's anything stopping her from being a main DPS, even if her
@yeah_seriously I've heard arguments
normal attack isn't specifically built for it, unless she's a catalyst. Unless she's a catalyst. Oh.
Plus she would get a rear unfairly soon, but Durin will have a while. No. Yeah.
Yeah. And Duran's a great character. I love him so much.
わかるおじさん紹介するね。おじさんはうちの部族の族長なの。二人はナタについたばっかりの旅人さん。
I think this is the first time I've seen like a different hair texture on an NPC. That's crazy.
こんにちは。
担当直入に言わせてもらうが、カチーナはうちの部族のものだ。
Logically I go for Duran and just wait for her rerun. Please pray for me that I don't all waste it on a character I also like.
Plus, it's entirely possible that you just get lucky, you know? Which is always the thing with gachas. So yeah, I say fuck it, we ball. They'll always come back. But yeah, my current plan is to just go all in on my Lunar Crystallize and my Lunar Bloom team. And then come swing back around for Skirk Freeze team. Oh, also Skirk is DID coded too. Literally, we visit her inner world, and it is physically fragmented. And then when you heal it,
just now I am kinda just chilling today. I wanted to have someone do my pulls, but I didn't respond and didn't get until just now, and I don't wanna seem like a bother, so I'm just chilling. I'm in a lot of pain today, sadly.
Gotcha. Sorry to hear, Ducky.
Lucky and me in a sentence is not real. I always lose to Diluc or Mona at 90.
Damn, Linnea, that sucks. But yeah, hopefully, Flare Up gets better, Ducky. But, what's I gonna say? Right, we go to her inner world. It is literally physically fragmented. And then when you heal it, you don't, like, glue the islands back together, you just build new pathways between them. Like, hello! That is DID coding. 1000%. Or at the very least, CPTSD coding. He's being a good dad. I appreciate that. I respect that.
カチーナはまだまだ幼いからな。周りが気にかけてやらないと。おっと、それよりもカチーナ、大会の受付はもうすぐ終わるぞ。どうしてまだ出発していないんだ？大丈
夫。
I remember in her story quest, right?
他のメンバーには先に行ってもらったんだ。後で追い
What?
かけるよ。喧嘩は得意じゃないけど、足だけは速いからね。
Skirk.
Yeah.
カチーナのやつ心配。
なるほど、邪魔して悪かった。さて、さっきはどこまで話したんだ？
大礼の話が終わって、あ、ちょうどコメの話をしようとしてたよ。そうそう、ずっとコメって言ってるけど、それ。
ああ、ナタは英雄の国なんだ。コメというのはこれらの物語のラベルのような長い歴史の叙事詩を思い出させてくれるものだ。
そうだよ。例えば私のコメの一
Whoa.
番有名な継承者は最後に参加した時なんてもう60代のおじいちゃんだったんだよ。
Jesus.
体はついていかないはずなのに、それでもその人は帰化聖夜の巡礼で上位をと。
コメは物語を記録しているが、それだけじゃない。それは代々受け継がれてきたものでもあるんだ。カチーナ、持ってるか？
Oh?
I really need that second account to remember all of the story ATP.
黒い石の中にキラキラしたものが入ってるぞ。とても。
大礼は適していると思うものを継承者に選ぶ。そして現継承者の行いもまたコメに記録されるんだ。
Could also have a info dump night. I have a whole spreadsheet for it and everything. For Genshin story lore shit.
Ancient names are so cool.
Right? Them coming with a physical object is very interesting.
例えば私みたいにね。今でもどうして大礼が私を選んでくれたのかさっぱりだけど、でももしあんなにたくさんの英雄たちも昔頑張ってきたんだってことを知らなかった。精神的な力っていうと、この石には実際
Reinforce Genshin lore in my brain.
オイラをもっと強くしたり賢
Hell
くし
yeah.
たりすることはできないのか？
ああ、だからこそ
The only thing I really hate about Genshin is the desert,
授けら
honestly.
れた力で
valid.
英雄になったとしても、それが人間の努力の成果か。
Sumeru and Enkonomiya exploration are definitely the most tedious because they require the most like party switching and blah 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 blah. I still think Inazuma is the worst though because Inazuma makes me angry.
The desert took my will to live while exploring.
The limitations of the past become the breakthroughs of today.
Yeah, Enkonomiya was so bad.
コメを手に入れた時に大礼の判断を理解できない者は数多くいた。でも諦めなければ、強さを求め、自分を超えていければ。
I'm gonna review some of this. So the stone doesn't have actual power, which is how, and that's how it exercises its value. We'll start to look at these kind of questions. The stories would suddenly become. Gotcha. So it's a way of. It's a way of just encouraging people to find their own path while using
But genuinely,
the past
I
as
really
exploration.
liked Inajima, till I explored the island with the daily changing chests.
Yeah, that's valid.
たちも一緒に行ってくれるかどうかは、聖火競技場って帰化聖夜の巡礼をやる場所か？うん。試合はそこで行われるんだ。うん、そうだよ。ひひ、それならちょうどよかった。
It took me ages to figure out why I can't complete it.
はーい。じゃあ行ってくるね、パカル。
Alrighty, let's go check out this tournament.
さ
Oh,
っきはテンション上がり
what was
す
that
ぎ
sound?
ちゃって、目的地が同じでよかったね。じゃないと試合が終わらない。
She's so cute. I love her ponytail.
おじさんに本当のことを言わなくていいのか？うん。パカルおじさんはとてもおじさんは年を取った。古傷もあるし、おじさんが大会を見に行ったら本当のことを知っちゃうし。本当だよな。さっきもお前を見捨てた奴らのことまでかぶ。
If I see those motherfuckers, it's on sight.
二人を責めないであげて。私たちは小さい頃から英雄の物語を聞いて育つ。これは別に自分のことばっかり考えてるってことじゃなくて、まあいいか。聖火競技場で帰化聖夜の巡礼の盛り上がる雰囲気を見れば、私たちの文化と歴史を体感してもらうのにはいい機会になると思うよ。こっちに行けば子供の子の集落から出られる。それから最後のスポット、七天神像もあそこにあるよ。さあ行こう。
Well, okay, I don't have a spreadsheet for like main story. I have a spreadsheet for like lore stuff, but you know, something I haven't done this before, but honestly, something that could be fun is just like using this as a guide, just sort of info dumping what I can, right? That could be fun. But also I will warn you, when I info dump, I take lots and lots of detours, so if that is not a good way for you to like absorb the information, even with the help of a timeline, like totally understandable.
I desperately need it, honestly.
Hell yeah. Would y'all want to try that now?
Basil Janey is listening to cat covers of various songs now.
Hell yeah. But I mean, would y'all want to do that now? I mean, I don't know. I feel very chatty. I'm definitely not absorbing everything I could be absorbing from the Natlan story because I'm getting distracted.
Am I allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, of course.
Hell yeah to cats, but also now.
Okay, cool. So I guess hang on, let me now this is still yapping and Natlan story. Okay. I'm also gonna pull up my funky spreadsheet for later. So, okay. Hello, friends. Welcome to Basilia's ragtag info dump lore story refresher plus lore refresher at the end. Keep in mind that my memory is not perfect, and I also speak in a very authoritative voice. So if you hear something that you're like, I know it's wrong, but Basil said it so confidently, maybe they're right. I'm probably not. It's just like I don't know what I don't know another tone of voice to say. So one of the first things that we learn is that we see the opening cutscene where you actually, okay, I'm going to establish I play as Lumine, so I'm going to use she, her for Traveler, he, him for the Abyss Twin, if everyone is cool with that. Okay, so you learned that you and your twin were attempting to leave, and then an unknown goddess called the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles interrupted your journey. Very interestingly, her speech really stands out to me. She said, Outlanders, your journey ends here. Outlanders, your journey ends here, and then like the arrogation of mankind ends here, something along those lines. And I've always found that, I find that really interesting now, given what we know, that like, you know, if we are, because the question that raises is, if we are Outlanders, why are you connecting us to the arrogation of mankind, right? Like, if we're not native to this planet, why are you like holding us responsible? There's a moment where she only has power to subdue one, or has a specific agenda, and so you play through the moment where she decides which twin she's going to abduct, and which twin she's going to continue battling. She chooses you to abduct, put to sleep, and presumably continues to battle with your twin. Also noticeably, when you play through that as the player, the person at the computer, that is when you name your traveler, which does become relevant. The first thing that you crash land, you wander around the Mondstadt wilderness for, I believe, a couple of months. During that time, you find Paimon. You fish her out of a lake. Weird. She's also this tiny floating pixie thing that doesn't look like anything else you see on Teyvat. Weird. But also nobody seems to question her appearance or how she sounds or what she looks like. Very odd. And she says that, well, I know enough about Teyvat to be your guide. So you tag along with her, and she guides you to talk to the gods of each region, because she thinks that they might know who the unknown goddess that you came across is, or who, or like where your brother is, right? Because they're gods. And then the main plot of this is that, yeah, there is a dragon who is like young in dragon years. I believe like 2,000 years old, maybe younger. And in the time that the Animo Archon, Barbados, has been asleep, he has become separated from humanity and has come into conflict with them. And because he's come into conflict with them, that opens up the opportunity for an organization called the Abyss Order to come in and start feeding that flame of like, yes, humanity hates you. They want you gone. You have to strike first. Blah, 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 blah. And so he starts attacking the city of Mondstadt, which obviously makes the humans think, okay, he's gone berserk, so I guess we have to take him down now too. But eventually, with the help of the Animo Archon, we managed to calm him down, and he's able to live in harmony with Mondstadt again. I think that the really notable moments for that is that one of the first things, it's really interesting that the first thing that the game does is tell you that, like, people have to be given freedom for their own decisions, otherwise what do they mean? Barbados says, what is freedom when what is the meaning of freedom when demanded of you by a god? And that line has stuck with me for years. And we also learn that humans and dragons cooperating, good. I don't know. I really like how like well structured the writing is really just they show that hand immediately upon replaying the stories, because yeah, this is what the story is going to come back to at the end of all of it, you know, is that people and gods and everyone have to be given the option to make their own choices. And humans and dragons are meant to live harmoniously together. We are also introduced to a character, Albedo, who is a homunculus who's created via alchemy, which is like, how? And so that was he was created by the alchemist Gold. We don't know where she went yet, but apparently she was one of the 5 people that caused an event called the Cataclysm, which is when Conria, a nation that was not ruled by an Archon, finally pissed off heaven enough that, or pissed off the gods enough that it got fucking smited. Clearly her experiments had to do with creating life and all that stuff, which the gods don't like. Why don't the gods like it? Time to find out. So we're left with a lot of questions about what exactly is it that the gods do, right? Because we've met Barbados, who is literally called the absentee Archon because he really doesn't interfere with the affairs of his people. In fact, he walks among them as like an ordinary bard and all of this stuff. Another side note, but one of my favorite things is that during these like story quests with the free characters that you play, is that they're all like surveying you. You know, they're being very friendly to you in Mondstadt fashion, but they are not blindly trusting you. Like when you replay it, you really notice the characters' tells of like them very closely observing you. Let's see, was there anything else here? I don't think so. That's Mondstadt. Do we think there's anything? Was that okay? Was the structure of that okay? Was there anything I missed? Are there any questions? Because again, I'm ripping off my ass right now. I did not plan this at all. So if this is like, what are you talking about? Let me know and we can try this another time. I love this music.
It was good for me.
Same. How are you feeling, Janie? Since you were also one of the people that asked about it. Of course, if you don't really have an answer, that's totally fair.
She says keep going.
Based. Okay, at the end of our journey in Liyue, Barbados encourages
Listening
us...
off my screen now.
Okay, Slay. Barbados encourages us to go to Liyue next. Liyue provides an immediate contrast to Mondstadt. Mondstadt, had the Knights of Favonius and the Church of Favonius, but even then they weren't really true legal bodies the way that we see in that we see in Liyue. In Liyue, we see the Qixing, who are which is like the human side of the government. We meet like a lawyer who has like a giant tome. There's also like ceremonies and contracts and all of this
also,
stuff.
If I'm not around for whole yap, likely. I took timestamp screenshot. Will listen to VOD.
Yeah, because I imagine bedtime is coming up soon. Now, of course, we learned that in contrast to Mondstadt, Liyue's god actually directly communes with their people once a year in the Rite of Dissension. We go to the Rite of Dissension, and the dragon's corpse lands on the people. Not good. And it's like, okay, well, now what do we do? And as part of trying to clear your name of being involved in the murder, because you're a mysterious outlander who just happened to arrive on the day that Rex Lapis dies, that's suspicious. In the journey of trying to figure out exactly what's going on, prove your innocence, whatnot, you meet a Fatui harbinger named Child and a mysterious man named Zhongli, who walks around with Rex Lapis's logo on the back of his jacket, seems to know a lot about Liyue's history, and is old as balls. Golly gee, wonder who that could be. The story for this is, it has like, the actual story has a lot going on, but the best summary of it is that the Qixing, the Liyue Adepti, who are like the deities of Liyue, and the Qixing, the Fatui, and the Abyss Order are all very at odds in terms of like how to handle the situation. Like the Qixing are very like, okay, the era of gods being in charge of Mondstadt is over, so this is the time for humans to kind of take our nation into our hands. The Adepti initially see that as kind of like a usurpation and are really pissed about it. And of course, the Abyss Order is just like, all right, guys, let's fucking rock and roll, because they are very destructive in their means of trying to achieve their goal, which we aren't 100% sure about yet. But ultimately, the solution is for the Liyue Qixing and the Adepti to come together and work together to defeat the battle, defeat the evil god Osial. Obviously, it turns out that, whoa, holy shit, this guy's Rex Lapis! And this was all a big test that he did in order for to see if the Adepti and the humans were capable of taking care of Liyue without his interference anymore. And he also gives his Gnosis away to the Fatui, who stole Venti's Gnosis. And so, what are they collecting the Gnosis for? What was worth it? What what about letting the humans take their nation in their own hands, whatever? What about that was worth giving the Gnosis away to a hostile party, to Zhongli? All of those good questions. But again, I think that the most notable thing is that the humane and the divine coming together was the only solution to the problem that was presented. And I also really like how much it shows you of Zhongli immediately. Of course, you know, in real life, doing tests like that is morally fucked up. You shouldn't do that. But, you know, that's talking about people doing things to other people. Zhongli's been alive for 6,000 years. He really does truly know how these things play out, right? And so him running this test, even though by human standards it's morally wrong, when you think about it, wasn't it actually technically the best way for him to see if these people could survive without him? You know? Obviously there could have been other ways, but the thing is, what if they proved themselves in a trial, but when going up against another angry god, they couldn't, an actual angry god, they couldn't show up, you know? But he wasn't doing it, like, just for his personal gain. He was clearly doing it because he genuinely believed that, like, the era of humans being center stage, like, that this was the right time for that to happen. Independently from the Tsaritsa schemes, independently from Celestia's bullshit, you know? And it really shows in the way that he runs the trial. I don't know. I think that it's really telling about what role he's going to play in future quests too. Then we finally get some answers about what actually is going on with the gods and this mysterious nation named Conria that the traveler keeps hearing about. We learn that the Abyss Order are cursed humans that used to be Conrian. We learn that the gods once struck down Conria, which is like, okay, we just made buddies with these two. What the fuck was their involvement in that? Uh-oh, genocide's pretty bad. And we also see our sibling for the first time. And he just tells us that we have to just complete our journey. Doesn't tell us anything else helpful. Very ominous stuff. So, you know, we make our way back to Zhongli and are like, hey, what the fuck? You know, but through this story quest, we learn that not the gods are not like in on Celestia's greater plan. They are pawns as well. You know, they're Nosey's being chess pieces is really relevant. So, and we also learn that, where was I going with that? Hello? But yeah, we mostly learned that, like, not only are Archons not really in on the grand plan, but also, like, Celestia doesn't exactly have, like, total full control. Because otherwise, why would they need gods, right? That kind of thing. Zhongli directs us to Inazuma, which is, again, in great contrast to Mondstadt and Liyue, which have free trade between each other, is totally isolationist. They don't talk to nobody. We have to sneak in on a pirate ship. Shit's crazy. I like Inazuma's story. However, I don't think the way that it's shown is the best. So while playing, if you missed this while playing it, totally valid in my opinion, but, basically, the Fatui are conspiring to, take Inazuma out from the inside out. They have, created something called the Vision Hunt Decree, which obviously is taking away people's visions, in order to drive up demand for delusions. So that they will eventually weaken Inazuma's military forces and be able to swoop in and just defeat them, right? Within that Fatui scheme, us, the Traveler, coming in with the Vision Hunt Decree is really interesting because it not only shows us, you know, obviously it shows how tyrannical the Raiden Shogun is and how harsh Inazuma is. They're taking away people's well-being, they're taking away people's identities. But more importantly, Act 1 especially, shows us the types of ambition that Celestia feels a need to bookmark with a vision. And obviously being bookmarked with a vision means that, like, whatever was bookmarked can be taken away. We see 3 people who have lost their visions. The first one is someone who is driven by his love for his community. One of them is driven by love for community. The second is driven by love for family. And the third is driven by, like, sheerly by desire for, like, personal gain. And so then the question becomes, as you meet more and more characters who don't have visions, you notice that they're not different from those 3 stories who got majorly highlighted. And so it leaves as many questions as it answers as to who gets visions and why, right? Let's see. Visions. Ambition, bookmarking. Right. Also, getting back to the actual story, obviously, even after touching base with Zhongli and kind of feeling less like holy shit what the fuck about the Archons. You still feel pretty holy shit what the fuck about the Archons. Not only that, but your twin has set the condition that the time that you guys will get to meet each other again is going to be when you complete your journey. So now the Traveler is absolutely like, I'm going to speed run this shit. You get to Inazuma, people are asking you for help, you're like, no thank you. People are asking you to run errands, you're like, only if it gets me a visit with the god of this nation so I can ask them about my brother. But obviously in the end they end up getting swept up in the overall plot of the game anyway. But I think I think that was a really good contrast to give, because it makes the point of like, who is the Traveler deep down, right? Because the question is like, you know, a question a lot of people ask in real life and in fiction is, if a person is doing something for a specific like payment or boon or trade-off or whatever, is what they're doing like actually good, right? Even if it has a good result, are they at heart good? And this answers that question for the Traveler, in my opinion. She starts off in total distress, feeling very betrayed, and very just like ready to find her sibling and go, but ultimately she just cannot help but get drawn in by the people of Inazuma, and cannot help but find her way in there anyway. She only agrees to go around looking at those former vision bearers I talked about earlier, the 3, because Ayaka promises that I'll get you a meeting with the Raiden Shogun if you do that. And it's that point when it's just all over. Now, there's a very interesting moment that happens though. Throughout Act 2, the Traveler gets very, very like emotionally involved. It grows a lot of specific attachments to this soldier Teppei and Goro and you know, Ayaka, Toma, all these characters. And what eventually that results in is, as the Fatui plot is revealed, the Traveler gets really, 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 really pissed the fuck off. And for the first time in the entire game, we see the Traveler, not, we see the Traveler not, making a decision between, not making the decision to say yes or no to fulfill a request, and instead just making the decision that I'm going to be the one that goes to this confrontation with the Raiden Shogun. I'm going to be the one to figure out what's going on, because her connection has grown strong enough that instead of being a helpful outsider, she's properly inserted herself into the story. And we haven't seen that happen in either of the previous nations. In fact, nobody, when she runs to chase Kujo-Sara to the Raiden Shogun thing, she doesn't take anyone with her. She just goes, and in fact, I don't know if I can find it, but like the dialogue even is like, I'm gonna be the one to go, and Paimon's like, huh? You good? Like, what's up with that? You know? And that becomes relevant because also for the first time, somebody fucking dies. Senora gets like mega dissolved into dust. And when we leave the temple or the building, the Traveler seems to be in a weirdly specific physical state that we've never seen before. She seems to be having a headache. The screen is like glitchy and shaking, and she's phasing in and out. And on occasion, the Traveler stops walking, and you have to consciously fight against something. That thing is alluded to being, one of Celestia's forces, like, poking her head in. And I think that is because the Traveler properly inserting herself as like her own character and not just like a supplement to the story disrupted things so greatly that Celestia was like, hey, what the fuck? And not only that, but, you know, I kind of brought into question, like, okay, so is the Traveler going to remain an Outlander, or is the Traveler part of the story now? Is the Traveler properly of Teyvat now or not? So, and then also, when we go through Raiden Shogun's story quest, we get introduced to timey-wimey bullshit, in which we learn that Istaroth is able to take an event and spread it across echoes of time. So the wish for the previous Electro Archon to plant a tree that will keep Inazuma safe and remind her sister, the current Electro Archon, of what it is that they are working towards. Istaroth makes it so that that tree has always been in Inazuma and always will be in Inazuma. Does it make sense? Don't worry, it doesn't start making sense either later, so it's just like that. But yeah, the main thing is just we learn how visions work. We learn the role that Celestia plays in people's lives, and we learn the role that the Traveler. We learn how important the role the Traveler plays in the affairs of the people of Teyvat is. We see what happens when the Traveler actually properly becomes their own free agent, and it's not great. So yeah. Again, that kind of harkens back to both Mondstadt and Liyue, right? Where it's like the will of the people is very, very important. Very, very important. Yes, I hope that makes sense. And then we have another chapter where we learn about the history of Conria. We learn that the Abyss Order... We learn more about the Abyss Order's approach to things. So obviously through Mondstadt's story, we learned that like they are willing to manipulate the fuck out of vulnerable parties, in this case Dvalin, in order to destroy sections of humanity that they don't approve of. They're not as present in Liyue, but obviously they capitalized on the goings-on. So... And they're really... not horribly present in Inazuma, just because the Fatui are doing so much shit. But we finally come across them again here in the Chasm, in which they are attempting a ritual that will supposedly break the Conrian curse. It is unknown whether their goal was just to break the immortality portion, or if their goal was to make it so that people so that the people who've been transmorphed into abyssal creatures get to go back to being humans. But either way, we see this scene where our twin says, like, I don't care if this kills people or hurts people. The fact that there's even a vague chance of this succeeding makes it worth it to me. And I think that really sums up the Abyss Order. It's just that they are so desperate, or at least they see themselves as so desperate, that they are willing to stomp on anyone that it takes to get what they want, which is a world free of Celestia's influence. But does that make them basically the same as Celestia? Some would argue yes, because what is Celestia doing if not being tyrannical and doing whatever it wants in order to keep the Abyss from succeeding, right? But we resolve things. Inazuma manages to actually get a pretty good relationship with this Archon. She doesn't work with them super directly, but like she's in direct communication with them, which is another interesting contrast to the previous nations, right? That Inazuma, after its time being isolated from the rest of the world, is still benefiting from the guidance of an Archon, unlike Liyue, and is aware of that guidance happening, unlike in Mondstadt. Let's see. Another incredibly notable thing, we don't see a dragon in Inazuma. We see a dragon in Liyue, Aztaha. We see a dragon in Mondstadt, which is Dvalin, but we don't see one in Inazuma. However, we notice that Inazuma has uniquely active, like, terrain. Like, the ground is literally erupting with
Thunderbird.
electro energy. It's not known if the Thunderbird is the electro dragon or not. It's really not, like, because the thing is with Aztaha, they straight up call him the Geo Dragon King in Mandarin. I don't believe they give the same treatment to the Thunderbird, unless I'm wrong. But yeah. Wahoo! Any questions? Anything you think that I missed? Anything that I didn't explain well? I am going to take that as a no. Okay, next we go to Sumeru.
I think it's good.
Slay. Next we go to Sumeru, and it's very interesting. In Inazuma, they did not know that there was a handoff from Raiden Makoto and Raiden A. They just didn't know. However, in Sumeru, there was a similar trade-off. The previous Dendro Archon, Greater Lord Rikudavada, died during the Conrian Cataclysm, and Lesser Lord Kusanali was born. And for the first time, we are encountered by a society who knows who their god is, but just does not have any reverence for her. Like, not only do they call her Lesser Lord Kusanali, but worshipping Lesser Lord Kusanali is rare and like borderline taboo. It's seen as like silly and weird compared to worshipping Greater Lord Rukudavada. And everyone's goal is to kind of like make Lesser Lord Kusanali into Greater Lord Rukudavada. So we meet an organization called the Academia, and they seem to be very, very, very against anything to do with Lesser Lord Kusanali, which is, again, a very odd thing, right? Like, what is up with you? What is your problem? To the point that on Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday, they decide to take advantage of the fact that like the people are coming together to celebrate and with the, their well wishes for the Lesser Lord to run an experiment through their fucking brain connection, fucking hive mind devices called Akasha terminals. The Akasha being a means of accessing information from like a collective living database. However, that access is not free, not in that you have to pay for it, but in that like there's information that some people aren't allowed to access. Wow, golly gee, I wonder what happens when the government is able to heavily censor sources of information. But through the Akasha terminals, they keep everybody inside of a dream, and they start what is called a samsara. In this case, it's called a samsara. A samsara being when you a samsara being like the period of time that repeats over and over and over. In an attempt to gather data to basically figure out the power of like dreams, the power of knowledge, how it is, what are the fullest capabilities of the human mind, because they are trying to figure out how to raise humans to the status of gods. not ominous at all. Surely there's nothing that could go wrong with that plan. Eventually you manage to break the samsara with the help of Lesser Lord Kusanali herself. But you guys wise up to the fact that the Fatui are involved, surprise, surprise, and that through the Akasha Terminal, which they now have full control of, they are planning on trapping her in order to, again, like, feed into their plan of raising humans to the status of gods. Nahida locks away her own consciousness to prevent them from being able to, like, access information from her. But you're running on a timer. There's only so long she can hold off, right? So you and the various citizens of Sumeru write out a plan to take down the academia, trick them into thinking that they are pulling off their plan. Meanwhile, you are setting Nahida free so that she can take control back. Now, back to what I was saying about raising humans to the status of gods. This is where Scaramouche / the Balladeer / the Wanderer / Kunikazushi comes into play. He is a puppet that was created by by Raiden A as the first prototype for the puppet Raiden Shogun. However, he was found to, like, have feelings, which therefore made him not suitable to Raiden A's goal, and so she discarded him. Because of that, he's always been really angry, and he's also felt cheated out of possession of the Electronosis, like, sees it as, like, Raiden A, like, or Raiden Shogun, like, stole it from him, kind of. So, not only, so, Dottore, Il Dottore, who is the one that was helping run that dream experiment that we talked about earlier, and is very interested in raising humans to the status of gods, full 400 years ago, I think, got Scaramouche to join the Fatui with the promise that, like, I'm going to involve you in this, because he's not human, but he's not a god either, so it's a good in-between for, yeah, it's a good in-between for the experiments that they're running. Right? Figure out how to raise Scaramouche to the level of a god, and then we can use that information to see if we can get a human to do the same thing. Nahida, total badass, when she confronts him. Good morning, Iron. Nahida, being a total badass, starts a brand new samsara without him even noticing, so that you can just practice defeating him over and over and over again until you figure out the actual best way to do it. And you take him down. And it's incredibly sad. He spent 400 years feeling abandoned and unfulfilled. You know, he wasn't doing this because he has a desire to, like, hurt the people of Sumeru. He did it because he saw hurting the people of Sumeru as a necessity for him to be worth anything. However, he and his whole team are a big part of the reason that Nahida has been locked away for 500 years, and more specifically, the reason she has recently been suffering. So, for the moment, she just rips the gnosis out of him and keeps on rockin' and rollin'. Gosh, I love Nahida. Let's see. At that point, we figure out, we remember, at that point, the words. Through the process of hatching that plan, we also learned that Irminsul, which is the Tree of Life, has what is called forbidden knowledge contaminating it. Oh wait, are ads starting? I think they are. I will briefly be quiet. That will also give us time to digest whatever the fuck I've said so far.
Yeah, they should in a bit.
What do I want to do in the meantime?
I'm not on ads yet, though.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go randomly dive around in Fontaine while we wait for that. Wahoo. How are we feeling, chat? I know that some people are on ads, but for those of you who are here, I hope refresher has been good. Because obviously this is not, what the fuck was that? Hello? What was that? Hi. Hello.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, this is definitely not a beginner-friendly ramble. This is absolutely for people who have already played this game a good amount and are getting like a refresher as opposed to like an actual introduction. If I were to make an actual like introduction,
It's
I would
Lost Grimoire IIRC.
I would really want to like plan that, which I am down to do if people so desired, but definitely not necessary or anything. Okay, a little bit scruffy, but pretty good. The main thing is just like there's so much on the screen, but slay. T-E? Pick up. Yes. I am so smart. I am, however, not actually... Oh, wait. Is this it? Yeah! Okay. Here we go. Yeah, ads should be done in like 30 seconds, so I'm just gonna grab this and then we keep,
Gonna start winding down for bed soon. GM.
Okay, good night! Okay.
My Ada were done and then the timer just reset.
Huh? Timer reset? That's not right. Oh. I don't... Is that something I did, or is that just Twitch being
I don't know,
lucky?
must be a Twitch thing that happens on a lot of streams to me.
Huh. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've encountered that problem before. But can you hear me now or no? Obviously, plan being if I do not hear from you, I assume that you cannot hear me. Okay, where the fuck is this waypoint? You can? Oh, okay, okay. In that case, back to the info dump we go. All right. No, this one. So,
let's go.
We learned that Irminsul, which is the Tree of Life where all of the information about Teyvat is stored, we learned that it is contaminated with forbidden knowledge because Greater Lord Rukkhadevata absorbed it in an attempt to stop Sumeru from, you know, getting fucking destroyed during the Cataclysm. But it did solve the problem short term, but not long term. It kept the it stopped everything from like immediately getting smited, but the wound still festered. Bunch of stuff happens, pretty hard to explain, but eventually we learn that she set up a plan such that a part of her former self in the form of Lesser Lord Kusanali, would be able to erase Greater Lord Rukkhadevata from ever having existed in Irminsul's databanks, which would conversely make it so that it doesn't know the forbidden knowledge that Rukkhadevata introduced. So meaning that we now know of 2 specific samsaras, one in which Greater Lord Rukkhadevata exists, and one in which Greater Lord Rukkhadevata didn't exist. Very, very confusing stuff. I'm going to briefly take a detour to try to explain the way that I visualize how all of this fucky timeline stuff happens. Because I do think it's kind of important. Okay. So... no. This. Sure. Okay. So... if we take a circle, because we know that cycles are a thing here in Teyvat in its timeline. How about I make the circle gray? Gray. Okay. First of all, we know that there are multiple cycles. There's a cycle before this and a cycle after this. So, like, if we just imagine there's another circle. Oh! Ah! Imagine that there is another circle here and another circle here, which is what happens before and after all of this Rukkhadevata Kusanali stuff. The circles are drawn tiny just because I'm lazy. That is not accurate. They should be as big as this one circle. So this is our point of entry from the previous cycle, and this is where we exit the samsara into the next cycle. Do we follow so far? Now you will notice this splits the circle in half. There are 2 paths. Why is that? So this is the one in which Rukkhadevata exists, right? An R for Rukkhadevata. And this is the one in which it is just Kusanali, right? So we have 2 options to go through here. However, no matter what, they run left to right between in order to go from here to here, right? However, in isolation from these other 2 cycles that it has to lead into and out of, it runs like this. So, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata exists and absorbs forbidden knowledge. She realizes, oh shit, I fucked up, and is like, I need to delete myself. She does that, but now that she's deleted herself, there's nothing preventing her from getting created, which obviously happens in this cycle, right? Like, Rukkhadevata's existence starts here, in reality, right? Like in physical reality. So it creates a cycle in which you are constantly flipping back and forth between these 2 samsaras, these 2 versions of reality. How do we feel about all that?
I feel like I kinda got it.
Okay. It's definitely weird, but yeah. So, in physical reality, Rukkhadevata exists. Rukkhadevata no longer exists because the version of... there is no version of the next cycle where Rukkhadevata is there, because Rukkhadevata will always delete herself from existence. Like, Rukkhadevata will always choose to delete herself, so there is no version of this cycle where she's there. There is, however, a version of this cycle where she is physically here. And then for the previous cycle, she physically existed, but in order to accommodate for the fact that she supposedly has never existed, it kind of writes that she was never there, like kind of over top of it. But physically she was there, which results in a lot of inconsistencies. For example, Kusanali is still called Lesser Lord Kusanali. But what about the Greater Lord? I don't know what you're talking about. We're just gonna ignore that. You know, that kind of like confused, that just a lot of confusion. Sit with it for a second. I'm so sorry.
Multiple timelines are something else.
Not multiple timelines, different versions of reality, and that distinction becomes important later. Actually, let's make it important now. So, because of this, technically you have a big mess here, right? So this is the timeline where Rukkhadevata never existed. This is the timeline where she existed, except again, it stops here and becomes the timeline where she doesn't exist anymore, right? So this timeline never finishes. This timeline, again, it never reaches this point. This one does. However, the Traveler, for the Traveler, things don't get overwritten. Things just happen. So what the Traveler saw is Rukkhadevata existed. Kusanali existed at the same time. Rukkhadevata deleted herself, or Kusanali deleted Rukkhadevata, however you want to see it, and Kusanali continued to exist, and then retroactively, Rukkhadevata never existed? You know? You know? So that's why it's like the distinction between multiple realities, because the thing is, those realities occur within a greater reality, right? They're only able to create the illusion of there having been two separate realities because of how Irminsul works, which is when you delete something from it, it will fill in that blank, right? Physical reality is just this. Rukkhadevata existed, then she deleted herself, and now Nahida continues to exist without her. That is physical reality. This stuff is all illusions. All of this stuff is just stuff that the computer that is Irminsul made up in order to maintain its own like rules about how reality works, right? And that's why it's so confusing compared to what physically happened, because it's rewriting and retconning and pretending that there are plot inconsistencies due to said retconning that just aren't there. Yada 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 yada. How you feeling, Linnea?
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Yeah. If it makes you feel better, so am I. TLDR. Irminsul does this fuck shit. And
Good to hear, Agaha.
so Irminsul does all of this fuck shit with the circles. However, the people of Teyvat only experience one of these two lines at the time. The orange one that continues or the green one that gets cut off. However, the Traveler, who is not affected by Irminsul's circle of fuck shit, knows what actually happened. Does that help? Yeah. Okay. One more time. Irminsul does fuck shit. However, humans of Teyvat are privy to the output from the fuck shit, meaning they only get one of these two straight lines. No circles for humans. However, the Traveler can see this. Irminsul can't comprehend this, which is why it does this fuck shit.
Yeah, so they are essentially all stuck between two realities and no one knows but the Traveler knows it all?
Yes! Except I could have just said it that way from the beginning, but I like explaining this part because I think it's cool. But yeah. That is the main gist, and also how I could have explained it from the beginning.
Like it.
Okay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yay! Alrighty. Back to this shit. Okay, but Kusanali deletes Rukkhadevata.
The conclusion was a milestone for me.
Hey, let's go. She is now the only Dendro Archon and has always only ever been the only Dendro Archon. That was a great sentence. And then we see a second time where somebody retcons shit from Irminsul. We see the Balladeer Scaramouche delete his traumatic past such that he can completely start over. However, eventually, he decides to. However, Irminsul didn't make up like a new backstory for him or anything. And so he was like, yeah, I don't know who the fuck I am or what the fuck I'm doing. But the Traveler meets him and is like, hey, I think that, like, maybe you should know what's up. And he eventually accepts both the current version of himself, the Wanderer, and the previous version of himself, the Balladeer, which is very interesting, right? Because we just established that, like, two samsaras, nuh-uh. But now we see a situation in which the two samsaras aren't actually overlapping, but the second samsara is aware of the first one and is chill with it. But then the question becomes, so why can't we tell Nahida about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? And that is because if we remind Irminsul that Rukkhadevata existed, it will become infected by forbidden knowledge again. Cool. Now, not only does Sumeru do a good job of emphasizing, again, the previous points, humans need to be able to make their own decisions, tyrannical government's bad, all that good stuff. It also really hammers in the power of dreams. How dreams become realms and worlds in their own right. And how information being hidden away in dreams, in fairy tales, in stories is a way to circumvent the stuff going on with Irminsul and circumvent stuff with Celestia, because Irminsul is not good at abstract searches. When you tell Irminsul delete everything about the Balladeer, it will only delete things that have the word Balladeer in them. It won't delete, let's say, a fairy tale version of his story, which is how you're able to tell the Balladeer, how you're able to tell the Wanderer about his past as the Balladeer, is you find that fairy tale and are able to be like, hey, that thing is you. On our way out of Sumeru, on our way to Fontaine, we fall victim to a ley line disturbance in which we see our twin create the Abyss Order. Ooh! We knew that our twin was part of the Abyss Order. However, we didn't know that he definitively, like, created it. So that's a big, like, uh-oh! He created it in combination with a man named Clotar Alberich. Clotar Alberich did it started off with the mission of keeping his son, who had been transformed into a hilly churl, of conscious mind, with the hope of maybe with the hope of maybe like turning him back into a human one day. However, he became driven fucking bonkers. By coincidence, they go to a cavern and meet not a person, an entity that refers to itself as like a great sinner. Oh, sinners of Conria. I remember that trace from earlier. Yeah. Declares himself to be a sinner, and implores you and Clotar to like join it, wield its power, become part of its conglomerate so that it can look back at you fondly at the end of time, whatever that means. Clotar then feeds a medicine that he fashioned using that new energy, which is abyssal in nature, feeds it to his kid, and then his kid fucking explodes. His kid explodes. Now, the traveler witnessing a memory through your twin's eyes, pass out, and when you wake up, you're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry about what happened to your son. And Clotar, the absolute nutjob, is like, fear not, my son has become something greater than he ever could have dreamed of being. He's become the LAUMA fate. And it's like, okay, weird. And that's that. Now, what is the LAUMA fate? You have heard me talking about how Irmin's soul really does function like a computer. I will have you know, a loom is, the loom is like in the like family tree of computers, like the pipeline of going from no computers to computers. The loom is there, like abacus, loom, calculators, computer type thing. Next we go to Fontaine, and Fontaine is really even more weird than Sumeru, because rather than them like disrespecting their Archon specifically, they don't seem to respect their Archon very much, but it's not because they're like in denial of her existence like they are with Kusanali. It's because she presents herself as like a celebrity rather than like a true god. Like she's always very like exuberant. She's very like, oh, ah, ha, 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 ha. You know, and it's like, why the fuck are you acting like that? Becomes the question. You also learn that Fontaine is under its own curse, but it's different from the one that's on Conria. The curse that is on Fontaine is that one day the entire nation will flood and all of its people will get dissolved into the water, and the Hydro Archon will be left all alone. And there are a lot of different parties that are doing different things in order to try and prevent the prophecy. However, the Archon doesn't seem to be doing anything. And it's like, hey, what's up with that? Like, if you're a god, why aren't you doing something to prevent this prophecy? Also, and so, all those questions crop up. And then you, attend a court case. I'm gonna skip over the performance thing. You attend a court case in which for the first time the Opera Epiclese, which is a machine that runs the court of Fontaine, like gives the verdicts, gives an incorrect verdict. Someone has been proven innocent beyond a doubt, and the Opera Epiclese says he's guilty anyway, put him in jail. Cause why not? Everybody starts freaking out, and it's like, is this a sign that the prophecy is going to come true sooner or later? And Frida's like, ha ha ha, of course not! You also learn that the reason that a big function of the Opera Epiclese, the machine, is that when people attend these court cases, you know, when they as an audience, it engages them in their like belief in justice, regardless of how like theatrical and kind of dystopian it is. It is still feeding the opera epiclese and creates a form of energy called indemnitium. Indemnitium physically powers the city, like it functions like electricity. And so everybody assumes that like that's all it does. It spits out verdicts and it powers the city in exchange for us engaging with the concept of justice. Slay! Eventually you figure out this whole conspiracy. You learn that the reason that Fontaine got cursed is because his previous Archon, Ageria, took Oceanids and made them into identical to human beings. The exception being that, unlike every other kind of human in Teyvat, they have primordial water running in their veins instead of blood. Because of that, if they are to come into contact with something called the primordial sea, or any amount of primordial water really, they will physically dissolve because they were made from primordial waters, and so if they ever go back to primordial waters, that's it. Dunzo. We also then learn that Farina is not the Hydro Archon. So then who is? At the climax of all of this, when it's very clear that the prophecy is gonna come true, and it's gonna come true right fucking now, the only way to prevent that is to stop the primordial sea from flooding. Why is the primordial sea flooding into the normal ocean? Because there's a giant fuck-ass whale swimming in it and drinking the water. Because of course there is! You go and fight that, send it off out of Teyvat's primordial seas back into the generic Sea of Stars. At the same time, oh wait, no, and then you come back out of the primordial sea into normal places. And then you, the traveler, get pulled into like Farina's fucking brainscape, and Neuvillette gets sucked up into the opera epiclese. Why is that? Well, golly gee, folks, he meets the actual Hydro Archon, who hatched a plan to prevent the prophecy from really coming true. Remember what I said about how Indemnitium powers the city? Like a 0.01% of the Indemnitium created by the people of Fontaine attending those court cases actually physically went towards powering the city. The rest of it was being stored such that the Hydro Archon Focalors would be able to destroy her throne in Celestia. Not just destroy her Gnosis, not just, like, give up her Archonhood, fully remove Celestia's control over the element of Hydro and give it back to the original holder of the Hydro power, which is the Hydro Dragon Sovereign, who's been reincarnated in the form of Neuvillette. Dragon Sovereigns? The fuck are you talking about? Well, once upon a time, prior to the Heavenly Principles descending upon Teyvat, it wasn't Teyvat, it was the Light Realm, and it was only made up of dragons. The strongest out of the type of elemental dragon was referred to as the Dragon Sovereign, and it held dominion over that element. She succeeds in her plan. Neuvillette is given the powers. So then, although the prophecy technically comes true, Fontaine does flood, Farina does end up sitting alone on her throne crying. He's able to undo the curse because, again, Celestia no longer has power over water, primordial or otherwise. And so Neuvillette is able to undo the curse, and he claims that he has turned them into normal humans just like the other ones. However, that is suspect. That is very suspect. Then we swing by Mondstadt for the Windbloom Festival, and we learn more about the stuff that I was talking about all the way back when we got introduced to Albedo in Mondstadt. We learn more about Chemia, life, and also, very interestingly, a thing about names. There are 2 Durins. One of them is an evil dragon, and the other one is a little guy from a storybook. However, that little guy from a storybook wants to be human, just like the old Oceanids of Fontaine. So how do we do that? How do we make it so that there can be... How do we make it so that this Durin can exist in human reality without doing something Rukkhadevata style where we just like erase old Durin? That creates a whole problem. Because if the old Durin doesn't exist, then how does this guy ever have a story written about him? And so on and so forth. Obviously, Albedo, being a genius, figures out that the best way to do that is to kill what is left of evil Durin's remnants on the world, and use those remnants in order to create a body for little Durin. And we succeed in that. The very interesting things that we learn through that quest is how close people can get to creating life, but how no one that's like a human or is on human level of Tevat has achieved that. And arguably, neither has an Archon, right? A made a puppet. Albedo made a skin suit for Durin. Folklores stripped off a part of herself to make Farina. Rukkhadevata made a mini-god version of herself. And obviously Agiria took Oceanids and like transmorphed them into human-like beings. However, no one has actually created life the way that the Heavenly Principles did when they introduced humans into the Light Realm. Which leaves a lot of questions open. Finally, we encounter a strange incident in Sumeru in which people are describing a missing person, but when you quiz them, it seems like the person they're talking about only exists in their memories. There's no physical proof of this person existing. However, all of them agree that they exist. You do a lot of digging. There's allusions to it maybe being your twin. There's allusions to it maybe being Dainsleif's older brother, who was one of the 5 sinners of Conria. But it turns out that it is Carrie Bear, the little boy Hilly Churl, who was turned into the Luma Fate. So what is the Luma Fate doing, just inserting memories of himself into the minds of these random townspeople? So, this is so upsetting. He realized that the next phase of the Luma Fate project involves dissolving him. It involves a new phase that does not include him. And he realized that he was about to stop existing even in this like memory realm. And all he wanted was for people, someone, anywhere, to remember him in the world proper. Traveler doesn't count. So, that's why he does this whole thing where he uses the last dredges of his power to insert memories of himself into the people and get a little taste of who he could have been had his father not, had Celestia not fucked him up, right? And his father fucked him up more. We also get
this genuinely makes me sad.
It's very upsetting. We also briefly meet our twin. We do not keep memories of the encounter because of the nature of the memory realm that we were in, but he tells us this tale about how at the end of his journey, he came across an entire field of Lumine's favorite flower. We also learn that Ether is the only person who uses Lumine's actual name. And so that's what I said earlier about like why I think it's relevant that that's the moment that you you change Lumine's display name, right? And I think it's because like Lumine having traveled between worlds before has a sense of like, I cannot tell these people my true name because I am not meant to be part of this. And so it's whatever name happens to be. So what's the canonicity of you choosing that name? I think that every person's username is reflective of a samsara. There's I think that it rotates between the two twins. So there's one where Lumine's the Abyss Twin, there's one where Aether's the Abyss Twin, and within those cycles, every time it repeats, the Traveler picks a new name. The Traveler Twin picks a different name every time, because every samsara they're learning something, the way that we see happens in Sumeru. So, what is the point of going through that samsara over and over and over and over and over and over again? I think that, similar to Folklores, the overall plot that we are going to remember, that we remember at the end of all of this before we start it all over again, is that we are trying to build up enough willpower, enough energy, enough something in order to turn the tides of fate. That is my theory. Don't ask me more questions because I don't have any more answers. It's very vague. Something I forgot to cover because I'm silly. Nahida also tells us that while we are what is known as a descender, capital D, a person who does not operate by Tevat's laws, a person who's not privy to Tevat's laws, a person who is immune to Irminsul's retcon bullshit, our twin isn't. Our twin is just part of Tevat, recorded in Irminsul, probably affected by it. Why is that? The initial thought that a lot of people had about what is a descender is that a descender is somebody who is not born on Tevat and comes from like another planet. But now we've learned that that's not true, because then our twin by default would be a descender. And what that teaches us is that being a descender is like a choice. You choose to play by Celestia's rules, Tevat's rules, or you choose to stay outside of it. And I think that that serves to explain that moment that I talked about here in Act 3 of Inazuma, where after getting Signora killed through the duel, the Traveler is like experiencing like physical pain, seems to be getting checked in on by a celestial like entity. I think it's because they were on the verge of losing their status as a descender in that moment. But yeah, kind of, so that was a combo, like, story lore thing. There's a lot of lore that did not get covered in this, though, so I did keep myself contained. Slay. But what we have learned from all of this is that humans are self-sufficient, dragons and humans can and should get along. The Traveler is a helper at heart, but although they are the main character of us, the players' POV, and the main character of their own story, they are not the main character of Tevat itself, at least not yet. Remember what I said about Aether telling that story about how he got to the end of his journey and there was just a whole field full of nothing but Lumine's favorite flowers? Her favorite flowers from where? Her favorite flowers from their home planet? Because we know they came from another planet. And if so, why are they here? What's up with that, right? I can dive into that another time, though. We also learned that the Archons are all not particularly fond of Celestia, but at the same time, they love humanity, which puts them in a really difficult position, right? Because Celestia created humanity. So, you know, you gotta figure out a way to get rid of Celestia's grip on Tevat without losing humanity's, ability to exist. There's some cooperation between like the Tsaritsa, Zhongli, and Venti, arguably, in my opinion anyway. But the Hydro Archon fully off on her own, right? The Dendro Archon was also just off on her own, but then she decided to make an agreement with the Tsaritsa, so she kind of became part of the greater plot as well. But yeah, and then I don't know what happens in Natlan yet. I do know that Mawika does not lose her Gnosis, but other than that, I don't know exactly what happens. And that's what we're gonna learn in the coming hours. Wahoo! And yeah, like I said, Genshin story is huge. That is, I literally only got into the Archon quest and a handful of story quests. I don't know. Maybe sometime I could do a full, like, timeline.
Thank you so much.
Thingy. But yeah. And now I think we are ready to go for Natlan, yeah?
If any region gets as confusing as Sumeru, I'm surprised.
Sumeru is absolutely the most confusing because it's getting into like fucking the meta mechanics of the universe, you know. Fontaine is, there's a lot of like murder mystery stuff, but the actual lore is pretty straightforward. And again, I don't know about
BTW, how do you tell 1.0 players that you go from fight the dragon to a court?
Yeah. Very, very funny. Oh yeah, also in Skirk Story Quest, we learned that there are species of humans out there, planets of humans out there that have like gains the ability to like survive off of any form of energy, which pretty much explains how the Traveler is able to resonate with elements. However, I guess it's just a weaker version because, you know, she still has to go and like resonate with the elements either through statue or through whatever fuck shit happens in Natlan. But like but obviously like just on the species level, part of her is adapted to be able to wield energy from other realms, other planets, whatnot. So that's kind of the how and the why. Ooh, hello. You had a demonstration? Oh! Linnea. It absolutely does get more confusing whenever there's some more, like, time reality editing bullshit that happens, in one of the upcoming, like, Traveler chapters. But I don't know a whole lot about it. We're gonna find out. There's spaceships involved. Because of course there is.
What?
Yeah. So just prepare yourself for either when you play it yourself or when you... or if you accompany me on that journey. Thank you, Kachina.
Okay, wait, I know about the spaceship.
Yeah, it's like... Hello! Ooh, gorgeous panoramic. Lots of percussion, too. What did I decide percussion was emblematic
I was
of?
so confused when Bina said we go to the moon now.
Yeah. So I will say, spoilers. Because I've already seen a lot of spoilers, so I did know that we went to the moon. However, I don't know a lot of other stuff. But obviously, if there's like a slip up or something, like, no hard feelings, but would appreciate, but I appreciate, people who are helping me along with doing this with as few spoilers as possible. But yeah, I already knew that one, so like, don't worry, right now. Just letting you know.
Oh, I am so sorry.
No, like I said, no need to apologize. A, I already knew that one, and B, I said something that like clearly indicated that I knew it. So like if something happens later where I say something, you're like, well, obviously Basil knows this, and then it turns out that I didn't. It's like, them's the breaks. That's what interacting with media online is like, you know. So, no need to apologize. Just a thing I wanted to mention. Hehe. Thank you, Kachina. All right, Stadium of the Sacred Flame.
Okay. I would have felt so bad if you didn't.
Yeah, it's totally okay. That one got spoiled for me by a YouTube Shorts thumbnail. Ooh, roasted apple sounds really good right now.
That's a unique way.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Is Kachina gonna tell us about Night Kingdom stuff? Yeah. Or Night Soul stuff. Well, same thing.
I remember I was spoiled about the Natlan story by a My Little Pony Equestria Girls edit.
I know exactly the one that you're talking about. I didn't know any context for it though, so like all I saw was shapes and colors.
That was so tough.
So yeah, I guess that you can be an Archon without being a god. That's an interesting distinction, yeah. Not all Archons are gods. And not all gods are Archons. But, yeah. Because that's a human sitting on a divine throne, not a human becoming a divine being. Like, that wording is very specific. Yeah, just a coincidence.
And sadly I was spoiled about Not Grey as well, but I'm not mad about this one. It was a really good edit.
Fuck yeah. There's a meme that Willow and Medi exchanged that they said I absolutely cannot see until I actually get to that part in Not Cry Story. And so part of me is like rushing. I'm like, I gotta get through the story so I can see that fucking meme. Paimon's just gonna ignore that for now. Slay. Yay, a friendly Archon!
This edit made me aware of the fact that Bina was in-game. I really liked her since the first trailer we saw her in along with the other Fatui.
Hell yeah. But yeah, getting spoiled for her first in-game appearance is like, oh! Try me, Kachina. My phlogiston stamina bar begs to differ, Kachina.
It made me pick up the game again, so I can't complain. ID say.
なんで年素が使えるの？すごい。
Get dunked on, child.
言えばいいかわからなくなってきたよ。
Oh, Brontosaurus. Oh, is it mad?
うわ、後ろを見ろ。
Why am back.
なんかすごいのが来た。
Welcome back, Metti.
狙われてる。
How are?
どうする？戦うか？ああ、大丈夫大丈夫。この子はトトだよ。
How's Natlan treating you?
Pretty good. I had fun playfully dunking on Kachina for thinking that I couldn't use phlogiston.
元気そうだね。年祖国インヒに引き寄せられてきたの？
I gotta go for now, but I'll be back if you're still streaming by then.
Alright, bye Linnea. I'm honestly not sure how much longer I'm going. I should probably wrap up soon. But I will definitely see you tomorrow. I hope. Or actually I should probably take a break from my voice, so either tomorrow or the day after. We'll see. It depends on how I feel
I
tomorrow.
found a bruise on my thigh from kicking the bed.
何頭かいる中でも
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Linnea,
So that was fun.
この子は毎日
my stream schedule, I literally have it written out as just when I stream is between me and God, so like...
自慢して顔を覚えてもらおうとしてるみたい。
Hey Toto!
うえ、
But yeah, Rip Meddy.
何をやろうとしてるんだ？慣れって言って
Hopefully it clears up on its own soon.
らしいよ。ほう
We have to ride a dinosaur! Shut up, Paimon. We have to ride a dinosaur.
最高の観光ができそうだぜ。高いところは見晴らしが最高だよ。トトとは友達なのか？うん。小さいからパパとママと聖火競技場でフルー
Dinosaurian.
ツをたくさん買ったんだけどね。
See you and have lots of fun with
帰り
Natlan.
道
Thank you, Linnea. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
帰っちゃったの。その頃のトトは今の半分の大きさもなかったけど、近づいてくるのを見て大好きなラズベリーと夕暮れの実を食べられちゃうんじゃないかって思って泣いちゃった。でもね、トトはフルーツを一つも食べなかった。それどころかフルーツを奪おうとする他の竜たちを追い払ってくれたんだよ。それからその大きな頭で
No.
ドーンって大将を戻してくれたんだ。それ以来よくフルーツを持ってきてトトにあげるようになったの。トトって名前も私がつけたんだよ。たくさん食べるし成長も早いからいつの間にかこんなに大きくなっちゃって。
Thank you, big guy.
見て、あそこが目的地の聖火競技場だよ。ここまででいいよ。送ってくれてありがとう、トト。
This is the most like leisurely start to a region that we've had. I really like it.
この先の道は歩きやすいから私。そっか、こいつはでかいもんな。じゃあまたな、トト。
Bye, Toto. She's so pretty. Ah! Look at her. Look at her. She's so perfect. Actually, how many more do I have left of these before I can get rewards and shit? 6 more. Okay. Let's go this way instead of, I know the other way's shorter, but for the sake of the fluidity of the cutscene. But yeah, how are I think I already asked this, but how are you faring, Meti? You are doing well. Are you up to anything in particular or just vibing? Because I know you have today and tomorrow off work, right? I think. Which very well deserved. Holy shit. And obviously, if you'd rather just lurk, feel free to not answer.
I have Tillman off work.
Right, because it's post-Hell week. Right.
友達とここで会う約束をしてたんだけど。
とっくに来てんぞ。
Oh no.
忘れちまったくらいだ。なんでこんなに遅いんだ。
Oh boy.
言っとくけど、お前が無駄にしたのはこいつらの時間だけじゃないぞ。俺の時間もだ。俺の時間。
Okay.
I am simply exploring on Janie's account. She called me a Roomba earlier.
Hell yeah.
初対面の人の前でその傲慢な態度はやめてくれ。
Roomba.
カチーナが絶対に怒ったりしないと分かってるからって調子に乗って失礼な態度をとっていいわけじゃない。
AJAW you dweeb.
知ったことか。一体何様のつも。
Oh!
おい、何するんだ。
Team Rocket's blasting off again!
さて、こいつは閉じ込めた。
He's very pretty. His
すまなか
eyes.
ったな。
そこまでしなくていいのに。アハンはストレートな性格なだけだし、私は気
Yeah,
に
get
して
him
ない
Kinich.
よ。自業自得でしょ。毎回やられても全然学習しないんだもん。やっぱりムアラニちゃんももうついてたんだ。途中で危険な目に遭ってないか心配してたけど、新しい友達ができたんだね。はじめまして。
Mulani's hair
サイモンだ。
confuses me greatly.
旅人？へえ、ちょうどいい時期に来たね。今の聖火競技場ならきっと期待を裏切らないと思うよ。
なんで一人で来たんだ？チームメンバーは？
みんなはそれぞれの理由で試合に勝てそうなチームを探しに行ったよ。
つまり、
おー
また見捨てられたってことか。
Kinich!
団体戦をどうにかできたって、個人戦は結
Okay.
局、自分の実力次第なんだ。
You didn't have to say it like that, though. Jesus.
私のチームにいたら絶対に団体戦で勝てるって保証はできないよ。団体戦の結果はほぼ5名の継承者次第だからね。
Mm-hmm.
絶対勝てるって保証できる人なんていないでしょ。自分にそこまでプレッシャーをかけなくたっていいじゃん。それにカチーナちゃんは自信がないだけで本当は全然弱くないってみんな知ってるよ。前回はあと3回勝てば余順者の戦争に参加できたでしょ。なあ、ずっと聞きたかったんだけど、帰化聖夜の巡礼はナタ人が全員参加するスポーツの大会みたいなものなんだろう。じゃあ余順者の戦争ってのは何なんだ。
前者はあくまで舞踏大会だが、
Oh.
後者は相手はナタの永遠の
Oh.
アビスだ。
ここにもアビスが。待てよ、それじゃあ帰化聖夜の巡礼の勝者の報酬は戦場に出ることなのか。
Camp Jupiter Core.
とも言えるかな。だから余順者の戦争なんだよ。部族の間で競い合って選び出された最強の戦士はアビス。それが物語として記録されまあね。
Huh.
でも戦争に危険はつきものだし、アビスと戦うのが私たちの義務だ
Let's
けど。
go win the right to go
無事
to
に
war,
帰
young
ってこら
child.
れるよ。
Yeah, baby!
どう生き返らせる。
Fuck ethics! Let's send this. She's so tiny!
生き返らせる。
Wait, what? I guess the idea is that, like, you resurrect the ancient name?
そうだよ。だから
とりあえず登録の手続きを済ませよう。
待って、カチーナちゃんはどうするの。まさか本当に一人で団体戦に出るつもりじゃないよね。オイラたち手伝ってやりたいけど。
大会に他の参加条件はないし、団体戦のチームどんなに強く経験が豊富な人でも順調にいく。だが 人が多ければ助け合える。
ひらめいた。じゃあこうしよう。まあ多分無理だよね。
Oh.
でもどっちにしても。
まさかお前のチームメンバーを俺に託す気か？
ご明察。どうかな。君って強いか。君のチームに入れるのは
An upgrade is
それ
crazy.
はそれでいいが、お前らが2人だけになってしまう。
2人と1人は全然違うよ。ナタに来たばかりのお客さんにだって。おいらたちに聞くのかよ。ひひ、そういうことならおいらにもわかるぞ。でしょ。我々は1人で戦ったりしない。そんな言葉だって昔から受け継がれてきたわけだし。でも足手まといにならない。
You could never do that, Kachina. You're perfect.
言ってんの？ナタ中を探し回ったって私たちに勝てる人なんて。そうそう、モアラニちゃんは自信家だね。はあ、でも5名の継承者2人がチームを組むのって珍しいからきっと臆病者だと思われちゃうね。別にいいでしょ。ルールで禁止されてるわけじゃないんだし、他人の考えなんて気にしなくていいよ。それにこんな状況じゃそうするほかないでしょ。
じゃあ元のチームメンバーへの説明は任せたぞ。
わかったわかった。エントリーのとこで待ってて。
Epic. Yeah, I think this actually might be a. I gotta decide. Do I wanna end stream here? Because all I'm really planning on doing is just continuing Fontaine exploration. Just it's so I am in such a like Genshin like kick right now. I literally it's just I end stream, I play more Genshin. I am still hacking away at like commissions and stuff off stream, but man. Actually wait, I should show that for a sec. Where is it? Yeah, so I kind of I traced over pictures of thrones to get this sort of design, and then I got this fuck-ass reference of a guy leaning forward. And yeah, I'm still figuring out how to best impose the like outfit and the hair and stuff over top. I don't know. I am currently struggling to get the vibe of the face right. I definitely need to get some practice in, but I think I did okay with getting the outfit on. Yeah. Oh, welcome back from ads. I'm starting to wrap up. I just wanted to briefly show the like commission work I've been doing off stream. Cause yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Mostly struggling with the hair and the eyes. I don't know. A lot of y'all have seen how I do work. I sketch, and then I sketch over my sketch until I very slowly refine it. Obviously, I'm trying to build enough add-on to like my fundamentals and stuff to get to a point where like I don't have to do it that way. But it's my workflow for now. So yeah, slowly getting this guy together. I need to get a better reference for the feet. But also, that said, the feet aren't going to show in the final render, so I could just not draw them. But we'll see. Anyway, that is where I'm going to leave off. I will probably inevitably be back tomorrow, depending on how early I wake up and stuff. I really appreciate you all joining me. Hope you all have a good night.